Welcome. Oh, I'm not even muted. Okay, let's see how many of you arrive as I eat my meal. Also, I'm waiting to be accepted into the fold. How is everyone? The one person that's watching, that could be me. Could be watching myself. Hello, Bill Portley. Have you seen the premiere of the video about Russia demanding land from Poland? That was something else. An intense video. Okay. We're doing some Street Fighter. You know, we're gonna be playing Street Fighter. I'm gonna be watching the infamous panel. Oh my gosh. We're gonna be watching the infamous panel. Oh. Alright, I don't have to go through the tutorial again. The game remembers me. That's good. Why do they want land from Poland? Because they screwed up their own land and now they want to screw up Poland's land? Okay. It's because Poland's borders used to be different before World War II. And the USSR invaded Poland together with Nazi Germany. The USSR annexed basically eastern parts of Poland and incorporated them into the USSR. They are now parts of Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. And then Russia took eastern parts of Germany, carved them out, and gave them to Poland. So now Russia is arguing, hey, you should take those former Eastern Germany lands and you should give them back to us. That is what Germany is saying, basically. Which I think you understand how ridiculous that is. And of course, Russia also said that oh wow, he looks silly. Russia also said that Poland would not exist as a state without Russia. So, oh my gosh, he looks so silly. What an intense look. Luke.
Let's get this mission started. Let me have some fun. Round one. Fight.
Hey, how do you do Sonic Boom? Wait, what? No. What happened? What? Yes. What happened here? I want the...
Special match versus practice. Arcade.
Okay, how do you change the controls to modern? Not modern, but to... Okay, control type. Classic. There you go. I don't want modern. Modern sucks.
USA.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Let's get this mission started.
That is basically it. Yeah, Bill Portley. Oh yeah, I should. Wait. Okay, now we're talking. Oh my gosh. Guile feels pretty okay to play.
Easy operation. Round 2. Fight.
Oh my gosh. Hey, how what? Oh my gosh. What? Wait, that's his super combo? That is so strange. Wait. We need to... Oh my gosh. Now he looks a lot like Paul Phoenix from Tekken. I swear. Guile has lost his identity. He now looks like Paul Phoenix from Tekken. Doesn't he? Or am I wrong? Alright. Everybody come in. Here we go. All right. New custom.
Training like this you're looking for. I'm happy to help out anytime, sir.
Occasional round with young blood keeps me from getting rusty. I can say that much.
Okay, now he looks like Guile here. Not like Paul Phoenix.
So, you wanted to talk?
Right. You were in Nishal when everything transpired, weren't you? What do you make of Ken Masters being involved?
Masters? He's innocent. If you're asking whether he was assisting the terrorists, the answer is no. He was set up.
Looking to provide Nishal with aid in its development, Ken gets saddled with the suspicion of abetting terrorists.
True.
Then resigns from his position at the Foundation and disappears from the limelight. I know he's not the type who's likely to cash in his chips if left unattended. But time to start the search. Only question is where.
Ken! In Brazil, I guess.
Let's get this mission started. Showtime! Round one. Fight! Got you!
Oh my gosh. What the? Okay. That's not good.
Round two. Fight!
We should pause. Oh my god. Well, the game sort of paused itself. Okay. It's so weird. Yum. Wait, oh. Interesting. I am now DMing. Let me see. Topics. All right. Not many people are jumping in. I'm gonna check on the... Am I muted? Hop in, gigglers. Because we're in Brazil. Never quite materialized. No. My gosh. Is there nobody in the audience today? Or should... Okay, let's go. My gosh. Okay. I cannot believe people are not hyped for Street Fighter 6. Who, JP? Who's JP? Oh, okay. Now I remember. Jordan Peterson is the big bad. I think the game is making us think so, but I think it's a red herring or something. I think Jordan Peterson is a red herring of a red villain, villain. If that makes sense. Unless M. Bison is trying to take over his body or something. Does that make sense? Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh, the story is not even... Wait. Does that mean that the story is incomplete and they're gonna unlock story in DLC? Oh, that's horrible. They're giving us an incomplete story to just give us more in the DLC. Is that what's happening? I'm not happy with... Oh my god, you can make faces.
Make it a scrap heap. Fight.
It seems that way. The story is so short right now. Oh my god. Okay.
Jamaica. Let's get this mission started.
Bring the heat!
Round one. Fight.
Is that DJ? Oh yeah, DJ. Okay. DJ was sorely missed in. I can't believe there were already Street Fighter 4 and 5 in the meantime. I don't think I've played much of Street Fighter 5 at all. How does this compare to Street Fighter 5, if you've ever played? I mean, Street Fighter X Tekken had on disc DLC. Oh my god, that's true. So how does this compare to Street Fighter 5? Is it much better or similar? Speaking of fighters, speaking of Tekken, I'm gonna be playing Tekken 8 on release as well. Just so you know. We're gonna be playing Tekken 8 on release as well.
USA. To think you were right under my nose the entire time.
Just hope they don't do that alleged Capcom versus SNK game that might be coming out, might not official, but I hope they may make it and they... Capcom versus SNK 3? Are you talking about a Capcom versus SNK 3?
I get the picture. So you thought to maintain a low profile, to keep an eye on those who attempted to approach the Foundation. Is that it?
What's the big idea? You come here just to scold your loser of a brother-in-law?
Scold.
Brother-in-law?
If only. The only scolding my brother-in-law understands involves fists.
Oh my god. What is this?
Let's get this mission started.
Don't expect me to be a pushover.
Round one. Fight.
This isn't your problem.
I'm making it my problem.
Would Guile really defeat Ken? And why? I don't think so. I don't think Guile would defeat Ken. Personally. I think if Ken and Guile fought, Ken would lose. Oh, Ken would win. Absolutely win. Oh no! So they want to make a Capcom versus SNK free, but they may not be able to due to a lot of factors. Oh, What, they don't have a deal with SNK? Capcom versus SNK 2 was really nice, by the way. The Mark of the Millennium, really good. Oh, that game was good. But he does look right now like Paul from Tekken. Oh?
Let's hear your side of the story.
Guile wins!
That incident really shook you up. I gotta figure out what's actually going on here.
Julia told me everything. Eliza's worried about you too.
I can't go back yet.
If you're worried about what happened in Naishal, don't be. We know you were set up.
I'm not even sure what I'm fighting for anymore. And I've got no business seeing anyone until I sort myself out. I'm sorry, but just leave me be.
Okay, that's capitalism, I guess.
That means he doesn't want my help. Time to take matters into my own hands. If Ken Masters himself has been driven to the edge, it's probably worth looking into this Naishal business.
Ken Masters himself. We are skipping. We're skipping for sure.
Congratulations!
Oh. Street Fighter 4 and 5 take place before Street Fighter 3, which is interesting. Did you know that? Did you know that? Oh. We're gonna be playing
Survivalist, heroic as a tigress. Earn my stripes cause you know I'm do or die with this. Journey started young, super hard headed. Call me crazy, but you is not my psychiatrist. Through a lifetime of strifing and struggling. Be the best, that's my covenant. And I'ma live forever, that's my legacy.
it's Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. Hello, Maya Major. Welcome. I might be taking part in a panel at some point.
A developing nation of little significance, tucked away in a remote corner of Asia.
A made-up country?
There is but one reason I chose to support such a country by hosting a martial arts tournament. I required a front for my money laundering operation.
I see. I see.
Here's to a fair fight.
Don't expect me to be a pushover.
Round one. Fight!
Hadouken!
Step aside. Step aside.
Hadouken!
Now, step aside.
Wait, what? What an interesting... Wow. Oh my god, that is so... broken. I could probably never see K999 ever again in any capacity because SNK lost the rights to that character when they went under back in the early 2000s. Who is K9999? I have to look up that character. I have to look that character up. This is so broken! Oh my god! Really? Okay, perfect. Jordan Peterson won. Have you considered forgetting about me and returning to idyllic days as a Street Fighter?
Nice shot.
What Street Fighter game did he appear in first? 4, 5? Which one?
Hope you're ready. Round one.
Oh my god. For real?
Is that it then?
Round two.
Oh my gosh. I really don't remember K9999. What character that is. Well, that was not complicated.
JP, win!
You wrought shadowless destruction. What is it you now seek in its wake?
USA. Make it a scrap heap.
Oh. Was the person in Capcom vs SNK 2 Mark of the Millennium or no? Okay, I see.
Nice shot.
So I guess not such a huge loss from what you're saying. Chun-Li.
Here's to a fair fight.
I'm not gonna lose.
Round one.
You're gonna lose. Why is this skill so broken? I guess it is slow. But against the computer, it's pretty broken. Oh my god, okay. I have to focus and not just use one skill.
Round two.
Nameless. Okay. I thought JP was like maybe in 4 or 5, but Jordan Peterson.
I expected your story to be more interesting.
I don't know if it's gonna be explained who this character is. What are the special moves? Okay. Oh, 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 oh! I think Trinity is my favorite character so far. Hello, fake Kyle Parker. We're testing Street Fighter 6. And then we're gonna jump into...
Here's to a fair fight.
Nameless is the name. Oh, Doctor. Wait, why did you write Doctor in Polish? Why did you write the word Doctor in Polish? Also, we're gonna be doing some... How do you like Street Fighter 6? And also, we're gonna be going over that panel that Dylan and Anastasia has been on. Believe it or not, I actually might be going on panels myself. Yeah, it does look pretty cool. SNK has such convoluted lore. Here we go. Oh my gosh, broken move. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. Jordan Peterson is not my favorite character. Strength is neither good nor evil. Psycho power is no different. Wait. This is my opponent? Fine.
In an unexpected twist, the tournament placed a great many people on my path. Those who seek my acquaintance, those who seek to stop me, and those who seek to use me. It's rather fascinating. Am I to count you among their number, young lady?
So you're Johann Petrovich.
Jordan Peterson.
Mind if I ask you a thing or two about my uncle?
Not in the slightest.
Why are we fighting? I'm sorry, why are we fighting?
Here's to a fair fight.
Yeah, Chun-Li looks good. I think my favorite character so far.
My uncle used to work with you. Did it?
I'm afraid I don't recall.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! Jordan Peterson is not a good character. I'm being played. I don't even know his whole moveset. Oh my gosh. Oh no! Oh wait, wait. But you said you were on your way to the doctor. Written as if you would write it in Polish. It's not over. Why are you laughing? You've got a black eye. You wacky goober.
My uncle used to work with you.
Afraid I don't recall.
What the? Guess you don't want other characters to get close and you want to bomb them with projectile if you are a JP. Oh my god. Ah! This projectile is so slow though. Oh, thank you, thank you. No whites, true. How did you like my talk with Shakespeare, fake Alec Kyle Parker? How did you like that conversation? Hmm? Okay.
Care to hear how this ends? In ruin.
Ah, thank you. We're gonna do another one on the topic that we are interested in, on Mexico. Your uncle encountered a little accident in Nashville, nothing more.
Prepare a crowd, an arena, and a prize. And people swarm in like moths to a flame. Come to think of it, Bison himself had a penchant for incorporating martial arts tournaments into his plans for world domination. Utterly illogical. And yet, I think I'm beginning to understand the appeal.
I see. Not yet, not in depth. We haven't talked about Guerrero in depth yet. That's not a conversation we had in depth yet.
Congratulations!
We're going to do it though. So that's gonna be fun. Oh my gosh, so much artwork. Who should I play as now? So this story is before the tournament.
I'm like a diamond, I shine under pressure. But life's been trying me, I learned all my lessons. I realize I gotta deal with my blessings. I'm working hard every day to be a better man. If practice makes perfect, then I'm already a veteran. I suffer
Are you ready? You look like a
martial artist.
wood.
I've crossed paths with many during my journey for truth.
Looks like a what's woodcutter or something.
Who trained alongside me under the same master. He has always been my greatest friend and rival. Guile, Chun-Li, Dhalsim. I've been saved time and time again by those who walk my same path.
Oh, Rival Schools. I remember that game.
I've also met my share of enemies, opponents I had to overcome. And sometimes, that opponent was my own self.
Googie is here.
My journey knows no end. I will continue to do what I have always done. Search for those stronger than myself.
Interesting that Sagat is not listed among the rivals and enemies. Sagat.
Let us begin. Hope you're ready. Round one. Fight. Hadouken blade. Hadouken.
Hadouki. Shazam? What did you think of the second Shazam movie, by the way? Did you like it? Did you hate it? Wait. Use kick does not... Oh, okay. What did you think of the second Shazam movie? If you watched it. Your edge hasn't dulled a bit. I trust mine hasn't either. Oh.
Italy.
What character was it? Which character was it? Which character was the person from the 13 Reasons Why?
Give me your best shot.
Who is this? Mari... Looks like a new character. It just totally looks like a new character. Nobody took cake, the revolutionary heroes. I gotta check something. Was Guevara the... Okay. I have to actually check something. You told me the name. Was that the lawyer? Correct me if I'm wrong, but was that the lawyer? Or no? Where are you? Oh, there we go. Pinned. I think Guerrero was the... Oh. Then no, I don't know. I'm afraid I don't know. guess that's a topic for the future. But I guess... Yeah, I guess you could take that person in a fight. Now, if you were talking about Guerrero, then probably not. Yeah. I wonder what her... Oh my god! I wonder what her playstyle is.
That was a beautiful fight.
Wait, what country is this? Those lions are gigantic. Ah!
Now you know
Uh... Oh my gosh. Greece. Is Greece like this? I know, that was a brawl.
9, 8, still standing.
Now that's a...
Give me your best shot.
Round 1. Fight.
Gotta admit, this game does a lot more when it comes to... Then again, Street Fighter has always been pretty diverse with its characters. Although, I will say that the body types for the girl characters have become more diverse, that's for sure. Less from the same mold, if that makes sense. You could make the case that most girl characters in Street Fighter games were pretty... Oh. Samey. Body build wise. You know? Hello, Palm Dad. Of course, the one... But that was just in Street Fighter First Strike. That Chun-Li had very, very big hips. Excellent fight. USA, the truck. USA is full of truckers.
Make it a scrap heap. Fight.
I'm gonna give you a big challenging question after I dispatch of the truck, okay? I expect answers in the chat, okay? I'm gonna give you a question that you do not expect. Okay, so how is Ryu's headband able to hide behind his eyebrow like this? So it's such a strange eyebrow.
I'm not gonna lose.
Round 1. Fight.
Spinning burn.
I wonder if I can change the voices. Ay, ay, ay. His eyebrows are huge. Marisa is the largest feminine character released in the Street Fighter franchise today. Is she also a Street Fighter 6 original? Okay. That's fair. Nice. Also, technically speaking, it should be Ryu, not Ryu. Because Ryu is reason, and Ryu is dragon.
Oh, you must be Ryu.
Like this. Yeah, more like this.
Hey there. The name's Luke Sullivan. Sorry to spring this on you out of nowhere, but what do you say we throw down?
For what purpose?
Excuse me?
Purpose. What are you trying to achieve? Why do you fight?
Purpose, huh? Well,
It's
honestly,
because like I'm super educated in some areas and super uneducated in others. Which is my shame that I'm rectifying, okay? I'm rectifying my shame of being an ignoramus.
if there's someone out there stronger than me, I want a shot at him.
I see.
Is that not a good enough reason?
It'll do.
Luke is, I think, an original.
Let us begin.
Let me have some fun.
Round one.
Legend of
Show me what you've got.
There we go.
Become stronger.
I know too much about fighting games, not a lot fighting games, but if I had a college degree, I would probably have a bachelor's in it. I see. My best friend used to be a competitive player in fighting games, and he used to win tournaments, especially in games like Third Strike or Tekken Tag Tournament, the first one.
Hey, come on! You've still got more.
Regeneration.
Horseshoe crab looks evil. What? I'm sorry? Horseshoe crabs?
Talk about tough. Guess I need to step up my training. Ryu just up and disappeared the second it was over. I wanted to get a picture with him, but this is the best I could do. Actually, you know what? Maybe this ain't so bad.
He looks so different in the artwork than in the game. It's a bit jarring actually. Oh, that's nice artwork. This is interesting. This was from the anime. That's from the anime. Okay. Who shall we play as now? Who's this?
did my part. They like, keep on going, cause you got heart. They know that.
I am called Dalsim. I walk the path of yoga.
Used to be so weak in the older games.
Such as these, there are many who stray from their path. Guiding those who are led astray is but one of yoga's many purposes. To that end, I have fought many battles my conflict waged so that conflict might be avoided. This contradiction is one I have yet to resolve. I, too, am led astray, yet I will fight on all the same, with yoga as my guide.
Wait. You're going to sleep now? And when are you going to the doctor? And why are you writing doctor in Polish?
USA.
Yeah. Ah, okay. I'm a button mark. I see. I mean, that is a viable way to play.
Hope you're ready. Round one.
As you can see, I'm not exactly an expert myself. Wow, so floaty. What a floaty character. Oh my gosh. This feels so weird. Oh my gosh.
Round two.
The projectile is so fast. Oh my gosh. Okay. I essentially knew the pride of a warrior, of a protector.
China.
Shall we begin?
Hope you're not a sore loser.
Round one.
I can't stop you.
This is the power of a yoga master.
Wow.
Round two.
Incredible. My gosh.
Dawson wins.
Elephant. You heighten your awareness with your drink. In yoga, we accomplish this with breath.
USA. Make it a scrap heap. Fight.
Okay. DJ from Jamaica.
Shall we begin?
Bring the heat!
Round one. Fight.
Oh my gosh. I'm getting trounced over here. How did that miss? How did that miss? All right. This is the yoga power. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. That's annoying.
Let us pray together to Agni.
That was annoying. Okay, that was painful.
Bring the heat!
Round one. Fight.
Okay, that's good.
This is the power of a yoga master.
That's not what I wanted to do, but that's good. It works. As long as I win. Okay, I need to know. Oh, damn. That's pretty interesting.
Dawson wins!
Elephant. You live with tumult. How can you possibly hear the sound of your inner self? I don't know.
Mexico.
Mexico.
I sense an incredible power. Has it simply been dormant this whole time? Much is yet unclear. This bears investigation.
Are you some kind of spirit? My name is Lily Hawk. I'm a Thunderfoot warrior.
I am no spirit. I am Dalthim, a monk.
Something about you reminds me of Singing Wolf. Do you have a message for me or something?
A message? I suppose I do. I am brought here by a desire to better know your strength.
Does that mean you're looking to fight? Works for me. I'm game.
Don't beat up on little children.
Shall we?
My pleasure.
Let's see this power of yours.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh God. I guess I lose this round.
The voice of this spirit, only I can hear it.
Round 2. Fight!
Oh my God. Oh. What an annoying opponent.
Let us pray together to Agni.
What an annoying opponent.
My pleasure.
Round 1. Fight!
Oh. What?
You are a fine warrior, Dawson.
You annoy me. Okay, that's... Oh my God.
Jeez, that was close.
Round 2.
Annoyingly close, I'd say. Thank you. So long. What the hell?
Are you holding back?
Why? Why does it damage me so hard? One jump, half HP. Come on. What the hell? Come on.
The spirits wish
Lily, win!
Ah, that's annoying.
Let us pray together to Agni.
The throws are so annoying. They take out so much health.
Let's see this power of yours.
I don't think Dalshim is my... I don't think I'm enjoying Dalsim. I don't think I'm gonna be maining that character, that's for sure. What the? Ah. Headbutt. Headbutt. Oh my god. Maybe cheap, but it's victory is victory. Cheaper now. For now, let your winds blow with wild and free.
Whoa, you can float? Are you sure you're not a spirit? This definitely looks like something a spirit would do.
A tranquil breeze cradles this child. The power I felt before is no more.
Hey, Dulcie, maybe you should meet Singing Wolf. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I bet the two of you'd be on the same wavelength.
Very well. That power seemed to be the Satsui no Hado. Was it simply a trick of the senses? Perhaps in this case, I should hope I was mistaken.
My gosh. Are you going to unlock more story as with the DLCs? Or?
Congratulations!
So much nice artwork. So many different styles as well. More arcade. Who shall we play as now? Okay, we might as well get the annoying character out of the way. Let's go. Okay, he looks a bit strange.
Oh, someone is looking for a partner in the Colossio? They must be seeking a helping hand for a tag team match. Of this, there can be no doubt. Harasho! I've always wished to have a bout in the Colossio. Just you wait. The Red Cyclone shall be on your doorstep before long.
Yeah, slow and a grappler. Warning, those not serious about marriage need not apply. Applicants will be wedded via trial by combat.
Jamaica.
Show me everything you have.
Bring the heat!
Round one. Fight.
Wait, command list. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. How did I miss that?
Look at this body of iron! Round 2. Fight! Oh yeah!
How does... How... My gosh. What the hell? Oh?
Brace yourself!
Okay.
Zongia wins!
Oh my god. Hear that? It's the rhythm of steel ringing from the forge day in, day out. What up?
USA.
They made him so over the top.
Show me everything you have!
Let me have some fun.
Round 1. Fight!
Go to sleep.
Brace yourself!
All right. Okay, that works.
Look at this body of iron! Round 2.
Oh, Zangief must be so annoying to play against.
Brace yourself!
Oh, that must be so annoying to play against. Perfect. I did not see that coming. Wondering about my workout? Wonder no more. I'll train you to be big and strong. Wow.
USA.
I'm guessing I cannot grapple a truck.
Make it a scrap heap! Fight!
Oh, yeah, I cannot grapple a truck. Whew. Guile. Looks so mad. Oh my god!
Everything you have! Hope you're ready. Round 1.
This is a timer? Oh my controller! It's disconnected. Oh my, for real? I was supposed to grab you. Like this. Okay, what specials do you have? What the hell is that? This sucks.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my gosh. There you go. That was nice. Nothing makes me appreciate my training more than having your blows bounce off me.
Italy.
Oh.
So it is you who wrote that flyer. I, Zangief, shall be your partner.
Ah, now there's the enthusiasm I've been looking for. I've heard talk of the Red Cyclone, but you're an even tastier looking slab of meat than the rumors say.
Indeed, this body
Oh my gosh.
quit until its dying day. Ha ha ha!
Glad to hear it. But enough talk. It's about time I have myself a taste.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Come then.
What a scenario. What a scenario. Matchmaking.
Show me everything you have.
Give me your best shot.
Round 1. Fight.
Yes. Show me your work.
Have it. Brace yourself.
All right.
Bolshoi Pobjeda. Round 2. Fight.
You're getting married?
Brace yourself.
Hey, what's happening? Oh.
Well, you must be satisfied.
Zangief wins!
You want to be your partner? Somehow I doubt you're talking about a tag team match.
Talk about a great time. You're every bit as good as they say you are, Zangief. Though I suppose I should have expected no less from someone who wishes to be my partner for life.
For life? Were you not recruiting a partner for a single tag team match?
No, you fool! We are to be wedded! Till death do us part.
Wedded?
You're here because you saw the flyer, aren't you? It says so right here.
Those not serious about marriage need not apply? No, wait a moment. I thought this was a tag match.
You're not seriously going to back out on me now, are you? Or is it that I'm not to your liking?
Of course you are. It's just that these kind of things require careful consideration and... oh heavens! I just remembered I have a match today. Yes, that is something I definitely have. My apologies, but I must rescind my offer to assist with your tag match. Yeah! The ring calls for the Red Cyclops!
What? Hey! Not sure what I expected. I half-jokingly spread those flyers around hoping somebody strong would show up. But never in my wildest dreams did I expect such a catch.
Oh.
May we one day cross...
I'm playing arcade. Hello, Daniel Wells. Again, I'm just playing arcade. This is sort of a story mode, right? Arcade.
Thanks for playing. Congratulations.
Oh, nice. Wait, what? Is Charlie a zombie? Oh my gosh. A world tour. Okay. I have not done world tour, no. We're doing arcade.
Practice versus special online arcade. Practice arcade. Practice versus arcade. School.
Oh my gosh. Okay, who shall we play as now? We've done this. We've done Honda. We might as well, right?
I'm ready for you.
Reconstructed. So 4 and 5 took part before 3, and this one takes part after. After 3.
Restaurant in Metro City, and I've poured my heart and
So this is like the newest story-wise.
everything I want the world to see.
Giggling.
We've got a stage, so patrons can spectate some sumo with their stew. We've even got genuine sumo wrestlers working the joint.
Oh my gosh.
Like your order straight to your door. And of course, we can't forget about the old Japanese spirit.
I've even played Street Fighter 1.
These statues come in, but it wasn't easy getting here.
Thank you.
A heck of a time deciding on this location.
Not many people watching the stream today, and I'm about to go into the panel.
I literally traveled the globe looking for the perfect place to set up shop.
True. The longest story so far.
China.
Makes a pose like Jiraiya from Naruto. The end. Oh my gosh, you can make faces. I love it.
I'm not gonna lose.
Round one. Fight.
It is not the greatest, you're right. Street Fighter 1 was not the best game. But you know what? Street Fighter 2 is pretty good. Street Fighter 1 might have not been very good, but Street Fighter 2 is pretty great still.
No one can stop me.
Very cool pose.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, DM. Okay. Street Fighter Alpha is great. Zero outside of the US. Yeah, Street Fighter 0/Alpha were pretty good. They were very good. They were free Street Fighter Alpha/0 games. I also like their crossovers. X-Men versus Street Fighter. Or Marvel Superheroes. Or Marvel versus Capcom, of course. And this is a pose. Your kicks are killer, just like always. How do you think my sumo slaps were held up? Have held up? This is like the Jiraiya pose. Let's make faces. Japan. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, those faces are great. True. How do you make... Oh. They got rid of the moves that you had to smash one button. But that's not a thing anymore. Okay, what's special? What do you think?
USA. Make it a scrap heap. Fight.
Like this is like the... What do you call it?
Jamaica. Round one. Fight.
There we go. I think it was actually only 0 in Japan. I think it was easier only in Japan.
Round 2. Fight.
Ah. Okay, now level 2. Oh, wait. Okay. I guess that works. Wow. France.
What a city! It's every bit as dazzling as folks say. And what better place to plop down a sumo restaurant than here in this theme park?
Oh my. Sumo, you say?
Right on the money, huh? A trendy eatery would suit this place like broth in a hot pot.
Putting aside the dubious trendiness of a Junko restaurant, I'm not quite convinced this is the ideal location.
What? Sounds to me like you don't get what makes sumo so great. What do you say I give you a little demonstration here and now?
Oh, a cross-style match. You're on.
You're on. You're on. You're on. Oh, I forgot to make a face.
Prepare.
Round 1. Fight. You'll see. Round 2. Fight.
Oop, boy. I thought it was about pushing people, not hitting them. Watching you is downright enchanting. Makes me want to step up my show-off game too.
What do you think of my sumo? Perfect fit for a place like this, wouldn't you say?
You misunderstand me, silly man. This is a traveling carnival. Before long, it will be torn down and headed elsewhere.
What the? So that's what you meant, was it? Oh, shucks. I'm running out of ideas for good spots.
Is the location truly so important? I'm a judoka and model both. Whether I'm on the mat, on the runway, or anywhere, really, I try to be the version of myself that I want the world to see. Is that not what matters most?
Maybe.
Believe that I want the world to see, huh? So that's why I went ahead and picked this spot. And I made just the kind of restaurant I had in mind. We'll be open before you know it. Chunko House Edamon in Metro City. And the star attraction is me, the one and only Edmund Honda.
Oh my gosh. What did we...
Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
Congratulations!
Nice artwork. Oh. This looks like from Street Fighter 2, maybe? Okay, so we've done this story, this story, this. Blanca. Mysterious sprite found in the jungle in Brazil.
Glad to see someone hasn't changed a bit. Perhaps we should pay this sprite a little visit.
A sprite? I wonder if it's something like Doi no Ikonoi. If it is, you're right. We should go check it out.
Yeah! It's me, King of the Jungle the mysterious jungle sprite. I'll be waiting for you in the jungle.
My gosh.
Brazil.
I'm not gonna lose.
Round one. Fight.
Spinning bird kick!
I see. Never realized you could just block electricity. Live and learn. You can just block electricity.
Round two. Fight.
Oh. There we go.
Blanca wins.
Always on my guard. Play around in the jungle and you'll get eaten alive. What do you... Okay.
Brazil.
Wait, all of the stages are gonna be Brazil? That is so wild.
No mercy for you.
Round one.
Why do you say that?
We did it! Blanca John can't be stopped!
Oh my gosh.
Fight!
Wow.
Blanca wins.
It's all gonna be Brazil. In the jungle, cats are hunters, kind of like you. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay.
Make it a scrap heap. Fight. Brazil.
It's all in Brazil. Oh. I keep forgetting you can make the faces.
Time to play.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Blanca is so stiff. Oh. I'm playing through Blancas now. And then we're gonna go through the panel. How do you like Street Fighter 6 homeostatic? How are you enjoying that? Oh. Okay, let's check. Oh. Okay, we won one. But they didn't use the kind of animation that Guilty Gear did. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they also made it quite realistic still. In many aspects, they made it quite realistic looking. I still kind of wish they went the Guilty Gear route though. Hurt living things for fun, and sooner or later gonna bite back.
Brazil. It's me, the mysterious jungle sprite.
My gosh.
Thanks, welcome. Pictures are A-okay too. You there, don't be shy.
Hiya, I'm Lily.
Hi, I'm Blanca. I mean, Blanca-chan, the mysterious jungle sprite. Do you wanna shake hands?
You're funny, Blanca. My spirit says it wants to see more too.
Okay, let's fight.
My pleasure.
Round one. Fight.
I can sense the spirit of the trees.
I'm the jungle's protector sprite. But wait, spirit.
This feels like bullying. Uh-oh. This... True, right? But I am enjoying Street Fighter 6, I have to admit. But I do wish they went the Guilty Gear route. You know? Because it feels like they sort of abandoned part of their identity. Sadly. Oh my god. Oh!
The voice of this spirit, only I can hear it.
Oh gosh. Why is this throw so powerful? Why? This is broken. Okay, level 3. Oh my god. Okay. That was something. Plenty of voices in the jungle. The wind, water, and trees are always whispering.
I'm sorry. I'm not really a jungle sprite. But so many dreams would be crushed if people found out. So...
What are you apologizing for? It makes no difference whether you're wearing that thing or not. The spirit of the jungle is with you right now.
It is?
Yep, it is. The power of all the trees and animals.
Aww.
You have it inside of you. That's the sprite you're talking about, right?
That's right. I'd forgotten.
Gao, yeah.
The jungle is real. That means Blanca-chan is real too. And I'm
I bet, yeah, like Gao.
the jungle. And I'm real too.
Well, that's the whole story. See, this character looks so realistic. Some of them look so realistic. It's bizarre. Some of those characters look so realistic. Okay, I'm gonna show you one of the most realistic. Okay, the artwork is nice. It's Super Nintendo. I'm gonna show you one of the... We're gonna play as one of the more realistic looking characters now, okay? Look. Okay, we've played by all of... We're gonna play as Luke.
The name's Luke Sullivan.
He looks so different than in the artwork, by the way.
Since quitting the army, I've taken PMC work to pay the bills. But on the side, I've been dipping my toes into the world of street fighting. Why is that, you ask? Heck of a question. Wish I had an answer for you. Someone once told me their definition of a fighter. They said it was someone who decided to fight their battles on their own terms. I guess I wanted to meet people who live like that. And I figured street fighting was the best way to do it.
See? Looks so different than the artwork. Oh my gosh.
Alright, you ready?
Hope you're ready.
He's psychotic. That's not good considering that I'm pretty sure that Capcom is... I'm pretty sure Capcom wants to make this character like the new protagonist of Street Fighter. You know? Or at least I think they wanna do it. Alright.
Not bad.
I think they want to make this character the new protagonist. I might be wrong, though. Ah. Alright, let's see what the victory pose is for this. Oh my god. Thanks for the training exercise, sir. Oh my gosh. Japan. You can make faces in this game. With different directional buttons, you can make different faces, which is amusing. Yeah, I know. I'm surprised nobody ever thought of this before, to be able to make faces in those.
Not bad.
Right? I'm actually surprised that I never wished for it. When it seems like something obvious. Oh my gosh. You can pull faces and say phrases in some Soul Calibur games. Ah, okay. Hello, Razor Fringe too. I'm not sure if I've seen you here before, but although your name does sound familiar. Where's the first Razor Fringe though? Alright. As you can see, we're trying out Street Fighter up 6. I cannot believe that Street Fighter was stuck on Street Fighter 2 for so many years, and now we've got Street Fighter 6. I thought we'd never get Street Fighter 3, not to even mention Street Fighter 4, 5, or 6. I figured I needed to meet your charges head on, but damn, those slaps sting. Oh, we're gonna destroy the truck again. Ah! Thank you very much. You know what you should do? Hello, Connor. We're not just gonna be playing Street Fighter today. As much as we're enjoying ourselves with Street Fighter, I really want to go over the panel. Do you know about the infamous panel that has happened? Ukraine panel that went off the rails. I want to go over the panel. Yeah. If you haven't seen it, we're gonna watch it together in a moment. We're gonna watch it. It's a train wreck, so I might get annoyed. You might see me get annoyed because, well, you'll see. I'm not even gonna spoil anything more. We're gonna get into it soon. I'm gonna say that this game feels actually pretty nice to play. So we might actually even try the online matches at some point, because apparently this game is really good. This game is apparently really well optimized for online matches. You know? Wait, what happened to the... I've heard about the panel. Oh, hello, Tyrannix. Yeah. That panel is something else. You know, if I would have contacted Wick sooner, there's a chance I could have been on that panel with them. Okay. What the hell? Is this a joke? What? I pressed the throw button. What? Are there any of the first strike characters in this, like Q or Makoto? No, sadly no. Not yet, anyway. Not yet. Maybe there will be DLC characters, because this is a Capcom game, so you know there will be more characters than there will be DLC. There already is some sort of a season pass thing happening. You know? You pay attention. What the? You throw so much. Where's the... Yeah, I suspect that any third strike character will be a DLC character. It is a bit sad, but it's true. You know? Sad reality of the situation. That jab is pretty good. The victory poses are pretty cool in this game. Time I've gotta beat you more than a few times before I figure out what makes you so strong. I wish there were more poses to choose for, actually.
I've been testing myself against the best of the best.
I'm gonna be honest, he looks so different in artwork than in the game. It's jarring a bit.
What it really means to fight on your own terms.
You know?
I'm walking the walk, at least. But sometimes, I feel like I'm still the same old snot-nosed punk. Let me tell ya, those days are the worst. You know, when you bump into someone, it's polite to say something.
Yeah? So? I'm waiting. Go ahead, man. I mean, I don't care either way. I'm not the kind of guy to raise a stink over nothing.
Seriously, bro? You must have gonads the size of grapefruits acting like I gotta apologize.
Huh. Maybe you gotta calm down and get out of my face before you really piss me off, bro. Or I can give you a lesson in manners instead.
Jesus.
What the hell you just say?
Toxic masculinity. What the? I see. My controller just malfunctioned. True. Toxic masculinity.
All right, you ready?
Hope you're not a sore loser.
Round one.
Don't cry with us. Too late for apologies, man.
Oh my god. How intense. Are they gonna become best friends or more? You know that these sort of misunderstandings are how love stories start, right? At least in Japanese storytelling. You know? The misunderstanding, they're gonna be mad at each other and then they will find love. You know? Does that make sense? I think it makes perfect sense. I'm gonna be, I hate you so much, I hate you too, and then it's gonna be like, well, you know what? I actually love you. You know? It's, oh my god. It's a story as old as time.
Of course I'd win.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, it's so, ah. I fell in her boobs and she put me through the bleachers and found out we were sitting together in homeroom. Could you believe it? And so on. Well, I'm more talking about like... I'm more talking about... I don't know if you've seen this TV series. It's called Legal High. Oh, I met this guy. He really pissed me off. What an annoying jerk. Oh, I work together with him. And he's such a jerk. And they hate each other. And that's a win for me. Got anything to say, pretty boy?
Fight your battles on your own terms. Anyone out there calling themselves a fighter is walking that same path, giving it everything they've got. There's no doubt about that. And I intend to be taking this every bit as seriously as the next guy. That said, when I think of the kid I once was, getting into brawls in back alleys, I'm not sure that I've changed all that much.
Wait, they knew each other from when they were kids? Okay.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks for providing the playing means.
Congratulations.
I think this is from Street Fighter 2. Okay, so we've done this. We're gonna choose 12 stages and we're gonna...
There once was a man who could drive people into a state of frenzy with the power of his songs. Irresistible rhythms, catchy lyrics.
I'm always gonna be a dumbass.
Songs hypnotize the globe. One fateful day, he discovered the martial rhythm that dwells in the very spirit of street fighting. From that, a new kind of music was born. A fusion of battle and beats. This man, DJ, set out again today to sing, fight, and seek out brilliant new music to fuel his burning soul.
Yo! I wonder what rhythm we got waiting for us today. Pump the brakes and hang tight, cause DJs...
The cutscenes have so many different art styles.
Mexico.
Showtime, baby!
Watch it.
Round one. Fight.
Here we go.
Okay, I need... Oh. That's brutal. Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Oh my God. This is the worst throw in the entire game.
You're something else.
What the? What are you doing? Oh man, I don't think that's a Jamaican doing his voice. Not quite Kazumi tone, the stairs but robot, some kind of idea. I don't think so either. But then again, I don't think a Chinese person is doing Chun-Li. I don't think a Japanese person is definitely not doing Ryu's voice in the English dubbing. And so on and so forth.
DJ wins.
You can hear the voice of the wind. That's what I call lyrical and spiritual. I wonder if you can change the voices, by the way. But now, we're gonna be continuing to play, but we're gonna jump into the panel as we do it. Okay, we're gonna be jumping into the panel. Think you've waited long enough. I think you've waited long enough for the main event, which is the panel. Hold on. Hold on to your butts, as President Sunday says. And I have to say the same thing as he does because, you know, Orbiter. Oh, there we go. Todo from SNK. Is it on? Here we go. Dylan Burns. You're gonna have to tell me if the thing is loud enough or not loud enough. Debate panel, nuclear immediately goes off the rails. What a long panel! Oh my god! Oh my gosh. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm not really all that interested in the religion panel, to be honest. I'm not that interested in debating religion. Hold on to your butts. It's from Jurassic Park, isn't it? It's when Samuel L. Jackson's character attempts the security system reset, I think. Oh. It's been too many years since I've seen Jurassic Park. Do you mean the original first one?
Have a pattern of behavior of Western intervention since the 1990s, promising not to do NATO expansion, bringing in Jeffrey
This is a whataboutism. That's all this is.
No, this isn't a whataboutism.
It is.
No,
It literally is. It's a definition of a
This is not a
whataboutism.
whataboutism.
Something else more important was going on.
Who are these people? I swear. Who are these Russia apologists? I know. That's why it's been over 20 years since I've seen it, because it's a real classic. Oh my god. Yeah, I should rewatch it. It's been so long. Okay, let's.
If Boris Johnson and the West hadn't taken negotiations in May, maybe your father would be alive.
Whoa, dude.
You think? That is so. You're being real.
Okay, that's scummy. That is scummy.
The state of
that is so scummy.
Whether or not NATO and the U.S. should continue to fund Ukraine, who's winning, and what that means.
Why would you say that?
It's a pretty.
Why would you say that to somebody?
Topic, but I have no doubt we're going to get into the weeds as we.
Oh my
I
God!
want to thank everyone for being here. We are going to start today with
zero respect for these people.
Brianna,
Zero.
Give us your thoughts while I try to work out this this issue. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Well, thanks for having me on, Wick. And this is such an important topic. You know, when historians write the story of the Biden presidency, we're not going to be talking about trans athletes or masks or anything like that. The main thing we're going to be talking about is Ukraine. That is going to be the most significant event of the Biden administration. I can genuinely be a compromise kind of gal. I can try to work with people on a lot of different issues. I really fundamentally have.
This is not a time to compromise, okay? If you compromise, if you give Russia a finger, then Russia will take just 5 people or something. I don't know. I don't know what sort of a comparison to give here. The only compromise that Russia is willing to accept is giving up territory. Oh yeah, and of course, not joining NATO, not joining the European Union. Russia is so ridiculous. I've already told you that Russia has been saying that if it wasn't for it, Poland would not exist as a state. And that Poland must pay $700 billion or something.
Question your intelligence if you are not strongly for supporting Ukraine.
I will.
I'm not going to ask you to go really far back in history, but I am going to ask you to think about World War II, where you had a madman that was going across Europe trying to expand his power.
Appease him. You know what? I am going to question your intelligence if you're pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine. I'm absolutely going to, question your intelligence. I think Brianna was going to be on the pro-Ukraine side on this. You can already tell that she's gonna be on the what? What? What the hell?
Did not work, and we ended up going into a war that cost a phenomenal amount of lives. There's very much the same situation here. Putin is a truly horrible dictator that genuinely threatens worldwide geostability. The stakes here are literally democracy versus fascism. There is no argument I've ever seen that makes any sense.
I would agree with this.
Supporting Ukraine, even a fiscal argument, is so much cheaper for us to support them. It is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what we spent on the Iraq War. It is the right mission, and it is international security interests. So I look forward to hearing what people's arguments are against this today, but candidly, it's hard to imagine what a credible argument could even be.
Okay, thank you for being here, and I guess we'll see as we go. Speaking of credible arguments, non-smoker, please.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Twitch.tv/nonsmoker.
Who?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've had a pretty consistent view on this entire topic from the get-go.
Okay, doesn't matter.
It's always been that supporting this war is doing little more than proliferating the conflict, which is resulting in more people dying.
What an idiot.
I happen to
swear.
think that had the U.S. not contributed what is now amounted to over $40 billion in military aid to Ukraine, that the war would have ended much, much, much sooner.
Yeah, with Ukraine losing.
Appeasement narrative, or this reductionist view that everything is World War II and everything is Hitler.
Oh my god. Yeah, you are buying into the appeasement narrative, because if Ukraine did not have the funds, it would have lost. You're such a... So from what I can gather here, your stance has been consistently stupid from the get-go. That is what I'm gleaning from this. Your stance has been consistently bad from the very beginning. I can't listen to this.
See Germany as a rationale for why we have to pour billions of dollars into military aid to a highly unstable country fighting a global superpower. That I've also found a lot of the narratives are very dishonest about why we're over there defending democracy and so forth, when it's clear to me that this is just the extension of American hegemony.
Of course, always the same argument.
Strong argument that a big part of the reason the war began is because of the encroachments of NATO.
No, false.
Broadly speaking, the West into Ukraine as a political influence, and something
Plus,
created a lot of tension.
not only is this false, it doesn't matter. It's none of Russia's business what influence Ukraine is under. Just let Russia continue swallowing up Ukraine, then move on to the next part of Eastern Europe. Sure, yeah, let's... Poland's next. After all, Russia has already said that it wouldn't be a state like without Russia, right?
With Russia that didn't fully exist to the extent that it exists now. So, I happen to think a lot of the narratives are really dishonest, and, maybe the strongest argument I can make of all is that
you're the most dishonest person of all.
That if you have any dissenting view on this, I think Brianna just made it clear with her opener. If you have any dissenting view on this whatsoever, you're just irrational and a total Vatnik and a total, Putin dick sucker. And I've never...
I mean, you are. You literally are. You literally are a Putin dick sucker.
That kind of like single-minded thinking on any issue. So,
to be clear, that is what I think based on your statement, but we can go on.
Yeah, of course it is.
Well, we'll get into
True.
it. Thank you for being here.
You are a dick sucker.
Distracted. We're
of course.
In real-time tech support with Anna here to get her in on this call, but we'll get it done. Dylan.
Don't even.
Go ahead.
Oh, could you? Sorry, I kind of lost base. What were the questions again? There were like 3 or 4 questions.
Sure. Who is winning the war? Should
Ukraine.
We continue to support the war?
Yes.
What are the results or for the region? What are the possible effects in the region for Russian victory or for Ukrainian victory? What does that even look like? Just a general thing, broad strokes, if you will.
Oh my God.
Okay, so I'll start off with the area that I think I'm going to be the most reconciliatory. Sorry, I'm very bad with the English. Reconciliatory. Anyway. When it comes to who's winning, I never like that question. And the reason I don't like that question is it completely depends upon how you define victory and how victory during this war has changed. Originally, the Russian war goal seemed to quite simply be walking on every major city, capturing it, maybe overthrowing the Zelensky regime, installing something different. If that is the basis of Russian victory, obviously they haven't achieved it, and the Ukrainians have succeeded in stopping that.
Don't call it a regime, it's an administration. Russian victory threatens more. Ukrainian victory stabilizes a lot to the region. True.
Victory is taking the territory that they've declared that is theirs and that they've annexed. Zaporozhye, Kherson, Donetsk, Luhansk.
Ridiculous. Zaporozhye, come on.
The entirety of any of these oblasts, and in fact have lost over 50% of the territory that they've taken since day one. Now,
nice.
The Ukrainian victory, the Ukrainians have been successful in stopping the Russians from achieving their goals.
Great.
But they have also been unable to, up till this point, to achieve their goal in liberating all of their territory. Crimea, the rest of Kherson.
That is
but
not
they
good.
have cleared over 50% of the territory that has been captured since the February 22nd invasion. So to say who's winning depends whose metrics you're using, like how those metrics
That
have
is fair.
changed as the war has gone on for the Russians. And so I don't like that question. I will say that right now it feels like the Ukrainians have the momentum. Everybody is
True.
extremely anxious right now as we're waiting for the counteroffensive to begun. They have liberated over 50% of the territory that has been captured by the Russians since February 22nd. And there seems to be shipments coming in for Ukraine well into next year, stuff that's already been promised. And so there's a certain amount of momentum that the Ukrainians have that the Russians have not been able to build up during their winter offensive. So rather than saying like, oh, this side's winning or this side's going to win, because victory is far from certain for either side. The Russians don't have any path towards their original victory, but maybe they can try to scrape away the territory that they have held on to so far. For the Ukrainians, they still have to do a lot of work if they would achieve their larger goals of liberating territory like Crimea. So I would say, instead of saying this side's winning or that side's winning, I would say the Ukrainians have the momentum. That's the answer for the first question. I don't want to talk too much. I'll just be simple. I want the Ukrainians to win. I think if the Ukrainians win, then it's going to mean longer term stability in Europe. I think if the Ukrainians win, it means it's going to be a higher standard of living for Ukrainians. It's going to be them being able to choose their own future, them being able to have their own autonomy and how they choose what economic system.
Not just for Ukrainians, by the way. It means better business relationship with the neighbors. So it just actually means a higher standard of living of people in Ukraine and beyond, in my opinion at least. There are already people that have declared they want to live 50-50 in Poland and Ukraine because they have business dealings going on. I would really flourish if Ukraine, would be victorious. So
Geopolitical system, what alliance system they want to join. It's going to mean ending of a multi-generational struggle for Ukrainian independence that I believe they deserve, just like the Algerians deserved it, just like the Vietnamese deserved it, just like every anti-colonial struggle deserved their own nation state. I think it's good for the United States. I think the transatlantic alliance has been one of the most profitable endeavors for the United States. While it is a heavy investment, for example, to do the infrastructure investments into Germany and to other countries after World War II, in the long run, it more benefited the United States to have these long-term economic and geopolitical relationships.
Right.
And I think it also benefited the countries in question. That's why many of these countries ran to NATO. I'm not gonna ramble any more than that. I don't want to take up too much time.
Well, thank you for being here, and I guess we'll get into it as we go. Fabian, Liberty, Scott, go ahead. Oh, you're muted.
who is this?
You are muted.
Who is this person?
Give me a second. Give me a second to respond. All right, sorry about that. So I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me on Rumble.
Who?
YouTube.
Oh, Rumble. Okay, Rumble.
So there wasn't really a proposition for this because it's a debate, but I'm not sure what we're debating because there isn't a proposition. So I kind of just went off what I put in the Discord and wrote this statement. So moving forward, Ukraine is a nation abused for decades by corrupt leaders invaded by the evil, dying Russian Empire. Since the start of the war, U.S. intelligence reports that there have been roughly 350,000 casualties, tens of thousands of innocent Ukrainian soldiers, as well as Russian soldiers, many of whom are conscripted, also known as enslaved people, have been murdered. Instead of seeking peace and an end to the bloodshed, Western powers are following the same playbook that has helped cause this very conflict. They're beating the war drums for the...
Oh yeah, because once again, Ukraine is not a country of its own, with any sort of agency or anything like that. No, it's just a pawn of the West, of course. Of course, it doesn't matter what Ukraine wants, what Ukraine does. It's all just a game of the West. Like, I hate this narrative so much. This narrative disgusts me on a deep level.
Interests of the hegemonic power of corporations.
Of course. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Voices calling for peace are silenced and dismissed by neocons masquerading as liberals, like the war propagandists opposing me tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So pervasive.
Oh, yeah, Anastasia is like a war propagandist that just benefits from the war. Oh, for sure. You're such an idiot that I cannot believe what you're saying. Yeah, Anastasia, the typical war profiteer. Fuck me, man.
Days of, quote, strategic empathy that helped the West battle the old Soviet Union. We cannot discuss the facts of Western encroachment and lies of NATO expansion, of human rights violations and coups in Ukraine's against their own people, or anything that might...
Oh yeah, the Ukrainian...
That the West is, quote, fighting for
the
democracy.
Ukrainian coup.
Labeled Russian apologists or fascists as if we're the ones supporting Nazis.
Yeah, you are.
This is not training F-16 pilots or supplying shadow missiles for fucking peace. Just like we don't arm moderate rebel groups for democracy.
It's called a country defending itself, you idiot. I know you would like, you know, just for Russia to roll over Ukraine. I know that's what you want because Ukraine is not really a country to you. It's a pawn. And you don't really care what happens to pawns. That's the reality of the situation. Fucking idiot. Fuck me, man. I just...
while ignoring genocides that do not benefit the banks. Those who support continued funding and involvement, hoping for a Ukrainian counteroffensive to succeed, should be made to answer how many fentanyl overdoses, how many starving third world children, how much inflation, and how many dead Ukrainians
oh yeah.
are willing to sacrifice for an imaginary...
Oh yeah, because all of that is Ukraine's fault. The third world children dying. And once again, how many... Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm getting angry. How many Ukrainian lives are we willing to sacrifice? Oh yeah, because Ukrainians are just pawns. Just pawns on a chessboard. I hope either Anastasia or Dylan points this out. That Ukrainian people are not pawns to be... Oh my god. Oh my god.
Future outcome. Whose throat will you slit in your family to fight for democracy?
Such an idiot. Like,
I'm sure we will get into it, right? As we go.
Screw you.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, let me turn you up just a smidge.
Oh yeah, Anastasia, the war profiteer.
I wasted your time to get in here.
No, not a waste. Not
I
a waste. I
apologize.
understand.
Yeah.
It's fine. So yeah, we're just doing a brief, concise introductions and opening thoughts.
This is horrible. I'm really sorry Anastasia had to go through
My name is
this.
Anastasia. I'm from Kharkiv, Ukraine, and I'm a volunteer. I help my people defend themselves by, going to the front lines and delivering aid to them, and also sort of advocating for Ukraine at this point, as a spokesperson, I guess you could say. I don't have any YouTube, Twitch thingies. I only have Twitter, and it is Ukrainian Anna. So yeah, you can find me there and support my efforts to help my people and defend myself and others and my family and my country. If you can, I would appreciate it.
You know what?
Let's go on. Yeah.
Let's actually... There you go. Found it. We found it. Here. And as well as here. You know, we're just gonna share the... We're gonna share the thing. You know, we're gonna share what's important in here. Like they don't see Ukrainians as people. They see them as pawns. Plain and simple. These morons always support giving no money to help anybody, and then suddenly when money is being spent to help Ukrainian other people matter. Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah, visit Anna's Twitter if you're not following already.
No, thank you.
Oh,
Gang,
I
if
also am. Sorry, I forgot. I am that elusive Russian-speaking Ukrainian, by the way, from the east. That people use to justify and do apologia for Russia. So yeah, it might be fun to talk with someone who's actually from here and who's fighting the fight.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
That's
thank
it.
you for being here. I really appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
today. And we'll
Yay!
see-
Thank you for helping me.
No
I was
problem.
dumb.
Gang, if my mods in chat can put a link to her Twitter, and I'm sure it has all the socials and places you need to go. If you could put that in the YouTube and the Twitch chat for me, that'd be great. And last but certainly not least, Omnislap.
All right.
Well, what's this person gonna say?
One on Twitch, and that's my handle on Twitter, so you can follow me there if you want.
Who?
So yeah, I'll try to keep it kind of brief though. So who's
Okay.
winning? Honestly, that's the part of this debate that I kind of studied the least, so I'm probably gonna speak the least on that one.
I
but
see.
to
Do you
my
study anything?
It kind of just seems like a stalemate, like particularly in the eastern half of Ukraine. But honestly, I don't really care too much about this question in the first place because I don't really care to like follow wars like they're a fucking horse race or some shit. I think it's kind of cringe, honestly. Just like I gotta follow every development.
Oh, fuck me, man. I don't swear much, but fuck me, man. Imagine, and yeah, I don't give a shit if people don't like this comparison, okay? Imagine if anyone would be saying that during World War II. Oh, I don't really care if the Nazis win or if the Allies win. I don't really want to follow this war like a horse race. I don't really care about the question of who's winning, the Allies or the Nazis. Like, what? Well, get out of here if you don't care. Like, you fuck this guy. Like,
Going on the war or some shit. Like it's just kind of cringe to me. I don't really care about like
yeah, exactly.
going on too much. I care more so about like the overall like the the
Okay,
overall causes and
the
wait,
part
what?
you care about. Let's do that. How's that?
Okay, all right. I mean,
yeah, let's cut this ramble short.
but it seems like where was I? Yeah, so what does it mean for the region? Unfortunately, I think it basically just means that Ukraine, specifically the eastern portion of Ukraine, will just kind of be like a contested battleground for a long time.
All three of them are like that. This is horrible. Like, I feel so bad for Anna here. I'm not joking. Like, sure, Dylan is, like, at the end of the day, reporter from the US, right? But I just really feel for Anna to have to listen to this inane horse shit. I really, like, the amount of restraint that she's showing towards those buffoons is pretty admiring. It's pretty admirable, the amount of restraint she's showing to those buffoons, at least so far. Like, come on. And I already know from the intro that one of them will say something stupid like, oh, if there were negotiations, your fucking father would have been alive still. Like, from what I know, all the three pro-Russian shills are absolute pieces of shit. Absolute pieces of garbage. Wastes of space. It reminds me of that idiot playing with fire who told Dylan, Dylan, why don't you be a soldier? Dylan. All of the Russian shows are absolute brain-dead morons. I don't know. This might be my hottest take of the day. Oh, it's like sports teams. Yeah, I do in fact want the fascist, imperialist, genocidal state to lose. Yeah, oof. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Stalemate keeps up at least. You know, it's just kind of a proxy war between the Western side funding them and the Eastern
In fact,
attacking them. And it's probably just going to go on like that for a really long time until some kind of peace.
in fact, if we're gonna go the nationalist route, which is ridiculous to go down, let me check something. Let me check something. Oh, interesting. How many Polish people died in Ukraine since 2014? There are no numbers here. Wait. There are like, it says here that there are like 147.9 thousand Polish people living in Ukraine. It's a proxy war to his his dumbass, but to the Ukrainian people, it's a war of survival. It's a war so they can be free from an evil dictator. Yeah, of course. Where's the panel? This is so ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. If I were on this particular panel, yeah, it might have gone a bit aggro on my end if I were on this panel. Okay, I might have gone a little bit, even though I am known for being calm and soothing. There's a big chance that I would have went aggro on these three morons.
Word out. I think that's just where we're headed, kind of. Should U.S. and NATO continue to fund Ukraine?
Yes, absolutely.
Honestly,
more than now.
I don't think we should have funded them in the first place.
You're such an idiot. Oh yeah, because you wanted Ukraine to lose.
More complicated because the war is already on, and you know we did like make assurances to protect them and all that. So I don't know. I guess my solution would be, I guess, to like kind of say, okay, Russia, like try to make some kind of peace with Russia. Be like, okay, we'll stop giving weapons and money to Ukraine and fund.
So blackmail. The typical refuge of every pro-Russia idiot. Blackmail. Either concess, give territory to Russia, or we will stop supporting you. Fuck you. Like, seriously. This is like a typical thing that a quote-unquote... I don't even know what their politics are. I don't even know that. Karasu told me that they are not really all that left-leaning to begin with.
The war, if you agree to maybe sit and at a table and hammer out some kind of a peace or something, we could discuss that, and maybe we'll stop giving all this money to Ukraine.
Oh yeah, because Ukraine is the only stubborn party that just doesn't want peace, right? If it only wasn't for the stubborn Ukraine, peace would have been here. Oh, for sure. Why do brain-dead idiots... Why are brain-dead idiots allowed, you know, a microphone to spread their horse shit around? Like, this is incredible. This is unbelievable. You cannot be serious. Like this whole framing of Ukraine being the stubborn party that just doesn't want peace. You know, because like I'm telling you, those people usually want two things to happen. One of two things happen. Either for Ukraine to just fold and lose, or because this is what this person basically said. We shouldn't have funded Ukraine to begin with, so Ukraine should have just been left to lose. But now that it's more complicated, we should just blackmail Ukraine to give up territory. This is what this person is saying. And it is absolute horse shit.
That you're
And this is just the beginning, and it's already so bad.
we could work something out. Okay, now the U.S. government is not going to fucking do that. All right, let's face it, they're not.
Yeah, because they're not idiots like you.
It's all about war. Okay, we love us a good fucking war. We're not going to fucking stop. So that's not going to happen, honestly. But I'm just saying, if
it's not a U.S. war,
probably do. But yeah, so
I swear.
Oh, with that, let's open it up to the
All right,
discussion. There's been a
I
lot of-
want to leave on a very salient point.
U.S. exceptionalism to the point of brain rot.
Can I just get can I get a clarifying question? What is the first question? Is it just like a generally open panel, or is there like questions?
Yeah, this is generally open panel.
Gotcha.
This is generally open panel. Go with whatever your heart
So
desire,
bad.
whatever made you the maddest about what the hell this.
Everything.
Whatever the contention.
Gotcha. Well, first off, I just want to say,
Wait,
Scott,
hold on,
I will
I say something
personally.
first.
Well, no, this is really important, Scott. First off, I will snort all of the fentanyl necessary for Ukraine to win. Okay, you can continue.
Excellent. I want to come back to a point. You should
do it.
Kill
yourself.
I'm going to finish talking. Can we start this today where I don't get interrupted 10 times?
Go on.
Appreciate that.
Wait,
I
hold
want
on.
to come back to a point that's not fucking funny. I want to come back to a point that you were making about like why people would consider people that are opposed to supporting Ukraine, why we would, I think in your very vivid analogy,
Cocksucker, yeah.
Putin dick suckers were
Yeah,
really the way you
exactly.
phrased that. I think the reason it comes off that way is so many of your arguments are completely ahistoric.
True.
Belie a fundamental understanding about the history of the region.
True. Thank you.
Something we keep hearing over. No.
Do you have any
no,
examples
no.
of my
I'm going to
argument?
finish talking. and
Okay,
we're gonna-
okay, everyone. I guess I'm gonna have to put my moderator hat on tonight. We'll finish, then you can respond. I promise you. We will all get
Can I go
time. I
after
see you
them?
too, Omni. I see you too, Omni. But we got to go in at least some semblance of order, so you're not all just screaming at each other.
Yes,
We'll-
sorry, I just wanted her to back up the claim with my actual argument.
can- you
Yeah,
can
you
ask
can
that when
let
she's
me
done.
finish
Woo,
talking
please.
like an adult.
She's yelling at me anyway.
These people are so stupid.
I think.
Yeah, fair enough.
Go on. What's the deal? Go on.
I'm going to start up. So one of the reasons I think that y'all come off as frankly dick suckers for Putin is
Yeah, they are.
you seem to have a lot of historical knowledge about
True. Oh my god, thank you so much for saying this.
Those are lyrics, right? Working on a new song?
You know it. So who I am, huh? Want an autograph?
Nice as that would be, there's something else I'd like more. Word on the street is that music's not your only talent.
You're a fighter too, are ya? If you think you got what it takes to keep my creative juices flowing, I'm more than down for a bit of scrapping.
Glad to hear it. I'll show you what my ninjutsu can do.
about the region and the way that Putin operates. Something that I hear over and over and over and over again is you guys blaming Putin's foreign policy decisions on America. And I think this particularly really belies a fundamental misunderstanding
Thank you.
and how he operates. With the American identity, we go on about our lives. We don't need Russia. We don't need to think about Russia for our daily lives. There's just something, they're out there. What I think you might not understand is America is very, very central for Russian lives and Putin's domestic agenda there. We are the enemy that he brings up over and over and over and over again. Every single America could go out tomorrow and put on I Love Russia t-shirts, and Putin would still keep up this policy because he's so much weaker than I think people realize. And the way this comes across is he is putting these policies forward, blaming us for XYZ. We are a convenient scapegoat. Now, the reality of this situation is I don't like war. I was adamantly opposed to the Iraq War and Afghanistan. I was adamantly opposed to Obama expanding Afghanistan when he got in charge. This is a war that both the left and the right are looking at objectives. Serious foreign policy people are understanding this makes sense to support.
Yeah.
Because the expansionism threat is real.
Ouch.
NATO represents over 1 billion people on the planet. And Putin has pushed and pushed and pushed this situation. He invaded Ukraine thinking that would continue the Obama policies of us doing nothing in response. And I think that we can either show strength here or we can continue to show weakness here. And I think that it's been a real foreign policy disaster believing that we can appease Putin.
Okay. And with
Can
that,
I
you
ask
may
a clarifying question?
You may.
Okay, so your argument is the evidence that Russia is not making decisions based off of U.S. Foreign policy or U.S. decisions is that the United States doesn't need to worry when living within the hegemonic powerful structure that they are in the United States, but that Russians believe it's an existential threat. What evidence is that? That's the in fact, your evidence that the only piece of evidence that you cite actually tends towards the claim that Russia is doing things because of U.S. foreign policy experience, and that Americans don't feel threatened by Russian power, and that we could all wear whatever fucking t-shirt we want tomorrow, and it wouldn't make a fucking difference because we might just see a 50-cent increase on cheeseburger prices.
That's not what I argue
give an
at
evidence.
all. If you have to mischaracterize my arguments because either you don't have one of your own or you don't understand it, so I will help you out. I will repeat what I said.
Which you said
for
were all bullshit without hearing.
I'm going to repeat what I said for you. If you want to discuss what I said, we can talk about that. My point here is that I think Americans don't realize that Putin uses the United States as basically a villain, the same way that Republicans are using trans people right now, for instance. It's a convenient enemy to point to and to blame for XYZ. So
I would agree with that.
All the domestic power issues. It's a vector to his personal power. So I do think that you're correct that there's a sentiment in Russia that this has been whipped up and made them very afraid of us. But I think that you cannot blame the expansion into Ukraine on the United States. Putin was going to do
Ridiculous.
that because it solves his
No, you
domestic
can. You
problems.
definitely can.
No, you cannot. You can if you're an idiot.
Can I ask you a
Purely
question?
the U.S.'s fault. Like, it's a univariate analysis, and you just restated your piss poor logic.
Anna, I want to give you some space here. I know you're new to the panel scene, so I want to give you a little space here to have a say. Go ahead.
So, you guys, I know, Americans, right? All of you, right? So you talk about America all the time. Makes sense, you know? But the actual...
I should have been on this panel, I swear. I would have been one other non-American that is from a country that is actually very close to Ukraine right now. I think it would make sense for me to be there. But, you know, not really anything that can be done about that anymore.
Reason of that invasion and slaughter of Ukrainian people is imperialist expansion. It's pretty simple. You guys, I think you're leftists, right? So you supposedly should know about that thing. Maybe colonialism, maybe heard of it, maybe not. I'm not sure. But the thing is, Putin's dream, long life dream, is Soviet Union 2.0 or another version of Russian Empire. Whatever.
I would say that it's closer to another version of Russian Empire. It's always been, even USSR's ambition was Russian Empire 2.0.
Russian Empire, Soviet Union, modern day Russia, same shit. Nothing changed.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Was the easiest target. He thought so, at least. And next be Georgia and Moldova, which he already annexed and invaded previously, before 2014.
Then you have Poland.
And of course, people are worried about countries that are part of NATO as well, that were
Yep.
occupied by Soviets previously, such as Baltic countries, for Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, whatever the fuck, right?
And Poland.
Obviously as
Yeah.
well. But I personally, it's just
There you
my
go.
opinion, but I personally think that he.
She's absolutely correct. Yeah, she's absolutely correct. Yeah. I'd probably ramble a bit more about history when saying this, but Anna is basically saying what needs to be said here. We both know Stalin wasn't happy only going as far as Berlin. True. Stalin's big ambition was to restore the Russian Empire to its borders. But yeah, Anna's doing great.
Never, because NATO and but on the other hand, countries like Moldova and Georgia are not part of NATO and already have a precedent of being invaded and annexed and thousands of people being killed. Russian imperialism is just as any other imperialism. Only difference is that they actually do in fact invade and annex territory. So yeah, also genocide people, obviously, but that's another story. That's something that.
Damn. Is that the whole story? Oh my gosh. We're gonna choose a new character. And then we're gonna... Okay, what character have we not played yet? This one.
There's this chump I always wanted to kill. And wouldn't you know it, the guy apparently went and kicked the bucket. Let me tell you. He took one of my eyes. I'll bash his skull in. His organization can fight it too. I'll wipe it off the face of the earth. I'll kill you so hard, nobody'll recognize the corpse. Rotten hell, Bison! For the longest time, it was all I could think about. To make that a reality, I used every dirty trick in the book. Why am I so frickin' pissed off? I mean, for real. God damn it!
Damn. It's just like I am pissed watching this panel. I'm also pissed watching this panel.
Colonizers tend to do.
Yeah,
And
so none of that is true. None of what you just said is true. It's
Okay,
complete
one at a
bullshit,
time.
by
We'll
the way.
go. We'll go
Oh,
Avi,
you see?
then we'll go Smoker, then we'll go Fabian.
Never invaded Moldova, never invaded Georgia, never invaded.
None of this is true. Spoken like a true idiot troglodyte. I'm sorry, what did he just say? None of it is true?
No, I'm not talking about that. All right, I'm talking about Ukraine specifically.
What
right
is
now, okay?
bullshit then? Ukraine is bullshit.
So, to say that like this war is just because of like Russian expansionism, no, that's just fucking.
It's absolutely true.
All right,
There
and
were several
like,
other reasons, obviously, but this is the main one.
Yeah, it is the main one.
What do you think those are? Could you tell me then? What are those
Well,
other reasons?
pretty simple, dude. Basically, this is something that Putin did for quite some time. For Russian fascism ideology, being at the top of
Yep.
the food chain, so to speak, is one
Yep.
of the most important things for them. The so-called
Correct.
Slavicism, they need to have Ukraine and
Correct.
Belarus for that, to pretty much maintain Slavic majority. And one of the things they want is to keep us in their sphere. And
Correct.
pretty much 2014, it has not been working very well for them because of the Maidan revolution and a general idea of young Ukrainian people, and not young, many Ukrainian people, to go towards the, so to speak, European Union and Western sphere, which have been, as a result of that, we have been punished pretty much by, as they tend to do.
Correct. Correct, correct, and correct. But what you know, that tends to happen when a person that actually is, you know, familiar with the situation starts speaking, okay? Like those three guys are just speaking out of their asses. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that they claim that Anna is that everything that Anna says is incorrect. Putin is evil and possibly the incarnation of either Vlad player or Vlad the Terrible. Like, I would say that Putin is just a symptom of the wider problem that Anastasia is very correctly pointing to. This is a situation that's been going on for hundreds of years, and it's not an exaggeration to say so. Unfortunately. Anastasia is, of course, 100% correct in her explanation here, and I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 or 3 of these guys are gonna say that it's all false and incorrect, which is... Well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, right? Not... In reality, there's not much that one can do about attitude like this.
Every time, historically, each time Ukraine tries to establish themselves as an independent, truly sovereign country, we get pretty much this type of treatment, whether it was...
I said wider problem, not whiter. Wider, like wide. Oh my god, wider. Wide. Not white. Wide.
After Russian Empire dissolvement, whether it was any other situation, but this particular one is just 21st century one, and yeah, they obviously don't want us to be anywhere near Western sphere. We did not intend to be part of NATO at the time, but just being European Union was quite enough for them. Even
True.
the fact that we will not be taken there in like
2008.
10 years or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
even though NATO literally made
NATO
promises to add
NATO
Ukraine
talked
eventually,
in
but never
08.
mind that.
Like,
yeah, but didn't, and also majority of Ukraine at the
Not
time
yet.
was not pro NATO. They are now. War happens.
I wanted to kind of pivot off to something earlier that Fabian talked about, but I just want to say that for me, while I do think that the existence of NATO did possibly contribute, I don't know how much, we weren't in the room, to the invasion of Ukraine, because it was a competing power structure in Ukraine, and Russia doesn't...
I'm just gonna say Anastasia is completely correct here. Like, to say that anything she said here was incorrect would be ridiculous. Would show a blatant ignorance, a blatant lack of knowledge about this region of the world. Which I'm not surprised that these people sort of show this person, and this person here. This person is great, this person is great, this person seems to be doing great as well. Although I think there could have been a place for me on this particular panel. I think this is one panel when I think I could have added stuff, I could have added stuff that would have explained some of the context more.
Other competing power structure in Ukraine, because it wants to dominate Ukraine. And if Ukraine's in NATO, then it cannot be dominated, just like it
right.
with Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. But I wanted to talk to Fabian about something. Earlier, he was talking about the mythical victory, and how this horrible war and all the people who are dying to attain this mythical victory, and all the blood in your hands and the fentanyl and all this stuff. For me, right, if I was telling a population, like let's say I was in South Vietnam and I was telling the Vietnamese, go fight the Viet Cong, I'm ordering you to go do it for our interests, domino effect, etc. I can understand saying this person is obviously a ghoul who does not care about the interests of the locals, who does not care about the interests of the Vietnamese,
Right.
clearly care about the United
You're right.
States interests, and they'll do anything necessary to benefit that. But whether or not America is, to some degree, or even in large part, self-interested in how it supports Ukraine, whether the Ukrainian people themselves want to continue that struggle is going to be the main indicator in whether or not I am going to listen to somebody saying, what about all the people dying, and say, oh, you're right. Because I'm not going to tell Ukrainians, you've suffered too much. I'm the one who can determine how much you've suffered and what's the appropriate amount you can suffer for your own liberation. The Algerians suffered tremendously for the liberation. The Vietnamese did. People all around the world did.
Yeah.
So when we, throw the fentanyl and everything else at me, fentanyl is a different topic, obviously, but when we throw this number at me of all the dead Ukrainians, would we not say that then it would be it would be a little dishonest putting that on me when it's the Ukrainians' decision to continue the fight?
Right. So I don't want to step into an internal critique because my both of the other proponents in this discussion are not ANCAP libertarians, right? So dealing within a framework of consequences, right? Just in that, what you are saying is that there is this presumed victory, whatever it is that you don't want to define, as you said, right? Because like what
I can define what Ukrainian victory means if you want.
Well, I mean,
why don't we ask Anna?
Means is Zelensky. I mean, I know I know what Ukrainian victory means to Zelensky. It means 150-kilometer demilitarized zone, and Russia must move out of fucking Crimea.
Yeah, that's right.
After tribunals occur, like it's fucking retarded, right? Like until as we keep giving them money and they see victory in sight, or at least in some other place they can imagine a path to victory.
Well, considering the things that you've been saying, I'm not sure you're the one to be throwing around the arsenal so confidently. I'm not so sure, dude.
The bloodshed will continue because Zelensky is not serious about peace in any way. But the problem here, when I bring up this mythical victory, is that
mythical victory.
Part of your argument hinges that
what a douchebag.
Once this area is stabilized, it will mean stabilization. You're attempting to tell the future about what Russia will look like, what relations with China and Russia will look like, what Eastern Europe will look like, how all of these different things will behave in the future, and you're justifying current movements towards increased death and suffering, and not just in.
Oh yeah, because if Russia would win, death and suffering would for sure end. This is so idiotic that it beggars belief.
Ukraine, but also throughout the entire world as resources. Like, it's an incredibly resource rich area, right? There's a large portion of food that is being stopped, right? And this is one of many factors that is going to lead towards food cost increasing. That's going to the aid towards this war is going to mean less children in third world countries are going to be able to get foreign aid.
Oh yeah, that's Ukraine's fault for sure.
Throughout the entire world, as well as the people that are being butchered in Ukraine for a supposed victory that will supposedly be more stable.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this topic is pretty close to home. Like, I've already said that, for example, my mom is being treated by Ukrainian doctors and taken care of by Ukrainian nurses. Like, basically at this point, I just Ukraine and Ukrainians are something that you just you're surrounded with every day. It's a really close issue. I hear Ukrainian every day. Basically, so yeah, it's a close issue, I would say. Yeah, Russia shouldn't have, it's ridiculous to blame Ukraine for all of these things. That Ukraine is not serious about peace because it cannot accept giving away land and basically sentencing its people to death and torture. Ridiculous. I met Ukrainian people that unironically told me that that would not be a good scenario, but they did tell me unironically that if that if there was a danger of Russia winning, that they would rather that parts of Ukraine become parts of Poland rather than any parts of Ukraine becoming part of Russia. That is like what I've heard from some Ukrainian people unironically. And that also would have been a terrible scenario, keep in mind. So and then there are 3 dumbasses that say that it's all incorrect and that Ukraine should just fold. Even though we have a pretty big historical precedent of what happens when Russia has any semblance of control over Ukraine.
And will supposedly be better. And like, you know, I don't like to gamble with people's lives like you do.
You do. You actually do.
The peace deal. Anytime you negotiate, you're going to put forward all of your interests on the table at the start of any negotiation process.
I'm going to be honest. You actually love to, you know, what term did this person use? I'm going to listen again.
You negotiate, you're going to put forward
supposedly be better. And like, you know, I don't like to gamble with people's lives.
Yeah, you do like to gamble with people's lives. Because what happens to Ukrainians' lives should Russia win? What happens to the Ukrainians' lives in the annexed regions, which you obviously want Ukraine to give up in a peace talk? It's a gamble. Okay? So don't even start saying that you don't like to gamble with other people's life. You clearly do. You clearly don't care. Anastasia should fold their asses. She will. Or at least I think so. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Yeah, you don't like to gamble with people's life. Then why do you want to take away their defensives? Exactly.
Like you do.
Ridiculous.
First, when it comes to the peace deal, anytime you negotiate, you're going to put forward all of your interests on the table at the start of any negotiation process, right? I hear the same thing when I talk about the Russians and them saying that they need to have Donetsk, Zaporozhye, Kherson, everything else. I hear the same thing in response. Well, obviously that's what they're saying now, but once you negotiate, then you're going to get to a more reasonable position. The Ukrainians are going to put forward the position that they think would be the most moral for them. I do think, considering how many times the Russians have invaded and conquered Ukraine, that a demilitarized zone isn't even that crazy of an idea when it comes to the morality of it. Whether it can be implemented, whether it's practical, is a different story. So I don't think that's ridiculous, and Zelensky's completely uninterested in peace.
Exactly.
Pro-peace platform originally.
That argument
engaged
is
in
not
negotiations
operating on the moral framework. That argument is operating on whether or not the person is realistic about their demands. Zelensky is not realistic in any way, shape, or form about his demands. And because of this, peace talks cannot go forward.
Do you believe that
to be clear, just real quick before I let you respond, I will let you respond, Dylan. I want to make sure that we get some of the other people in here who've been wanting to talk. Non-smoker hasn't said a word yet, so Dylan, respond, and then we're gonna go to non-smokers.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a second part. There was a second part to the first question. I got to remember it, but for me, when he puts forward this position, this is how all negotiations start. I don't see this as any different than what would happen when, for example, the Armenians and the Azerbaijanis, any two sides, started negotiating.
Neither is Putin, you bitch.
Final deal.
Yeah,
they would sit down tomorrow if the Russians and Ukraine.
that's a good point. They always sort of find a way to make it like Ukraine's fault. Like, to make it like, oh, Zelensky's not serious. But is Putin serious? Zaporozhye, you know, the home of the Cossacks, the people that are considered the proto-Ukrainians. Oh yeah, Zaporozhye should totally be Russian. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Saying that Zaporozhye should be Russian sounds like a cheap joke. Like a bad joke. It's not even funny.
I don't think that this is completely out in the space. This is so different than any other negotiation process, so different than any other proposal. Can you tell me the second thing you said originally? I forget the second thing you said originally. You said you made the first point, your second point.
I don't know that I ordered them in a list, so I don't know exactly what you would say. But what I would say is just to respond,
Wait,
and then
I gotta remember what the second thing. Oh yeah, the death and destruction. We make these calculations all the time about predicting what will happen in the future.
Yeah, of course.
Actions now on the geopolitical stage.
Of course.
This is how nation states operate with trade. This is
Yep.
how nation states operate when it comes to defense. This is how nation states have always operated. This is how alliance structures operate.
That was such a stupid point that it made me just cringe inside. Everybody does this. Everybody tries to, predict the future. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, of course. I think we should send Ukraine a Metal Gear with no nukes, obviously.
So yes, the Ukrainians and the Western alliance structures that are supporting the Western alliance structures who are sending aid to Ukraine or sending aid upon the assumption that that aid could contribute towards Ukrainian victory, which would most likely lead to more long-term stability, better security for Ukraine to not be invaded. And you can say, well, you don't know that for sure. And you're right. The world could explode tomorrow. We don't know exactly what happens in the next day, but we do have a record of seeing every single NATO state that has become part of NATO has not been invaded by a foreign power. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all nation states that the Russians very much have revanchist kind of imperialist ambitions towards are not able to be invaded because they're part of NATO.
We've been giving billions of dollars to Ukraine for decades.
Enough. We have to get.
I would include Poland in this, and I think Anastasia did well in actually listing Poland in here, because Poland absolutely is in Russia's sphere of influence. After all, it was a puppet state from 1945 up to 1989. Okay? It was a Russian puppet state. Just because it wasn't incorporated into the USSR proper, it doesn't mean that it wasn't squarely in its influence. It was.
More people that want in.
What are you talking about?
There's more people who want in, and I want to make sure other people get a voice. Non-smoker, then Anna. That's the order we're going in. Non-smoker, Anna, and then we'll get more.
Yeah, thanks. I never thought I'd be agreeing this much with Scott. So yeah, I mean, a couple things. First of all, the whole Soviet Union 2.0 thing is like, it's just baseless. Like,
no, it's not.
Reason to jump to that conclusion, or there's
it's totally baseless. It's totally baseless. Apart from the whole huge speech that Putin gave just before the invasion. But if you ignore Putin's own words, then it's totally baseless, My friend led me to Serbia. He told me it didn't exist anymore. Like, oh yeah. If only you ignore all of the Putin speeches in which he talks about recreating the Soviet Union, then it's totally baseless. Just ignore Putin's words, and it becomes baseless. Like, this is what happens when idiots that have no clue what they're talking about start debating.
no evidence, I should say. That's a better way of putting it. There's no evidence that Putin has this aspiration to build an entirely new...
Apart from his speeches, where he explicitly says it. Apart from that, But apart from that, there's no evidence. You're right.
Union reintegrate all the
His
old...
words?
Well, okay, so obviously there have been a number of wars, and if you take each one in isolation... Okay, listen. And you take...
Not words. Not wars, you idiot. His words. His words. The words that are coming out of his mouth. Oh my, I thank God Anastasia is there. Oh my God. Thank God Anastasia is there. His words. Words. The things that come out of people's mouth.
isolation and string together this narrative.
Word.
That, wow, he must want to rebuild the entire Soviet Union.
That is what he is saying, you idiot. He said it multiple times.
When you take all of those things out of context, I could see why you would reach that conclusion, but there's no
You know what the you know what the real uh, do you know what the real result of this panel is gonna be? I hate to say it, but do you know what the real result of this panel is gonna be? Anna's just gonna come out of this thinking that all Americans are idiots. Like, this is what's gonna happen. And ironically, Anna is just gonna, well, the panel's in the past, but I wouldn't be surprised if Anna now thinks that all Americans are basically idiots. Like, Putin said so multiple times that he wants to recreate the Soviet Empire and the Russian Empire, basically. We got beat by France. Wait, but aren't you of fake Alec Kyle Parker? Aren't you like of Mexican heritage? Aren't you of Mexican heritage? Maybe you should lean more on your Mexican heritage than the US one, because this is embarrassing. Jesus. I mean, to be fair, Dylan is here to represent US from a far better perspective, right? At least Dylan is here to show Anna that not all people in the US are. I'll do that when I can focus more. We're gonna have another Mexico discussion with Shakespeare soon, so I hope you look forward to that. Like, this is so pretentious and annoying. It's unbelievable.
The one consistent thing that's come out of Russia is the fact that they resent NATO expansionism.
No.
They've been consistent about that since Gorbachev. It's been a consistent line.
it's just
And
a
that's
reason.
even something Western diplomats agree on, right? If you look at a guy like George Kennan, someone mentioned diplomats earlier. Oh, all diplomats agree on this in the West. George Kennan, who's probably one of the most famous American diplomats in history, he even called NATO expansionism something that's restoring the East-West order that existed in the Cold War, right? And this whole idea that,
William
like,
Barnes,
oh,
the
you
head
know,
of the CIA.
right. And look, hold on a second. I got a couple points here. I don't want to get too off on each one, but I would
Shitty
understand
points.
the idea of, like, Dylan was talking about, like, what the Ukrainians want, all that stuff. Obviously, I don't speak for Ukrainians, right? If I was
Obviously, in your opinion, it doesn't matter because Ukraine is just a, it's just a pseudo country with pawns. Since a different month, can I call in why I side with Ukraine so much and why this pisses me off so much? Of course. Of course. Of course you can call in. Let's do this. Call in. Of course. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for it to happen. Oh. Hello, hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear?
Yeah. I'll just be very quick on this. So, as you know, a long time ago, when James King Polk was president of United States,
right?
He basically provoked he provoked Mexico into starting a war with the U.S. by stationing guards on the border, and basically taunting them.
Right. Can you repeat everything with the dates and with the, so that we have like a nice and clear picture for the people watching in the future.
Okay, so basic like what do you mean by days? Like the date that
dates. I mean dates. Unless you don't remember them, in which case.
I don't really remember it.
Okay, so just a bit of context for the future viewership.
I can Google it. When did the U.S. start the Mexican-American War?
If we're,
So basically,
1860 something. I think.
It was 1846.
46.
So on May 13th, 1846, the U.S. declared war
Yeah.
on Mexico because, according to James K. Polk, American blood had been spilled on American soil. What he didn't mention was that those American soldiers were placed there by him to essentially scare Mexico. And the reason this matters, the reason that I care so much about the Ukrainian war is because I'm not saying it's completely similar. Obviously, there's a lot of differences.
I can see a lot of parallels, to be pretty honest.
The thing is, though, that I don't want to. I just knowing what happened to my country, and as a result of everything the U.S. did, I don't want to see that happen to another country.
Right.
Like I don't want there to be another Mexico in those terms, I guess.
Yeah.
I love Mexico. I also love the United States. I just don't love a lot of things that the United States has done, obviously. And
Right.
I obviously will always resent the United States for what it did to Mexico.
That's understandable.
But I don't want any other nation to go through what Mexico went through.
Right.
That's why I care so much about this. And just to hear this pisses me off because obviously again, my nation was on the side of being invaded.
Yeah.
And it scares me because as was said on stream before, had James K. Polk had his way, Mexico wouldn't even be a country anymore.
Yes,
It'd just be part of
because
the US.
yes, and the only reason why that didn't happen was because Manifest Destiny had a strong racial element to it, and so the US of the time was far too racist to annex all of Mexico.
Yeah, and it's basically
which is like, you know,
and we recently reading about what happened with everything in the U.S. and the missions in California when U.S. took over. It's an awful thing.
and the thing that you've said, I think we've read a little bit about it on the stream. I think they didn't even stay on the border and scare Mexican people. I'm pretty sure that the soldiers actually did enter Mexican territory and were attacked because of that. I'm pretty sure they did enter Mexican territory.
Oh my God, if that happened, then I don't know what to say about that, to be honest. But again, it's just that
I'm pretty sure they didn't just stay on the border and just create. I'm pretty sure they did enter, and it caused Mexico to retaliate. But keep in mind that this whole strategy does have many similarities to the modus operandi of Russia, right? Creating a separatist piece of country that just sort of breaks off, then sort of incorporating it, and then from that point launching a full-scale invasion.
Yeah, because obviously back then I was a bit young. I didn't really know that much about Ukraine and all that stuff. I was 17. But when I first found out about Crimea by watching that Last Week Tonight episode, I thought this sounds a bit too familiar.
Yeah.
And what always kind of angered me is people never really understood that the United States and Russia are two sides of the same coin. They're evils in the same way, just that one's more evil. And okay, the main point is that anytime I hear these guys saying how it's only a proxy war and all that stuff, all I can think about is, would they be saying the same thing if they were talking about the Mexican-American War?
Right. I mean, that always depends, but the truth is that who is worse will always depend on the people on the receiving end, on the imperialism, on the war, right? For Ukrainian people, Russia will obviously be worse. And I suspect that for people in Mexico, the US is going to be the worst party than Russia, right? Because the experiences are different.
Yeah, but my main point is basically that these guys their country doesn't have the history of being invaded and having something stolen from them.
Yeah.
Because as a Mexican American in California, there's never a day that goes by where I don't think, if this place was never invaded, I'd be in my home country, and maybe I'd be building my company there. Maybe my home country wouldn't be dealing with the fact that drug dealers. Sorry, this is a bit too much because the drug dealers are the cartels are a very big thing because, and it's
Yeah.
in Mexico they kill a lot of people, obviously kidnapped, and one of my uncles I think was recently kidnapped by one of them. He's okay now, but like knowing what the U.S. did to Mexico, it's why I get so passionate and frustrated about these idiots talking about the way they talk about Ukraine, knowing that basically like what if Ukraine were to be turned into another Mexico? But
Yeah.
that's all I want to say, really.
Yeah, and it's understandable, you know.
Anyway,
It's like when, yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, so it's like when Russia says that Poland would not exist as a state without Russia, even though during World War II it invaded Poland together with Nazi Germany, basically carved out all of the eastern lands of Poland, and then carved out parts of Germany and gave it to Poland. And now they're saying, you know what? Those German lands that we gave you, you should give them back to us now. Because we liberated you, even though we were the ones to. Because I'm reading a bit of about it now. I'm discovering a lot of new material. I don't know if you still have me on screen.
I do.
But there's a book somewhere around here that I'm suddenly not able to find. Just give me one hot second, okay? I'm gonna find the book for.
The gall of Russia saying that Ukraine wouldn't be a country without Russia. They also wouldn't be a country because of Russia.
Yeah. Oh, they're saying the same thing about Poland. Is my point. They said it recently. You were there for the segment, right?
No, I meant to say Poland. I accidentally said Ukraine.
Well, they say the same thing about Ukraine, so you know. Oh my gosh, why can't I find the relevant book? I'm sorry.
To be fair, you do have a lot of books.
It's about. That's not the book. One moment, okay? It's like it's like this book. This book is really extremely. I'll be wanting to read it soon, which frustrates me that I cannot find it. It basically makes a case that I will just tell you what the book says, and oh my gosh, my keys fell down. Nope, that's not the book. This is a book about a Japanese person that chose to become Polish, which is another interesting story in its own right. You know?
That's actually very interesting.
Yeah, his son, who was my father's friend as well, was a pretty famous anti-quote-unquote communist government. He was in the opposition, his son, Yoshihiro Umeda. But, okay, I'm just going to tell you what the book says. The book makes a point that if the USSR did not invade Poland in 1939, there is actually a pretty big chance that Poland would have stalemated Germany for much longer, because a huge part of Polish military plan revolved around the army retreating to the east, to Lviv and other regions in the east, and getting support from countries that were within the eastern borders, right? To stalemate Germany. In which case, because Germany was actually not as well prepared to start the war as people assume, you know, that would have caused Germany's capability to drop significantly, as well as it would have opened Germany to an attack from France, which would have been given the time to mobilize and prepare to attack, you know?
Yeah.
And it basically, imagine if Russia attacked right now, and soon after Russia attacked, Poland came in from the west and also invaded.
If Poland attacked or if Russia attacked?
Imagine the scenario right now, Russian invasion, and then imagine that near the start of the invasion, Poland enters the country from the west and starts annexing territory.
Oh, well,
Which
I
is-
imagine Russia would I imagine Russia wouldn't go as well.
So, right. Which Russia, by the way, kept saying would happen from the day one of its invasion of Ukraine, that Poland will invade and start annexing its former eastern territories any day now. You know? It still keeps saying that Poland will invade any day now. You know?
It seems a lot more like projection, to be honest.
Yeah, and keep in mind, and this is why the whole denazification line makes me really angry, because on the one hand, Russia keeps saying that Ukraine is a Nazi-infested place, but at the same time, they say things like Ukrainian people are afraid of Polish people the same way that Ukrainians were afraid of the Nazis during World War II.
Oh God!
You didn't see the disconnect a bit here? So are Ukrainians Nazi or not?
God, I always hate that type of evil self-projection, thinking that the world is just as bad as I am. Like that.
Yeah. And of course, not to mention that in 2014, Putin openly propositioned some Polish politicians that Poland and Russia should just divide Ukraine between those two countries. And when Poland politely declined, Putin just said, "Oh, it was just a joke, bro. It was just a meme." You know?
Imagine if imagine if the U.S. joked to I don't know, imagine there was some other country that sandwiched Mexico, saying like, "Oh, hey, haha, let's maybe invade Mexico and split it between ourselves."
Yeah. And
the international community would be like, "Hey, Mexico, think the United States might try to invade you."
Except it wasn't a joke. It was just a straight up proposal that Poland just rejected. Of course, he framed it as a joke because it would be like pretty embarrassing that he made this proposal and it was just rejected.
Nowadays, it might not be a joke. I think some Republican senators do want to invade Mexico.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I want to say. I shall return back to being a chatter.
Thank you. Thank you for
Goodbye.
Thank you for calling in.
Yo, bye.
All right. We're gonna go back to watching this panel, which is something else. I wonder. I actually DM'd Anna about this. Really, really bad.
Ukrainian citizen, my country was invaded. I would want total victory too. I understand that viewpoint. But when we say what the Ukrainians want, at least when I'm referring to it, I'm talking about the government of Ukraine. And the government of Ukraine is completely beholden to the West because they rely on the West to have any chance in this conflict, right? So they're going to keep fighting so long as the West allows them to. And that's just how it is to the last Ukrainian. And it's a tragedy.
what we
It's
want.
horrible, right?
Wait, can I ask you a question? Would you apply this standard consistently? For example, all the movements the Soviet Union supported in Africa against, for example, French colonialism, British colonialism, Portuguese colonialism, that was part of the foundation that led to colonial powers being pushed out of Africa. Would you have made the same argument of like, well, you know what? You're actually adding to the death. These are nuclear powers. These are strong powers, powerful forces. You can't really defeat them. You should negotiate. Maybe you get half your country. You should negotiate. Maybe you get a third. Like, would you apply the standard consistently?
Look, I generally think
for
me to apply the standard consistently, every circumstance would have to be the same. So if it really was a circumstance where X country had just no chance of ever being liberated, and pouring more money, more military aid specifically into that country would prolong the conflict, and there was no evidence, at least immediate evidence, that the entire territory was...
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this person saying that Ukraine has no chance of being liberated? and that's just a waste of time to pour funds into Ukraine?
Then I would probably apply that consistent standard. Yeah.
I want Anna to go, but before I do, an on-smoker, one question: do you think that that Ukraine has no chance of being liberated? Do you?
Yeah, exactly. What the hell?
No.
Okay. Anna, go ahead.
Wait, no as in no, I don't believe that, or no as in no, I don't think they
believe
can.
that. I think it's an unwinnable war, and I've said that from the start.
Okay.
So, the Unwinnable War was supposed to end in 3 fucking days or 3 weeks tops. We liberated Kievska Oblast entirely in a month. Sumska Oblast is region. We liberated
Is this for
Chernihiv
real?
Oblast. We liberated almost entirely my Kharkivska Oblast. This is a size of couple countries, just so you know, in Europe. We liberated those in a matter of months. That's for once. Second of all, second counteroffensives are going to start soon, quite soon. And yeah, so you have zero grounds to think we will not be able to do it.
True.
Great example of that would
Like,
be
what the? Why would you say something so stupid that Ukraine has no chance of liberating itself? Why would you say something so ridiculous?
Winter War with the Soviet Union.
lost.
They didn't. They didn't
The
lose.
Finland didn't lose the Winter War. That's news to me.
Wait, my dude,
Wait, I thought they won, just because Soviets
Hey,
stopped
hey,
caring.
let her finish, and then you guys can all
very much.
respond. I
They
promise you.
killed 300,050 Soviets while lost 70,000 people. 1 to 5, which is exactly how it is, by the way, in Ukraine. 1 to 5. So yeah, I know. You guys know better, Syrian there, whatever the fuck you are.
Can we get that per capita?
Yeah. Anyhow, point is, they ceded 9% of their territory.
Wait, Fabian, wait. Just sorry, Fabian. Per capita, 1 to 5. What would that ratio be? Wouldn't it still be Ukraine would be even just population-wise? It would still
By that
be
logic,
taking a W.
by that logic, America won the Vietnam War.
Wait, well, no, I just wait. No, wait.
Yeah,
Can
we
we?
had a better KD ratio, guys.
Wait, I don't want. Fabian. 5 to 1. Just do the math. Wait, just because Ukraine's 44 million people times 5. I think that balances
pretty
out.
active chatting. Let's give
Anyway,
it a
okay,
go.
so-
I want Anna to finish her point and to not get.
Yeah, let Anna finish.
Anna,
Thank you very
finish your
much.
point, then people can respond. Yeah, I promise you.
Yeah, good manners are rare, apparently. So yeah, so what I'm saying is that Finns ceded 9% of their territory.
Jamie is Rekka based. Oh yeah. Yeah. Jamie is nice. Wow. This panel is something else.
Territory, unfortunately, and the sole reason for that was because they got exhausted and got no support from the West pretty much almost at all. Whereas we actually do have that support, and if it continues, then we will continue to liberate our territories. I don't know if you guys know, probably don't give much of a fuck, but my father was killed in Kharkiv by Russian artillery, and if, which I'm not blaming the West, I appreciate any help you guys can give us, but if it was given to us sooner, then counteroffensive might have started sooner, and he might not be a splash on the wall right now, because after a very effective counteroffensive...
You gotta let her finish, dude! I will... Okay, you have to let her finish
June.
before I start muting people.
In June. 11th of June. So yeah, September, the counteroffensive started, and we waited on those offensive weapons for quite some time. Unfortunately, it took way longer than we wanted to, but you know, bureaucracy, war, things don't go as fast as you would want. So yeah, after those counteroffensives, my city, me in particular, is not getting bombed anymore. So I very much thank you, Western allies and not Western ones, for providing that help, because instead of getting shelled 10 times per day, it's now like maybe 1 time per 2 week or per 3 week, which is by my standard is almost peaceful, you know? And all people don't no longer die 10, 20 people per day. So this is your direct consequences of the West and also Asia, by the way, giving us weapons and defensive air defense mechanisms such as Patriot systems that provided safety for Kyiv quite a bit.
The only thing I would add is that more help should be given and faster. Those are the only things that I should add. More help, faster.
Kharkiv does not have it, but they are no longer attacking Kyiv with Kinjal pretty much at all, which Patriot seems to be dealing with pretty well, which my guy Dylan, you know, hello, much more safer than before, which I appreciated. But overall, yeah, this is what we need. What we need is support. Not to cede that territory, 9% that Finland was forced to cede.
True.
But if you don't consider Finland being this size, fighting off the army of 1 million fucking people, a victory, then I don't know what to tell you. That's victory in my book. Although I would
I know what to
prefer
tell
not
you.
to cede anything.
It's
Yeah.
because they stopped
I know what
caring.
to tell
Because
you
something
real
else
quick.
more important was going on. But
If Boris
Yeah, of
Johnson and
course,
the
yeah.
West hadn't taken negotiations in May, maybe your fucking father would be alive.
Whoa, dude.
Oh, you think?
Dude, that is so. You're
Can I-
being
Could've
a
actually
real
stopped the war.
asshole.
It's fine.
You're being.
Silly
That
game, you know,
is
happens.
so fucking.
Can we not? Yeah, can we not make light of that?
No,
Yeah,
no, if people,
I don't
if
know.
people are
That's
going to
fine,
bring,
that's
if
fine.
people are going to bring their dead family members in, and then they give me a date after the West caused the war to continue and
Dude,
could have
this
fucking
is
stopped the war.
you
They're
are
gonna
It's not
being
the West. It's
I
Russia.
do
deranged.
care
You know,
that your
This
fucking
is
dad is
so
dead.
inappropriate.
This is what I said, that to these people, Ukrainian people are not really agents. They are just pawns, and nothing just matters to them. They don't give a fuck about Ukrainians. They don't care about Ukrainian lives. The whole argument about Ukrainian lives being fighting to the last Ukrainian, that's total bullshit.
Enough.
Directly
This is
contributed to it.
deranged.
Okay.
Enough.
The
How is that
problem,
We have
the
to.
problem, the
We really have to.
Fabian. Okay,
Oh,
so
because I'm not
there's
engaged in the emotional argument that I'm not just
Alright.
like.
There's-
You're being an
Dad's
asshole,
dead.
and
Okay,
you know
enough,
you're being an
enough.
asshole.
I do
Enough.
not
All of you,
condone.
let's reset.
The West that keeps
fine.
causing fucking death and suffering
Okay.
is being
Oh yeah.
the Russians
No,
that
no,
are
no.
fucking killing people are
Man.
assholes.
Look,
Oh yeah. It's not Russia causing the suffering. No, it's the West. 'Cause you're cheating on Jill with your jury. Well, you know, it happens. Sadly, it happens.
It's okay.
we're
It's okay.
letting
Don't
it
worry.
go.
It's
Right?
Russians who killed
I
my
muted
father.
him. Right? I want to reset
you.
alright.
the board. I understand. Let me handle it, please. Right?
Sure.
Okay. I wanted to let Anna finish. If she has finished, I wanted to let non-smoker and Omni respond, and we'll
Just a
unmute
little
you in
bit,
a
okay?
moment. Vivian. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a bit. Pretty much that's all. So we need those weapons to liberate ourselves. Of course, it is very important for continuous support. But every soldier, every single one, and I talk with a lot because I'm a volunteer, I go talk with them, you know. Every single one of them says that even if the weapons and aid cuts off completely, entirely, they will continue the resistance. And the
Of course, it will not be over completely because there are certain countries that would support Ukraine, even if the US would not.
liberation
I
of
believe
Ukrainian
so.
people, because for us it's a war of survival. For us it's a war of liberating ourselves and preserving our identity, and also protecting other people such as Georgians and Moldovans, and the safety of the Eastern Europe overall.
True.
So we are pretty much the bridge and that they should not cross. And to be quite honest with you, I would obviously be super terrified, and it is depressing and kind of terrifying to know that people can cut off aid to us at any given time. But other than that, I just think that this will cause way more death of my people, but my people will continue to fight regardless. So, you know, it's up to you, I guess. You guys decide. You're Americans. You vote or whatever the hell you do, right? To decide if your politicians will do us, any good and commit to the, I guess you could say, treaties and agreements we made. But for Ukrainians overall, it's just the question of how hard it will be, you know, and how much time it will take and how much blood it will take.
True.
For how long our cities will be in villages will be occupied, which every pretty much village and city we liberated has seen mass graves,
Well said.
torture, prosecution, imprisonment, which I saw, unlike all of you, with my own eyes. So yeah, so every day that passes that we don't liberate our people is the day they suffer under occupation, and no Ukrainian in their sane mind will leave their people.
True.
Suffer that fate that
God.
people suffered in Izum, in Bucha, in Hostomel, in Irpin. So
Anna's been great here.
unnegotiable. We either fighting, like you said, to the last Ukrainian, or we, winning. and we would appreciate some help in winning for sure. Yeah.
I wanna let Omni and Non-Smoker respond to that, and then I want to let Wu.
I'm going to say something. They're gonna say something so mind-numbingly stupid that is gonna make me recoil. I'm sure of it. I'm sure what they're about to say is gonna be so stupid that I'm just gonna recoil.
And I want to let Dylan in. And that's the order we're gonna go in.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing, all right? Like, if everything that Anna is saying right now, yes, it is. It sounds, true and like correct, but that's all. But like, yeah, only if you are talking about after the war already started.
But you know that you're just pawns, right? You know that doesn't really matter, right? You know that, right? You know that Ukraine is just a pawn between the U.S. and Russia. This is what this person is really thinking, along with his two buddies. That's the reality of the situation.
Like, you're thanking the West for giving you all these weapons and support to like help win the war, but if you want to talk about how did the war begin, though, it was largely because of us for decades.
No.
Funneling money and weapons, and not only that, but we gave
ridiculous
that Ukraine would not join NATO eventually, which was, I think, one of
ridiculous
from Putin's mouth himself for him invading this war. So if you talk about like after the war started, or the West support, yeah, sure, it sounds good. Yeah, we're helping you guys win the war, but
ridiculous.
Maybe the war didn't have to fucking start if we were not influencing this region with some billions and billions of dollars of money and billions of dollars of weapon and equipment. And
it just shows that this person has no clue how Russia operates. This has no clue about the relationship between Russia and Ukraine. Okay? The US did not funnel billions upon billions of dollars into Ukraine after World War I. But guess what? Russia did exactly what it did right now. Care to explain?
And doing drills on the frickin' border of Ukraine and Russia. Yeah, I think that kind of helped start the war. So maybe the war didn't even have to happen in the first place if we didn't fuck around.
That's cope. That's delusion.
Just a quick little answer. You care about Putin's words when it comes to NATO, and you say that but you don't care about his words when he says, I want Soviet Union 2.0, Russian Empire, Ukraine is not a country, Ukraine is not a nation.
When did he say that, by the way? Did he actually say that? Can you link
it? Yes, he did say that several times. Not to mention, he said that during his speech before the invasion. Do those people know anything?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Several times, my guys.
Yes, he said that his
Ukraine
whole
is
career.
not a nation. Ukrainian identity is a disease
Even
of the
though
mind.
he's
Ukrainian language
anti-communist, he
doesn't
said that.
exist. I can go on for hours, for fucking hours.
Of course.
You know, I listen to the guy for 8 years now. So yeah, this
Thanks
is
for the raid,
you don't
Bosch.
hear that, but you hear NATO. That NATO, and yeah, that NATO, they didn't attack fucking anyone in quite a long time, in decades. To be quite honest, that was a defensive alliances for quite some time now, where Russia wasn't. Where Russia since its independence pretty much since 91st. When that was.
Gosh, yeah.
Everyone become kind of their own separate kind of countries.
Bosch should grade me or
because
something.
they were still under Russian thumb, obviously, but that's another story. Since then, they have been non-stop in fucking wars and invasions. Chechnya, Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, whatever the fuck, right? And yeah, that's have been a pattern, whereas NATO have not been such a pattern. So I do agree that, of course, Putin uses that as an excuse, but it's just kind of funny that you listen to that, but you don't listen to the entire ideology of today's
True.
which is what I just described.
Well, it's not just the ideology of today's Russian nation state. It's been the ideology of Russia for a long time.
So yeah, I agree with you in some regard that to me it doesn't important, to be quite honest, why the fuck it started. But
Even without the existence of Shadow League, I see you can't help but find ways to get your hands dirty.
Like you're one to talk, Agent Chun-Li. Bison bit it, and that's it? Daddy's avenged? Time to retire?
If revenge is all you were after, you have no reason to continue down your path of wickedness. In a way, you too are one of Bison's victims. You must atone for the crimes you've committed. But it's not too late for you to change your ways and...
Jeez, I forgot how good you were at putting me to sleep. I ain't atoning for squat. If you're expecting me to learn something, you're gonna have to lecture me way harder than that.
Sheesh.
As you said, you know, for me, well, now is important, right? I'm here, I'm in Ukraine. But on that, you're correct. But you're wrong on the fact that for some reason you are very selective in what you're hearing from Putin.
True.
Yeah.
Wait, first, are you aware that Putin was actually interested in joining NATO early on in his
Yeah, at
presidency?
some time. Yeah, at the beginning he was, yeah. Then he changed his mind, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so I mean...
changed the form, kinda.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware, yeah, it's true, yeah, what you said.
I want to give non-smokers
Well,
some
I'm
space.
glad I
what?
got that out of you, Anna, by the way, that you agree that we did help cause the war. Okay, that's good. All right, all right.
Okay. Non-smoker,
Not disingenuous
woo,
at all.
Dylan. That's the order we're going
But, you
in.
know.
Non-smoker, woo, Dylan.
Yeah, that's not what she. That's not what she said at all.
I mean,
what
look,
the?
I just want to say first and foremost, like, so if I were Anna, like, if, as much as I could put myself in her shoes, I would feel the exact same way, probably. Like, if a family member of mine were killed by an invading army, I would want every fucking person in that army dead.
You're scumbags.
I was dead, right? I can empathize.
You're scumbags.
I don't think that that's a reasonable strategy. I don't think fighting to the last Ukrainian, meaning could possibly mean
You're just
millions of
scumbags.
people dying, is a good idea. And I don't think doing that,
It's not your call to make, first of all.
some sort of buffer state between them and Russia, is a good enough reason to potentially send millions of people into a fucking giant meat grinder. I just don't think that that's a reasonable, good, approach to resolving this.
People want to defend
Have empathy,
themselves.
right? I really do, and I've said that consistently. It's crazy.
No.
If you have any dissenting view on this, you automatically want Ukrainians to die. I don't want anyone to fucking die.
Oh my god. What does this remind me of? Oh, you cannot even have dissenting opinions on the vaccine. If you're against the vaccine and suddenly you want everyone to, ridiculous. Scumbags with the S. The version without DS can actually be someone's kink, and we do not kink shame.
advocated for that. But, I happen to think that U.S. military support is the only thing propping up the Ukrainian military.
Because
And at the second that we pull that support, which at some point will happen, it just will, right? This won't go on forever. And when it does happen, that's when Ukraine will be forced to find a diplomatic resolution with Russia. And whatever comes of that will come of that. I happen to think that, the two outcomes will either be Ukraine joining NATO and ceding the territory that's been taken. I happen to think that's one possible outcome to this.
That is an unacceptable outcome. Unacceptable. Are you joking?
Or I think Ukraine may get territory back and sign agreements that they won't join NATO. Something
Ridiculous. Both are ridiculous, actually.
You too are one of Bison's victims.
Man, I hate her so freaking much.
I see.
like that. I don't think either of those solutions are, perfect or anything like that. Leaves everybody
But
happy.
you don't care.
Obviously, a bunch of people are dead now, so it's irrelevant almost in some cases. But at the end of the day, I just don't see this as like a scenario where the Ukrainian military, as bravely as they've fought, right, to give them credit where it's due, because Anna is right, this is carried on much longer than anybody has thought it would, even though there was almost a diplomatic resolution of this last April before Boris Johnson called the whole fucking thing off. But nevertheless,
Boris
the Ukrainians
Johnson,
have
yay!
fought bravely, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see them with billions more in weapons, regardless of billions more in weapons out being sent to Ukraine. I don't see the Ukrainians entirely pushing the Russians out and just pushing them out of Crimea and completely restoring all their territory. I don't think it's realistic.
Just to answer that, if you will, if he addressed
briefly,
me,
but
the
then
short
we do
way.
have to go to
Yeah,
Wu to
briefly. Yeah,
Indira.
very briefly. I mean, so first and foremost, I would say that our goal, obviously, is liberation of entirety of Ukraine. There is a possibility, of course, that we would have to, maybe cede some land. That is possible, although not desirable for obvious reasons.
Unacceptable.
You are correct, by the way. It does depend on the support from the West, but it is kind of funny that you think it's moral to blackmail people like that.
True.
Literally, is what you're doing is blackmailing us. You're saying that, yeah, don't get angry. Yeah, basically what you do. It is what you're doing. I mean, accept it.
True.
You're saying that
Absolutely true.
force you into negotiations.
I don't want anyone to die, which is why he's advocating for the policy that will make Ukrainian lives worse. Yep. Yep, that is absolutely blackmail. It's ridiculous to try to pretend it's not.
To sit in land, giving them the opportunity to attack us again in the future.
Well, it's our money,
Yeah,
isn't it?
It's not blackmail if someone says that I'm going to stop
for you.
engaging you in emotional exploitation.
Hold on. Can I just
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Okay.
Who's exploiting? What I'm saying is it is a blackmail.
What?
It is emotional. Yeah, epic term, but whatever. It's just you are blackmailing because you are basically saying it's Sudetenland situation. Do you know about Sudetenland? This is basically what Britain and France and Italy and Germany did with Czechoslovakia. They blackmailed it and pressed them to give away land to Germans. By the way, with the same exact reason. They said this is majority Germany. This is majority German people. They speak German. So what the heck, The same reason they used in Crimea. Majority Russian.
Your money.
Wait a minute.
What?
I will not talk for a
okay.
while.
No, it's the true thing to say.
Briefly, and then they
Yeah.
do have
It's
to
true.
respond to this.
So they did the same thing there. By the way, they said majority German, who cares? France and Britain pushed Czechoslovakia, blackmailed them and pressed them to give away territory to Germans. Germans said, of course, we were not going to invade entire Czechoslovakia.
In fact, that is the same pressure before World War II that that Great Britain and France did to, Jesus. Oh God.
Yeah, no fucking way. We will stop. Guess what? They didn't. They annexed the entirety of Czechoslovakia. Then
Yep.
proceeded to divide Poland and attack them with Soviet Union for both.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's the argument. That's what
the
he wants.
argument.
He wants us to give away Russia.
Fabian, stop.
Yeah.
Correct. This is 100% correct. Yes.
Any arguments?
Fabian, stop. Non-smoker can respond. Non-smoker was addressed. Non-smoker was accused of blackmail. I gotta let him respond to that, right? That
In
accusation.
particular, people
That is
who
true.
has that ideology.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then,
True.
He's a blackmailer.
True. True.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm not blackmailing anyone. I'm not, responsible for the flow
You're
of
not
this
a
fucking
politician,
money.
obviously,
But
yeah.
what I do want to say is if anybody's guilty of blackmailing anyone, it's the people in my fucking government. Because of course they're giving this aid on conditions. Do you not understand that? Do you think that we're
Yeah, no,
doing
that's-
this for
yeah.
goodwill? Do you think
No,
that we're doing
of
this
course.
to help Ukraine?
Does it matter? Who cares?
We want to have a buffer state. That's all we give a fuck.
You know what? This sort of thing only matters to people that are cozy in the US and don't give a fuck about the outcome. Who cares if it's done from goodwill? Should Ukrainian people care if it's done from goodwill or not? What are you talking about? What is this inane nonsense? Who cares?
Fuck
Who
about it.
cares?
That's all that's ever mattered to America.
Who cares?
I've always resented that line that when I debated Dylan, which was almost a year
Yeah, that's because you don't give a fuck. That's because you're safe in the US. So you can do those inane arguments of, oh, it's not done out of the goodness of the US heart. Who cares?
He had said, "Oh, we're helping out a budding democracy, like when the French helped
Who
the
cares?
American Revolution." Which
Nobody cares about this. Nobody does. What we care about is the outcome. What is this? He said, I'm surprised I didn't get kicked in the balls for choosing this dialogue. OP. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Copy link address. It's safe to open, right? Absolutely not. You're not my kind of person. Well, but I place some flowers when you die. True. My gosh. Ridiculous. And yes, it is blackmail. It is 100% blackmail. Correct. Yeah.
Fucking insane. You know, it's like,
it's true,
dude. The fact of the matter is, we're not in this because we think Ukraine is a budding democracy. We're in
Nobody cares. Plus, Ukraine isn't a budding democracy. Ukraine was already a democracy. What are you talking about? Ukraine is not a country that's like, that needs, you know, state building. It's already a functioning state.
this because we think Ukraine is an incredibly fragile country.
Nobody cares about this.
Ruling class that can be easily manipulated.
Nobody
If it
cares.
wasn't us manipulating them, it would probably be the
Oh,
Russians
yeah.
manipulating them, like they had been doing. Right?
And
It's
we
a
also
whole-
want
And there you have it. The real way of thinking comes out. Ukraine is in reality just a pawn, and it just the only thing that changes is whether or not the US or Russia is controlling the pawn. And this guy doesn't care. This guy doesn't care. He doesn't care. To him, Ukraine is just a pawn, and just the people in control switch between the US and Russia. But he doesn't think that Ukraine is an agent in any way.
Kick Russia down a peg through them, by the way. That's another reason we all want to take Russia down a couple
Great, dude.
pegs, because we don't like Russia.
Okay.
Russia bad.
We're going to go
Good
to.
way.
we're
Good
gonna get
job.
back on-
Unlike them, you know.
We're gonna get back on track.
That fascist fuck.
We're gonna go to Wu, and then we're gonna go to Dylan.
right.
So go ahead.
Wick, I would appreciate your help with not getting interrupted as I'm making this point because I want to go through a few things. Anna, first of all, I want to tell a really brief story. There was one Saturday I was out here in America. I jumped in my convertible. I went out. I had a great day. I went for a run. Went and got like a McDonald's hamburger. And I come back home and you'd responded to one of my DMs showing me pictures of Russians literally sabotaging civilians' apartments with mines and showing me some evidence of war crimes. And I just think as we're doing this panel, I really think it's important to show Anna some respect. And I think making cynical remarks about her father, I don't think that's an appropriate way to behave. I'm personally very sorry you went through that. And I think you deserve better. I'm sorry for that. I want to come back to a meta point that I feel has been made on this panel over and over again. And I think there's
Ridiculous.
kind of a false assumption.
A connection to East Europe. Yeah.
Two options, right? We either help Ukraine or we don't help Ukraine, right? And I'm fully willing to cede for everyone here on this panel, there are enormous downsides to us supporting Ukraine, right? There's definitely increased geostability, decreased geostability there. Putin has repeatedly threatened to use nuclear options. Like, there are real downsides here. I think the difference in our perspectives is I make an assessment that's about 4 steps down the line. Because we tried this in Obama when we made the decision to do nothing when Putin came and annexed Crimea, right? We tried appeasement, we tried sanctions. Putin put trillions of dollars aside to essentially make Russia a self-propagating economy and like isolate them from sanctions measures across the world. we tried this strategy of appeasement and it didn't work. So the assessment that I make is where we're going to be 1 year, 3 year, 5 years from now is that Putin has said over and over, he does have this dream of restarting Russia. He is weaker than I think people give him credit for. And I think the way he's trying to appear strong and keep power, so frankly, people in his own government don't murder him.
Increasing stability, yeah.
It's going to end up like pushing into these other countries, which is why everyone's in a rush to join NATO. So I agree with y'all that there does need to be an adult discussion at some point, trying to bring some peace to this situation. And if you're anti-Ukraine, I'm not. But the truth is, like, political support for Ukraine, unfortunately, is weakening in Germany and it's weakening here in the United States. There is going to be a day where that happens, and there's going to
Poland may not be super strong, but it's absolutely not weakening in Poland. The support for Ukraine is very strong in Poland.
There's going to be a negotiation one way or another. So I don't think there's this choice that's going to be a forever war, or we have to just pack up and go home right now. I think y'all are making a very faulty assumption about what the consequences are if we do nothing. And I think that's really understated here.
So I was called out directly. Can I respond to this?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah, so in terms of you apologizing
Scumbags.
for me, fuck off. But mostly, if someone is going to bring up the fact that their father was killed, and then I ask for the date, and they give the date after Boris Johnson and the West tanked negotiations that would have saved that person's life, then yeah,
for sure.
I'm gonna fucking say it. I'm not going to bring up information I have about family members beforehand, but if you're going to use it as a means to support your argument and then say it's off limits, the thing that you brought up into the panel, no, I want your dad to be alive. I want other people to be alive because I'm against
No, you don't.
war.
Okay.
No, you don't. You don't give a fuck.
I'm going to litigate this. This is not the debate,
No.
right?
Yes.
So
Ridiculous.
I didn't pick you because it's not an off-limits thing. But again, this isn't the debate. We're not going to debate about someone's dead father.
Oh no, I got 20 other things to go and debunk everybody, but it's Dylan's turn.
Debunk everybody. Such an idiot.
And caps and optics. Name a better duo. I think earlier somebody said or they a little bit like ha-ha'd at the idea that the Russians want to rebuild the Soviet Union. I don't think the Russians want to rebuild the Soviet Union as a communistic dictatorship or something like that, or Marxist-Leninist.
They want to go back to something closer to the Russian Empire, in my opinion.
We don't want to do that. But I wouldn't blame anybody for thinking they would, considering how much they use the symbology of the Soviet Union, how much they praise the Soviet Union. But Vladimir Putin is very much an adamant anti-communist. But the Russians have been pretty open when it comes to, at least internally, when it comes to their foreign policy establishment, and when it comes to books that many of members of the establishment has written, and that their foreign services talked about, that they want to dominate the post-Soviet sphere. They want to dominate in Belarus, they want to dominate in Kazakhstan, they want to dominate in Tajikistan, they want to dominate in Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. These are all states that they want to dominate in. Now, domination doesn't necessarily
Keep in mind, that includes Poland as well. I'm not sure why Dylan is omitting Poland, I guess.
Invading and conquesting and taking the villages and burning them to the ground. It could.
So do we, but wait, hold on. We want to
mean-
dominate them
it
too,
could-
by the
it
way.
could-
So you're forgetting that. You're just Russia. We don't want any influence in the region, I guess, according to you.
Well, usually
So that's weird.
Usually, how it works is if a country says, "I want to do a trade deal with you," you can say yes or you can say no. It's not usually you do a trade deal with us, or we're going to use economic coercion to stop 25 to 50% of your trade.
True.
And you know what? On top of that, we're maybe going to invade you if you do not enter our economic union. That's something that I draw the line at. Nation states are allowed to have trade deals and join alliances, but I do draw the line at invading somebody for their economic resources. I think it's wrong with the United States.
You're not against war. You're against the invaded country defending itself. True.
I think it's wrong when Russia does it, and I think it should be corrected. As for, I don't want to go back to Anna's father, but I want to talk about the ideas behind it. What you're saying, Fabian, is dependent upon the idea that number one, that the negotiated settlement that was talked about at that time would have stopped the violence, that it would have stopped it, and then
that's not true.
Would have been fine. violence wouldn't have flared up again a year from now.
No.
When we have seen time and time again that this can keeps getting kicked down the road when it comes to the Minsk Accords, when it comes to any number of negotiations where they don't deal with the fundamental issues, they don't deal with what's fundamentally at stake here.
Dylan is correct.
The violence down to another generation of Ukrainians. And so instead of it being Anna's father, it'd be somebody else's father 5 to 10 years from now. And so if I am of the idea that we should be dealing with this now.
Is there not?
But let him finish, and then Bobby
not
can
a
respond.
0+ chance when it is intentionally
do whatever the
taken
fuck you want.
versus a 0+ chance versus there was a chance. It's not about. It's not. My argument doesn't depend upon the fact that when the negotiations were intentionally tanked, that means that the negotiations would have gone well. My argument is they can't go well if you intentionally tank them.
Well, you're saying
and they
about
might go
intentionally
well
tanked.
if
Let me
don't.
answer your question. What was the security guarantees, the concrete security guarantees that Ukraine would have gotten out of that negotiated settlement?
None.
Well, I mean, Putin wasn't even involved yet.
There was no there was no
nothing was
concrete
guaranteed.
security guarantees in the proposal.
There was nothing. Yes.
Why if there's no concrete security guarantees for Ukraine in the proposal, why should they accept it? What could stop the Russians from saying, sure, yeah, I'm in favor of peace? Then they lick their wounds for a year because they fucked up the early invasion and launch it again once they're prepared, and the Ukrainians will not have the element of surprise and the Russians being, the Russians.
Again, Putin wasn't even involved yet. Nothing had been signed. Like you're saying, what were that hadn't been hashed out yet?
What? So there was no security. So what was the security guarantee that they were going to? So there was no security guarantee in the proposal. So how was it? Wait, it's shot down.
What are you talking about?
So you're telling me that this was shot down by Boris
the talks
Johnson?
were ongoing.
So to be clear, it was shot down by Boris Johnson, but it also wasn't far long enough to even have any security guarantees, if it was going to have that in the first place.
Again, there's a 0+ chance, right, that the war could have ended. When you intentionally tank them and say we're not going to negotiate.
There you go. He won't answer. He won't answer. He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Why?
The technicals of the ongoing peace negotiations.
He doesn't care.
Stupid.
What?
They weren't complete.
So if you're just saying that negotiated settlement didn't work, it didn't go through, it didn't finish, because Boris Johnson said, I don't like this. And a bunch of other people, by the way, said it doesn't like this. It wasn't just Boris Johnson. There were objections from the Ukrainian side as well. And because of that, now we're supposed to say that this was the one chance of peace that was dashed. There was a million different interactions with the Turkish ambassadors and other ambassadors where there was a million different interactions where they
even Poland did
accepted Russian demands, but the Russian demands were too maximum.
Even Poland did a proposition to sort of do a peace thing. So
too maximalist. They were too absurd for not only Western alliance structure, but for the Ukrainians themselves. And again, no negotiated settlement should be reached until Ukraine has concrete security guarantees that would stop another war from happening. The Russians have given their word on not invading Ukraine multiple times. In 2008, Vladimir Putin said after invading... This is not bullshit. When the Russians invaded Georgia in 2008, and Russia
gonna be called bullshit if you're
he said there's no
full of
ethnic
shit.
issue in Crimea, there's no ethnic issue in Ukraine, and we're not going to invade Ukraine. When
Russian shells, literally Russian shells.
happens, they finally do invade Crimea. They say they're not doing it the entire time. In the lead up to the 2022 invasion, they say they're not going to invade, they're not going to invade, they're not going to invade, gaslighting us the entire time, trying to negotiate while also at the same time they're not invading, which is kind of hard to do in and of itself. And then they invaded after lying time and time again. So for me,
Your argument is that the Russians are liars, and so no peace negotiations can be trusted.
I'm not.
And the process
What I'm saying,
go through.
you can negotiate with people who can't be trusted, but you can only do it if you have concrete thing backing your demands. For example, you cannot just take the Russians at their word alone. There has to be something else that's going to hold them to account if they're to break the alliance, if they're to break the agreement, if they break the treaty, whatever is made after this.
Let me ask directly to Fabian, to Scott. Do you honestly think, in your heart of hearts,
these people are so
any
stupid?
intention of peace, or do you think that they were going to go in?
These people are so stupid.
No matter what.
I swear.
When?
No. Not at any point.
Do you think that even if you kick the can down the road, even if this peace deal had, for whatever reason, Ukraine had ceded to all the demands that Russia was making for peace, do you not think that a year, 2 years, 5 years down the road, they would just do it again?
I do.
And
Yeah.
carve off another piece like they did with Crimea?
I
Like they did with.
Yes, absolutely yes.
have a fucking crystal ball. Nobody here
No, you
does,
don't.
right?
But you do have a pattern.
We do. We have a thing called history. You know, when the People's Republic of Ukraine formed, and Russia did exactly the same thing that it's doing now. If you don't think that would happen, you're an idiot.
Of behavior that you can observe. You do have a record pattern of actions where Putin has engaged in this time and time again, right?
So I have a pattern of behavior of Western intervention.
It's just not a pattern of Putin. It's a wider pattern that Russia has.
Since the 1990s, promising not to do NATO expansion, bringing in Jeffrey.
This is a
Sachs that was
whataboutism. That's all
supposed-
this is.
No,
It is. It is.
It literally is. It's the definition of a
This is not a
whataboutism.
whataboutism. No, what I'm saying is I'm supposed
It's what about the U.S.?
4 years in the future what Russia will do, and what I'm demonstrating is that what Russia has done has many times been dictated by Western involvement. And when the West comes in the 90s,
Oh, what about in the early the 20th century after World War I? Was that the U.S. as well?
we're going to help you privatize like we did in Poland, and then they tank all of that and they allow everything to be gobbled up by the oligarchs, and they bring 2 million people that are in poverty before and then 60 million people in poverty afterwards through the privatization that magically, worked okay for Poland but didn't work for Russia because Western
It didn't okay. It didn't. Spoiler alert. It did not work okay for Poland. I'm just gonna give you a little bit of a spoiler alert. It did not work okay for Poland. It was actually executed horribly in Poland. So don't even start with that bullshit. It went okay for Poland. No, it didn't.
power structures had a certain vision that they want to have. The fact that the West is constantly involved in Ukraine, it honestly, in many ways,
I'm sorry,
might depend
bullshit.
upon what the West is doing in Ukraine that might change how Russia plays in that regard.
When
if
the
we take the
Russians-
West out of it completely, they might not invade.
When
I
the
don't fucking
when
know.
the Russians invaded in 2022, there was no big event that set them off. There was no new provocation from the West that changed the balance, that forced their hand. There was no chance of Ukraine joining NATO in 2022.
Wait. Wasn't it because of
There was-
Ukrainian troops on the border or something? I thought that was.
No.
They didn't move their troops on the border.
What?
No, it was not. No, that did not. No, that is not why Russia did not invade because of Ukrainian troop provocations on the border.
Are you high? No, there were Russian troops on the border. Are you okay? No.
Have talked about NATO expansion, but Ukraine couldn't have joined NATO in 2022. Not only because of the fundamental treaty saying that you cannot allow new members to join as they have territorial disputes, active territorial disputes with other nations, meaning just they couldn't join because of the rules. But there's also another nation states that were holding up the process, like France, Germany. You think Viktor Orban was going to give a thumbs up to Zelensky joining? He still hasn't given a thumbs up to Zelensky joining, objecting over like Hungarian schools in the west of the country. So I see the Russians going for new attempts to conquer Ukraine, new attempts to take over territory of Ukraine. They've been doing this since 2003. When it comes to the, I think the Tuzla crisis of the island near the Kerch Bridge in 2003, this has been something that Vladimir Putin's administration has been building up time and again. And it happens irrespective on many occasions of what the West's actions are. And so I think that so what I'm saying, I don't believe that we can just isolate this and say, oh, it's NATO expansion.
True. Oh my God.
Question in 2022.
True.
Was it moving anywhere?
Okay, I want to give.
Also, by the way, I gotta say, I waited a very long time. I have so many notes. I want to say one more thing. I also want to respond to Omni and a bunch of other people.
We do
but I'll
want
just
to
respond to one more
get more
thing.
people in on this discussion.
Also,
but yes, briefly, go ahead.
Even if the war ended during that Boris Johnson negotiation, or let's say a negotiation months after, that doesn't necessarily mean that death stops. We have seen the Russians engage in quote-unquote cleansing operations, their words, not mine, in the Kiev Oblast, where they went door to door, finding military-aged males who are in some way associated with the government, in some way associated with maybe Ukrainian nationalism or some other ideology or something pro-government, pro-Zelensky. They took them outside and they shot them in the back of the head, dumped them on the side of the road. The reason why they were so blatant in it is because they expected to win. And so if they get their semi-victory, whatever you want to call it, and they get to hold on to tons of Ukrainian territory, I have no reason to believe that they're not going to engage in that same exact behavior in occupied territory.
Absolutely true.
Currently pushing out anybody with a deep sense of Ukrainian identity from occupied territory, trying to force Russian passports on them or deport them.
Okay.
But why are they doing that?
Be very quick in my response because you called out like every
very
point
quick,
I made.
Then Omni, but then I also have to take a bio break, unfortunately. And so you're gonna have to give me like 30 seconds. So please, no slurs while I'm gone. So that's the order we're gonna go. Quick response from Scott, then Omni, then Anna and Dylan. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so we keep dragging this back to like NATO expansion is the only thing that we're saying. We're not saying NATO expansion is the only thing. And you keep saying, well, I don't see one definitive.
So what else in
thing
2022
that
happened?
causes- Let me finish. I don't see one specific thing that leads to this, as if it's like you're pretending like it's an actual chessboard, and I need to point out the exact moment that Ukraine put Russia.
Interesting that you would speak of chessboards.
For a Rook's Castle. Like that's not how things work. Like you can bring up war crimes and
I kept saying that those people see Ukraine as a pawn, and behold, suddenly the chessboard analogy surfaces. How unexpected. How unexpected. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked and appalled. I did not see this coming.
Things that the Russians have done. And I agree, right? I don't fucking like war. And at the same time, I can say, well, hey, man, you know what might be a provocation? Well, I don't know. After they took over Crimea, cutting off fucking 88% of their water supply. Like that's been something that has been sticking point for Russia for a long time when you're cutting off water that constitutes 72% of all the water that you needed to irrigate for farmland in the area. And then you could go back tit for tat and say, well, that's not their fucking land to begin with. But the fact of the matter is that Crimea's vote and many of the votes that left over after the I don't know which I will call it the Ukrainian Revolution. You can call it the Maidan Revolution, whatever. Unconstitutional votes. I mean, there have been tons and tons of corrupt things that Ukraine has done that aren't necessarily direct provocations, but this is an instability and corruption in the region with two powers playing and vying for control.
There you go. There you have it. This is what this person actually thinks. Ukraine is just a pawn on a big chessboard between US and Russia. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
For this resource-rich area, and it's the Ukrainians that are getting fucked every time, and I want to stop that. Not fucking continue in the name of defeating Russia.
So I just one last.
I just don't want to sacrifice our very important pawn. Ukraine is a very precious pawn, and we should be careful with it. We shouldn't sacrifice it so easily, is what this person is saying, basically. It's really not difficult to decipher what's in this person's mind, especially since the person themselves is throwing around the chessboard analogies. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Thing, and since Wick is gone, oh, never mind, Wick's back. I can't.
I'm back.
I just.
He's back. Okay, where are we at?
Fabian just went.
We're having a panel about Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah. So just quickly, Fabian, my point is violence doesn't end when the war is officially gone into peace.
True.
When the ended, a lot of violence in Europe continued all across the continent through the Freikorps and all types of other stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying.
Correct.
Sometimes the peace deal that you negotiate, even if you've negotiated a peace, can cause more violence in the long run, or even in the immediate term, as there's going to be violence in Russian occupied territory from guerrillas who are horrified that the government actually signed away their territory. There's going to be violence from the government who's going to go door to door finding people who oppose them, and they're going to shoot them. People on lists, which people laughed about when they talked about in the press before the Russian invasion, but then it happened. The lists were real. And so just because you negotiate a peace doesn't mean that the violence is going to stop.
I agree. There are a lot of murders in Chicago. That doesn't mean we should fucking invade it.
Well, then maybe Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine, right? Are you stupid? Wait, who did the invading again? Did Ukraine invade Russia or did Russia invade Ukraine? What are you talking about, you moron? What? Oh god. Why? Just why? How could you invade your own state though? Chicago is in the US, true. This person is so stupid. Exactly, Ukraine isn't in Russia.
I want.
Didn't respond yet. Okay.
I want to. First of all, I want to read a few super chats before we go to Anna, and so I'm gonna read a few super chats.
Hold on, wait. I was supposed to.
Did Omni not get your chance yet?
No,
Then-
no, I didn't.
Okay,
no, I
then
didn't.
Omni, then Anna. That's where we'll go. Drexel says.
Don't let Omni speak, please.
The U.S. will undoubtedly put bases in Ukraine after investing so much aid if we push Russia back.
Good.
That's the point.
Good.
Boris Gaganalov said.
Good, perfect.
For $10 BGN.
There should be US bases.
Is it genocide?
By the way, if you're enjoying this, although enjoying might be not the best word, consider supporting your favorite streamer by giving like a donation or something.
Genocidal imperialistic Russian. In 1945, they did the same thing they were doing in Ukraine, in Bulgaria and Romania: genocide, installing communism, death, suffering, concentration camps, etc.
If you're tolerating this, yeah.
$5.50 and funny
I'm not sure if we're gonna be watching all of it today, though.
Canadian money. Fabian is a clown. Take your L and go back to not realizing your ideology. $5 from Mudra Garwal. To the anti-Ukrainian side, what is the one piece of evidence that would convince you Russia is in the wrong? Omni, then Anna. Go ahead.
So I mean, yeah, everything that Dylan said, like you said, Russia has been invading.
Yeah, it has.
Ukraine specifically, or country, since like 2003 or something like that.
What?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, but I guess you're not either not remembering or you never. Wait, what? Did you not just say that?
No, I said that Russia has been interested in taking Ukrainian territory since 2002 with the Tuzla crisis, when they were trying to build a dam in order to take islands that internationally belong to.
Russia has been interested in taking Ukrainian territory since the existence of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. If we really want to go and discuss how long has it been since Russia wanted to take Ukrainian land.
To Ukraine. That was when, during the earlier stages of Putin's administration, when they started testing the waters on questions of Ukrainian sovereignty.
Okay, all right, well, okay, regardless. Anyways, my point still.
Oh, regardless. Okay.
You say that like they've been interested in that since like 2003, but like either you don't remember or you just don't know that like America's been interested in this whole region, including Ukraine, since 1992, since the fall of the USSR.
Including Russia.
We've been giving billions of dollars in funds to Ukraine since then.
Well, guess what? Russia has been interested in incorporating, well, the USSR has been interested in incorporating Ukraine since when Ukraine became a country after World War One.
Or to influence them to make them more dependent upon us. And not only that, but we also helped cause the whole collapse of the USSR, which caused obviously these
Great.
to exist in the first place before that. So I mean, you guys, and everything that before Dylan's monologue, everything that Fabian said was completely fucking true. And this is like something that you guys don't understand. You guys are like giving all the like, I don't like the agency or the blame to like Russia and Putin, but you're just not. You simply refuse to acknowledge
agency to. Are you stupid? You're taking away any agency from Ukraine, you idiot.
You simply refuse to acknowledge any blame from the West that it caused this, and you refuse to like admit that like the West has a vested interest in this entire region and controlling
Pause for a moment. Pause for a moment. We gotta just pause for a moment. We gotta do some housekeeping here. Brianna Wu has to go. She has some things she needs to get to. So just a brief. Please close.
I could have been in this panel.
I had mine.
I should have been in this
morning.
panel.
I'm still recovering from the anesthesia.
I should have been in this panel.
My friends here, Anna and Dylan, by themselves. I'm about to go pass out. I just wanted to.
I should have been in this panel. I swear.
say before I leave, this is honestly a really hard discussion to listen to.
True. Oh God, so true.
After Iraq and Afghanistan, there's a real decline in trust that America can solve problems or be a force for good in the world. I grew up in Mississippi. We had more people served there per capita. In those wars, I had many friends die. I literally protested George Bush every single day for a year out in Colorado. So I understand that cynicism.
He's also taking away agency from Russia by saying that they only did what they did because of the West. Of course.
But I just want to say one of the things that if you really study Putin, how he operates, is he doesn't try to tell Americans that democracy is bad. He tries to convince the rest of the world that all politics is corrupt and as pointless as it is in Russia. And I just don't think that's true. Just because the boomer leadership in American politics profoundly fucked this country up, that doesn't mean that every single choice going forward is going to be like that. I do think the choice to support Ukraine is the right one.
Correct.
I think there's a reason both the left and the right agree on this. And Anna, I want to let you know as we're going into the 2024 cycle, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure the American people understand what's at stake. So thank you. It's been a pleasure being here.
I hope you feel better soon. Thank you for coming as long as you can. Really appreciate it.
So
Anna, we're going to pass the mic to you.
Oh wait, but can I respond to Omni about what he said?
Yeah, Dylan, go on.
So I didn't mean to imply that 2003 is when the history of American or Russian relations with Ukraine began. What I was saying is that in 2003 is the example of Putin's government in trying to encroach upon Ukrainian territory after signing agreements to respect Ukrainian territory in order for them to give up the nuclear arsenal. And this was before the 2004 NATO expansion of Romania and other states in the region that creeped NATO to its borders. And so my point is that I do think that there were plans. Maybe he wouldn't have gone through with the plans in a different world. It's impossible to say. But I do think there were plans and interests at the heart of the issue, at the heart of Putin, looking towards invading, conquering, or at least controlling Ukraine. I think if he could have controlled the government in Ukraine, maybe he wouldn't have done this in the first place. But one way or the other, the Russians believe that Ukraine, ideologically, is a part of their country. They believe that if it is not directly part of the country, it has to be an extension of their soft power, hard power, and economic force. The United States has obviously been involved in Ukraine before. In the 1960s, we funneled money through the CIA into Ukrainian nationalist organizations. This is open history. You can Google this. This has been revealed to the public. This is true. But I do think there is a major difference between funneling the billions of dollars you're talking about, which went into anti-human trafficking operations, went into, I believe some of it was literally just border patrol, which went into infrastructure projects. That type of money.
Democracy building. That's a one. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, but you put parentheses. What was democracy building? What was bad about? What was that we gave money to that was democracy building that was bad? Because you put it in parentheses.
I mean, well, what usually happens when America does that to countries?
Not what usually happens. What happens?
Usually now with Ukraine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that I haven't read that much about this specific thing, but I
Oh.
a little bit about it. Okay.
Okay. What did you read?
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I've read, we gave these billions of dollars, and one of the things was democracy building, which, I mean, the problem I think with it is that from what I have read,
what is it?
Is that wait, what?
But what did the money go to? What was democracy building in Ukraine? Because that's very vague. Democracy building. What the fuck does that mean? You brought it up.
I mean, yeah, I assume. I didn't read that deeply into this one single thing. All right, I had to read a bunch of things.
Yeah, why bring it up if you don't know anything?
Right. So you've had about.
Why do it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Horribly voice.
Any fucking ways. I'm talking to Dylan here, but okay. I mean, from what I had read about this one specific issue is that we gave. I think it's when we gave the money to I don't know, civil. What are they called? Civil. What are those things called? I can't remember what they're called.
Civil society organizations.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
And we probably gave it directly to the Ukrainian government. But the problem that I had read about it is that we did this like everything that we fucking do everywhere, really, including this region, we gave them all this money, not out of the fucking goodness of our hearts, like you motherfuckers.
Who cares? Who cares? What the fuck? What the fuck? Who cares what the reason was? What is this? Why do you keep bringing it up? The whole out of the goodness of the... Nobody cares about this. People only care about the results. Nobody cares if U.S. assistance is or was done from the goodness of its heart. Nobody cares. Why would you bring this up? Why?
Somehow we didn't get this out. We didn't just give them blank checks.
Nobody...
I'm not asking about
Could
the
you just
intention.
could you shut the fuck up?
Nobody cares about the intentions. Nobody does, apart from this guy. And maybe his buddies.
My
Can I
question.
finish?
You're not answering.
I'm getting there.
No,
If
you're
you
not.
fucking shut the
You're
fuck
not
up.
gonna
and
get there.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Then get there.
Just shut the fuck up and let me finish. How about? And then you'll hear it.
No, I won't.
Okay. All right. Cool. Good. So
Good, Dylan. Push him.
give all these billions
Good.
of dollars to Ukraine just to give it to them out of the goodness of our hearts.
Nobody cares.
To them in order to influence them and to make them and more dependent upon us and less dependent upon Russia, so that we could influence the entire region. We could have more control.
Again, no agency to Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't matter. Ukraine is a pawn. This is so disgusting.
For it, and so that we can expand our sort of imperial influence over this region. Yes, that is why we did it. And that is why we do that in every country that we do this shit.
So let me just, I'm sorry. I would just like to, I'll repeat.
Anna.
One
we need
second.
to pass it to Anna.
Okay,
we need to
I
go
will.
to
Okay, wait, don't worry. I'm just going to repeat the question. He's not going to answer it again, and we'll be done. So, what?
I just answered it. What the fuck are you talking
What was democracy building Ukraine? What did the money go to? What did we do? You didn't answer that question. You just said a bunch of vague, like, well, it was all to control Ukraine through. But no, what did the money go to? Because money obviously had to go somewhere. Had to do something.
A bunch of a lot of different fucking things. I don't know these specifics because again, I didn't read this one specific. I didn't read fucking 10 studies on this one specific.
God, he's so triggered. Yeah.
So, but if I told you, for example, that we sent $10 billion to China in order to engage in revolutionary efforts against the Chinese government, and you were like, what was that? Like, I don't know. Like, well, I mean, we like obviously we don't like China. It's like at that point, it's like, okay, you didn't do any digging on this. You just like read a headline.
True.
I read a couple of articles on it.
Okay, what did it say in the articles?
A couple of articles.
Told you what
Is that a joke?
It said that we gave them money to control them. That's all it said.
In order to increase
done.
their dependency upon us.
Yeah.
Let him go. Let him go.
I don't know if you're aware, but Ukraine was literally part of fucking Russia and the Soviet Union before 1992.
You don't say.
So it's
We
almost
didn't want
like
to
they have
be.
a history together or something.
Thank
and
you
we
for-
wanted
Yeah.
to reverse
Wow.
their influence and increase ours so that we can control this region like we could.
As I've said, they treat Ukraine as a pawn. They don't treat it as an agent. It's just pawn to either be controlled by Russia or to be controlled by the US. This is how these people think. This is how these people think about countries like Ukraine, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus. This is how it is.
Control half the fucking planet besides that.
I appreciate your in-depth research you did for this topic.
Do you get it now? Do you understand?
Well, no, I didn't know about the Soviet Union before then.
Was it slow enough for your ass or what?
Well, I mean,
Jesus Christ,
you can go as slow as you want. You'll still won't know what the money went to or anything about it. But
Anna, the non-smoker.
But do you? Can you answer that?
a lot of it went through the like the
Mr.
national.
Expert.
Yeah, for example, the biggest one that people talk about all the time.
Compared to you, yeah.
Which would funnel money, for example, journalist organizations. It would funny money to like, for example, like freedom of the press or like civil rights organizations that talk about like judicial reform, like stuff like that. And we gave it about, I think, $2, maybe $3 million.
That's not what I had read, but okay, sure. Wait.
Okay, what did you read?
This is okay. We've just. I think we've demonstrated this. I think this is run it.
I don't believe he reads.
Anna, non-smoker. Go ahead.
So much have been said. I'm not a debater. It's first time I'm doing such a thing, so I apologize if I can't, address anything. But I would like to point out that plenty of people seem to be under assumption that Ukrainian-Russian relations were very sweet and nice before NATO and America, decided to jump in and
Right.
ruin this beautiful harmony we had. So point is, did not NATO exist in 19th century? Did it exist then?
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God. We can go back further in the 17th century, 18th century.
Back then, Russians colonized us. They tried to destroy our identity several times.
Thank you.
Prohibited, prosecuted our language. They did pretty much everything, almost every century we have been a part of them, to eliminate us as people. And they continue to do so. For them, it's very crucial. It goes back to quite a long time ago, which I'm not going to go in now, which is Kievan Rus, and quite a lot of history there, which goes back to the importance of them keeping this position as the Ruski, as Russian people, as descendants of Kievan Rus. For them, subjugating Ukraine, as I told before, and Belarus is essential. For them to keep their identity is to keep us part of Russia, part of Russian world, which you guys don't know, and it's fine. It's not your problem. I understand.
No, I did know that. What are you fucking talking?
Yeah,
I knew
of
all
course.
this.
Yeah, you know a lot of things.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna say press X to doubt. I'm just gonna say that this person probably does not know anything about this. I don't believe for 1 second that this person knows about all of that history. I just don't buy it. Okay, if I were Anna in this situation, I would have said, okay, I'm just gonna stop talking. You tell us about this history then. Take it away. Take it away, teacher, whatever your name is. Take it away. Tell us about Kievan Rus. Tell us about what happened then. Tell us about how it got divided. Tell us about how part of it became the part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Tell us about it, coach. Tell us. Educate us.
Not a lot of
Can I ask
things.
a
I see
question?
Yeah, I
that.
did. I'm not fucking dumb American. I don't know anything. No, I knew this shit. Right?
Just 1 second.
I doubt it. I don't believe that.
American sent.
I just don't believe that.
Of course. I'm sorry. Ask.
You are a dumb American. I'm sorry.
It's what you're saying is that there is a long history, which I don't think any of us know. A long history of issues and invasions and empires. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be.
No, that is not what she's saying, you idiot. That there are a long history of issues, invasions, and empire. No, that is not what Anna is saying. Anna is pointing to a very specific relationship that basically is a existential dilemma to Russia, as it may. You're being an idiot.
Guy, but fuck it, I'll say it. The Holodomor, like there's an incredibly long history of the Russian desire for an empire.
Yeah,
But if
execution,
your argument-
right? Terror, Stalin, everything.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, right. And then of course there's Russian stuff with. I'm not going to get into that. Anyways, so if your argument is that there is this intrinsic nature of Russia,
No.
when it was
No, you idiot. Not an intrinsic nature of Russia. It's a long-standing political project because it is at its center is Russian identity. That is the main thing that drives it. Russians build their whole nation myth around Kievan Rus. And Ukraine is an antithesis to that.
when it was no matter what form of government it took on, that there is an intrinsic nature of Russia that creates.
No, incorrect. No. That is absolute bullshit what you're saying right now. No.
Desire for empire and desire for
imperialism,
desire for destruction.
As if they're the only country that
like-
does that, by the way. Like,
No,
every
they're
major
not.
country
Yeah.
does this shit.
There is no intrinsic nature, but there is a long term standing project, which stems from the myths, from the nation building myth.
Okay, let Fabian get to his point, and please get to your point.
Yeah, well, sometimes things need to be pulled apart, right? And so if that is the case, then wouldn't that be an argument that like no simple resolution in this war, that in order for this to stop throughout history, Russia would need to be so utterly defeated that they're incapable as a power structure of ever being able to invade Ukraine again? It sounds like if that's your rationalization, you're saying this war isn't won just by total victory in terms of resecuring our borders. We must crush Russia so that they are so weak and so disempowered, and then join NATO to where it is impossible for them to invade again. Is that the position that you're putting forward? I'm just curious.
Pretty much, yeah. Now is the time to stop them.
There's nuclear power that has nukes, by the way. Sure.
It's true, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
But, okay, the Soviet Union collapsed. Like, there's been a lot of countries that have either collapsed,
exactly,
that used to existed with nukes, and then they had nukes. They thought it would guarantee the power, and it didn't. Apartheid South Africa, good example. Soviet Union, another example. Israel thought their nuclear arsenal made them invisible. Lebanon proved that wasn't the case. Same thing for the French in Algeria. The idea that just because somebody has nukes, that means they can't lose like a traditional ground.
Those people are idiots. I'm sorry.
We lost in Vietnam. We couldn't win in Korea. We couldn't get MacArthur's victory in Korea.
Yeah. But her argument is that none of that matters, because even with the collapse of the Soviet Union,
I was responding to Omni.
Russians' desire. I know, but I'm saying like you're piggybacking here. Like you're like if your argument is that it doesn't matter, right? Then like it ain't even nukes. Like Russia has to be completely destroyed or completely incapable of invading because of MAD and NATO or something.
Okay, respond.
I super apologize, but the shit is exploding, you know. So I be careful. If I need to, I go.
Yeah, if you need to go, but don't. Just cut
right
whenever
now,
you need.
It's fine. Yeah, thank you. It's far away, so it doesn't matter now. So basically, what I was saying is that it is, in a way, the nature of empires to do expansion and imperialism. That's true, yeah. And I do think that Russia, quite frankly, needs to fucking lose. And it's important right now because after Soviet Union, despite them aligned with Hitler and doing their thing, they ended up on the winning side eventually. So unfortunately,
ridiculous.
Forces aligned with Hitler too.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's true.
There are some Ukrainian Nazis, collaborators there. Just a few.
Okay, let Anna finish, and then we're gonna go non-smoker. That's the order we're gonna go in.
Very nice thing to say, by the way, because did we fucking invade Poland and divided a country? Did we occupy Baltics, the Ukrainians? No, I don't think so. Stalin did, and Soviet Union did, together with Hitler.
Yep.
Ukrainian Nazis in Ukraine. What are you talking about?
Dude, I'm talking about.
Do you ever say anything of use? Sometimes
I talk about Nazi, Soviet.
You don't agree with it or like it, so it's not useful.
Non-aggression.
No, I don't know what your point was.
Okay, let Anna.
My point was because he's talking about USSR's collaboration with Nazis.
Stop. Okay, Anna, finish.
Just don't say anything. Just by the way,
this person is such an idiot.
To you, Fabian, right? Is your name? I apologize. I don't remember.
You can just call me Scott. It's fine. Just Scott. It's fine.
Oh, Scott. Yeah, Scott. Okay, thank you. So, Scott, what you said is I kind of agree with what you said. That is my point. And Russia needs to lose, and Russia needs to be in some sort of way demilitarized, which is the way you destroy fascist shit. And there currently are a fascist state, and unfortunately, this ideology is very prevalent amongst Russians themselves, which is a bigger problem than just Putin himself. Because
correct. Oh my God, thank you.
Unlikely fix shit. It might. We don't know who will take his place in this situation. I personally have zero fucking idea, to be honest with you. It might get worse. It might get better. Nobody knows. But but the point is that Russian imperialism, Russian invasions needs to be addressed. Russism needs to be addressed as a fucking ideology. They need to take accountability for once in their fucking life. What they doing? They have not admitted any genocides they made. They have not admitted their role in anything. Not only just Holodomor, but literally anything.
True.
They have not been.
That victory is going to be a lot of dead people that you're advocating.
It's true.
for.
Yes, it's true. And this is what we believe. This is what we want.
Has Ukraine apologized for its Nazi collaboration?
Omni, you had your chance. We got to get to more people. Non-smokers sitting here, right? Like, non-smoker is next. I want to be clear. You guys got to just fucking stop. Okay, Anna, finish.
Stupid shit not be, no, we did collaborate, not all of Ukraine, just a small part, or UPA it's called, Bandera, Shuhevich, people like that collaborated with Hitler for some time because they saw that as, their key to fucking liberate themselves from Bolsheviki and Russian and Soviets who were killing them at the time and deporting them. So
absolutely correct.
Obviously,
Absolutely
because
correct.
fascism sucks in every way possible. Anti-Semitism,
But it
I
is
don't
correct.
support. Volynska Rezня, I don't support, which what they did with Polish civilians. It's all true, but this is a very small, segment of Ukraine. Not to mention that's also other people do that. IRA collabed with fucking Germans.
You don't have to
It's
apologize.
another
Right? I was just saying,
I
like,
don't
the
have to,
tit for tat is like I don't. I think
Yeah,
we
I
all
understand
recognize
that.
that Russia's done a lot of evil shit. I was only doing a little bit of it because it's like, well, look, we're laying those claims at Russia. It's like, well, it's not like Ukraine's hands are fucking clean either.
not in any way, fucking shape or form comparable, in my personal opinion.
I agree. It's not comparable.
Imperialist power, the
I
genocide
agree.
of this region. Anyone will.
I agree. I can play the Polish card. As a Polish Jewish person, I agree with Anna here. It's not comparable in the slightest. To compare it, you need to be an idiot. And again, not understand this region at all. I'm sorry. When it comes to the murder of Polish civilians, etc., that is a thing for Poland and Ukraine to discuss. Okay? And I assure you that the relations between Poland and Ukraine are quite good right now.
In Eastern Europe, whatever it is,
Quite good.
whatever it is, Poland. That is the truth. That is a major power. That it is.
Okay.
You think so? Yeah, but that's what you took out of that. Well, yeah, it's pretty silly. Yeah, pretty silly. Despite
sorry, what?
But that's power. That it is.
Okay.
You whatever it is, Poland. That is the truth. That is a major power. That it is.
Okay.
You think so? Yeah, but that's what you took out of that. Well, yeah, it's pretty silly. Yeah, pretty silly. Despite that, I said that I do not support what UPA was doing, but that's not enough for you. IRA was collabing with Hitler because they saw that as liberation against British, against English. So, many people like us did, but it's not the point. The point is fucking Stalin. He signed the fucking treaty and separated Poland between the two. They both attacked from the west and the east. They also occupied like half the fucking continent after the World War II. What the fuck are we even talking about?
Yeah, did the most to beat the Nazis, and the most of them
We
died.
need to pass.
Well, you think, and Ukrainians didn't do shit, right?
Oh yeah, because it's so nice when actually the USSR enabled Second World War to happen, allied with the Nazis in the attack of Poland. But yeah, okay. They changed their minds later. Oh no, they didn't. They actually didn't. If Germany did not invade the USSR would have stayed Germany's ally. You have to remember that. The USSR had no intention of breaking the pact that they had.
Yeah, whatever, right?
Well, they were
Yes.
a part of the USSR.
Stop.
Yeah.
We
Yes.
need to pass it to non-smoker.
Remove the person. Yeah, so
Non-
anyhow, I just can't finish my fucking point. Just one thing. I
Briefly.
agree with what you said about, how much it will
Ridiculous.
take. And it might take quite a lot, that's for sure. Yeah, no denying that. But, for us, it's now the only chance because we now finally have support. We now finally have enough power to actually fight back. Every previous Russian resistance to Russia of Ukrainians ended up in us being slaughtered. So now we have some power to fight back. And now we have to use it because our people, our soldiers say only one thing. I don't want my children, I don't want my grandchildren to experience what we are experiencing right now. So for us, it's the most important thing. And we're willing to sacrifice our lives. It's not for you to decide whether we are willing to do it or not. It is for you to decide whether to support it. That's true, because it's, your money, your Americans, that's for you to decide. But it is not for you to decide what we're trying to do. It's not vengeance.
Okay.
It's safety. It's protection.
Okay. We're
Yes.
gonna pass it
Oh
to
my
non-smoker.
God.
I'm sure we're all gonna get into it. I'm sure. Non-smoker. The floor is yours.
Vengeance. What an idiot.
Thank you.
What an absolute buffoon.
Well behaved this debate, by the way. Just want to say that for myself.
I'll give you a
No, you have not.
I deserve it. Okay, look.
You have not.
There's so much shit that was said that I want to respond to point by point. So I'll try to make it quick. I know that Dylan mentioned way earlier about the whole Soviet Union 2.0 thing. Like, well, Putin uses Soviet symbology and all that kind of stuff. The Soviet Union was nearly 75 years of Russian history. It's like a really significant part of their history. And Putin also uses Orthodox Christian symbology. The whole idea is like these are big unifying, symbols that bring the Russian people a sense of, togetherness and meaning. And more importantly, maybe I think it reminds most Russians of like a more positive time in Russian history. Because following the collapse of the Soviet
when they were
Union,
glory days. Sorry.
just God damn it, come on.
Sorry. Sorry, my fault. Yeah, my bad.
I think we can all agree, I hope we can all agree that the 1990s for Russia was like a pretty horrible fucking time, and most people seem to have projections of shock therapy killing anywhere from like a couple 100,000 to maybe even millions of people in Russia. So the Russians having nostalgia for the Soviet Union, I think that's not evidence of Soviet Union 2.0 being built right now. I think that's evidence of, hey, we're trying to utilize old symbols that, associate the Putin regime with like a good time in Russian history. The whole thing that Omni got into with the NGOs, or I guess the Western funding into Ukraine and all that stuff, Dylan mentioned, he's correct. It's NED funding, I think, was the thing we're all looking for. The last I had heard, it's over like $20 million fucking dollars that was spent across both the Orange Revolution and Maidan. There were a number of things that money was spent for. No, I don't have a fucking receipt for every dollar spent, but it's clear that the whole NED's initiative is to promote democracy, and they managed to succeed in that to the tune of Ukraine being ranked 122 out of 180 in the World Corruption Index in 2018. So this whole idea that like spending money in these countries to promote democracies is somehow beneficial or can succeed is like a total fallacy. Everybody knows that's bullshit. It's about the West creating destabilization because they can benefit from that, because they can get puppet leaders, right, in who are, Western supporters. It's basically like creating a backdoor into the government. That's always been the West's goal in Ukraine. It's never been about benefiting the Ukrainian people. It's never been about promoting democracy. It's a total fucking lie. It's the same lie we used in every intervention we've had everywhere in the world. And finally, this whole thing about empires and all this stuff that Anna's saying, like, I do want to mention,
Are we even gonna take into consideration like all the local countries, the Lublin Triangle, any of that? Are we gonna even
Finnish American? I do kind of understand this perspective a little bit, but at the same time, most of the world was occupied by empires at some point. The whole idea of nation states is these little, nations of people trying to, against some empire, whatever their historical experience was, express their independence.
No, that's incorrect. That is incorrect.
Between Ukrainians and Russians because of the experience under the Russian Empire and later the Soviet Union and blah, blah, blah. But I don't like this framing that...
This is just stupid. This is idiotic. Then why did France become a nation state? Why did Britain become a nation state? Why did Germany become a nation state? What empire were they pushing against when they decided to become a nation state? This is just an idiot's rambling about history.
From the Ukrainian perspective, we can say, oh, Putin is a uniquely evil, horrible figure, unlike any other imperialist.
Nobody will say. Nobody says that.
Power. It's
nobody says that.
I mean, if you look at just even like body count.
Yeah. Putin is so uniquely evil that Anna has said that she doesn't even think that deposing him will change anything. That clearly means that she thinks that Putin is uniquely evil. What an idiot.
George W. Bush is like 10 times the killer that fucking Putin ever could have dreamed of being, right? Innocent people, being massacred in Iraq and Afghanistan, rapes,
And that's why Ukraine shouldn't be supported. Okay. Because Iraq
entire cities being destroyed, the formation of ISIS coming out of the invasion of Iraq, and the horrible consequences of that for that entire fucking region. I mean, like, I never like that whole idea that, oh, well, it's Russians. You can't trust Russians because look at what they've done in their history. I mean, you can't trust Americans. You can't trust any fucking world power. You know why? World powers care most about their own interests. They don't give a fuck about any other country that they occupy. They don't care who has to die for their own interests.
Yeah, but guess what? Right now, the country that wants to occupy Ukraine is Russia, not the US. You buffoon.
Maintained. So, you know, America doesn't give a fuck about Ukraine either. They never have.
So what?
If you want to respond.
Nobody cares.
As for the World Corruption Index, I don't know why I used 2018 numbers. The 2022, 2023 numbers shows that they've climbed significantly since when they started, from when we started associating with them and working with them.
Yes, that's because it's one of the main... I would like to remind you that Ukraine has started the process of entering the European Union, okay? And it has already started the necessary reforms to be able to apply to the European Union. And one of the main conditions is fixing the corruption issue. So yes, Ukraine in fact has been very actively working on curbing the whole corruption thing, because it's one of the many important conditions for the joining of the to the European Union. All that matters is that Ukraine is getting support, correct? Nobody cares if the US is doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. Exactly. Who cares about other countries' motivations? Nobody does. Nobody does.
On anti-corruption efforts, I think they've moved up like 30 or 40 places in the anti-corruption index. Now to you, maybe you expected them to move up 100 places in 5, 6, 7 years, but to me, that is significant progress. Is it as fast as I want? No, I think the government should be 10 times more aggressive on corruption. Corruption is an issue here. It is most certainly an issue here that the majority of Ukrainians want to confront, but the United States has helped Ukraine when confronting corruption, whether it's from self-interested reasons and the fact that if you want to give aid to someone, they have to be not that corrupt, so they use the aid instead of selling the aid. You can even make a self-interested argument for it. But Ukraine has improved on corruption, and Ukraine has improved on the issue of democracy.
Keep in mind, the process of joining the European Union is a pretty big factor in this as well.
As well, democratization. With the last election that having in Ukraine in 2019, all of the election monitors universally said that the exit polling seemed to match what the polling was going into the race, and that the results that were officially announced also matched exit polling. That there was no kerfluffle or like rigging of the vote. So I do think Ukrainian society is advancing. Is it going as fast as people here would like? Probably not. Isn't it going as fast as I would like? Probably not. But Rome wasn't built in a day, and democracies are difficult. They're wild experiments that are great, in my opinion, but take time and effort to build. As for the idea that there's a war of vengeance,
ridiculous.
Anytime there's any war, hatred builds up because of the crimes and atrocities that happened during that war. Now, I understand the idea to see a crime and atrocity and think, oh, the reason why Ukraine doesn't want to give up is for revenge. But for Ukrainians, the reason that a lot of them will express to me why they don't want to give up is because they don't want to doom the people in occupied territory to those types of crimes that they've seen forever, with no chance of liberation, with no chance of being helped. And I want to hit on something a while ago that was talked about, and this was the idea. I think Non-Smoker put this idea that Ukraine doesn't have a chance of victory. One of the main reasons why I don't say this is who's winning, this is who's losing, and I don't go to those conclusions, is I don't feel very remarkably qualified to be making military statements. The entirety of the world was put flat on their ass when it came to predictions about how this war was going to go. Either A, it wasn't going to happen in the first place, that it does happen, and now that it's happened, it's going to be over in a week. Well, no, it's going to be over in a month. Well, it's going to be over in a few months, in a year and a half. And all these predictions have ended up being wrong, and Ukraine has braked everyone's expectations time and time again. And so, as somebody who, going into this war, thought Ukraine didn't really have much of a chance of any, I thought maybe they would be able to hold the Dnieper River, everything behind it. I am not going to be the one to say that they don't have a chance of victory, and I don't know why anybody would be so positive in saying that they don't have a chance of victory after seeing them exceed expectations every other time that they've been tested during this war.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm curious, Smoker. Why do you say that? He brought up a good point, right? Why? What is your argument that they don't have a chance to win?
Listen, I've said that this war hasn't been winnable for Ukraine from the start. And my main argument moving forward is Ukraine is entirely dependent on Western support, and Western support will run out.
What if it doesn't?
What if it doesn't? Well, I think it will. There's no way that we continue to pour billions and billions of dollars into this for years and years and years.
How do we know that this is going to be a 7, 8, 9 year war before?
Dylan, you don't know either.
Well, no,
Dylan, you don't know either,
that was my main.
right?
That was my main.
It's my
That was
projection
wait.
that the American people are not going to tolerate billions and billions and billions of dollars being poured into this conflict. That's why support for Ukraine has waned in the last year.
This is the problem.
And it will continue to wane.
You said I don't know, but you don't know either. But if I say I
neither
don't
of us know, dude.
if I say I don't know, I'm not going to say, well, Ukraine's going to lose or Ukraine's going to win. I'm not going to make those bold predictions.
True.
Also, we have no reason to. We do not know if this war is going to last 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. This war could end next year if the Russian line breaks and they're unable to reassert dominance in the area. That happened in Kharkiv, for example, where the Russian line was just too thin. It broke, and then the Kharkiv counteroffensive took back a bunch of territory that nobody was expecting. And things like that happen, where a lot of information that is private with military commanders is not shared with the public because it's disastrous information.
I can clarify. I can actually clarify why I'm saying that. Okay, I don't think, based on the Ukrainian objectives of reclaiming all territory, including Crimea, that they have any chance of doing that. And I'm pretty confident in that because even with billions of dollars of Western funding, they haven't been able to reclaim the territory taken in 2022.
Okay,
so there's no reason to assume that billions
wait,
more.
2022?
That is because, keep in mind, the help is being distributed reactively when Ukraine is running out. So it's important, not just the help, but how it's being distributed.
Saying, even with all the money we have poured into Ukraine, they still haven't been able to even reclaim just the 2022 borders.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to assume that more and more money and more dead Ukrainians will result in somehow this massive turnaround where they're going to not only recapture all the territory they lost in 22, but also Crimea. So based on that criteria, I don't think it's a realistic goal. Now, I might be wrong. I'm willing to admit I might be wrong.
You are wrong.
I think that's my prediction, right? But and just one other thing I do want to mention, I think it's important. The Corruption Perceptions Index, I don't know where you got that info from. 2022, Ukraine's rank is 116 out of 180.
Yes,
so it was
it went up.
122. It's 6 spots. You said like 30 spots.
It's gone up 30 spots in the time since we've been working with them on corruption. Yes, 30 to 40 spots.
Okay. So they've gone up 30 spots in the time we've worked on them. I just want to be sure, because I thought you were saying since 2018 they've moved up 30 spots.
Since we've started working with them on corruption issues, they've made significant progress. Not enough, but they've made significant progress.
True.
Now, when it comes to the aid, about half of the aid that has been allocated for Ukraine from not only the United States, but from Germany, from a bunch of these different states, when you see these gigantic numbers of, like, some people say 100 billion, 200 billion, those people don't know what they're fucking talking about. But when we talk about the money that has actually been allocated, maybe half, 60, maybe 65% of it has actually been delivered. A lot of it still hasn't been delivered. Of the stuff that has been delivered, a lot of it we still haven't even seen in service, especially I think it was like 9 brigades that have been trained on Western...
That's what I'm saying. It's about how it's being delivered. It's about how the help is being implemented. And there is a very strong point to be made that the help is being delivered too slow, too reactively. That Ukraine is being given a drip, but it's not being given the transfusion that it needs. Ukraine should not be being given equipment when it's starting to run out of equipment. Ukraine should be given right away enough equipment to secure its advantage over Russia. And that's a big difference. In my opinion, it's just not being done.
Tanks, Western equipment that we still haven't seen hit the floor running, where we're expecting to see that counteroffensive in the near future. And again, This is what we've seen
Exactly.
in about a year and a half. We've seen 50% of the territory that the Russians have captured recaptured.
Dylan is correct.
Whether that be the city of Kherson being liberated, whether that be them being pushed back from Kiev, whether that be them getting pushed back from Kharkiv. I just see a situation where the Russians are losing more territory over the long run of this war. And I don't think it's impossible to say, hey, maybe when this new equipment gets introduced, maybe when these new forces are introduced, it breaks the Russian line and they can win. I'm just saying that isn't an impossibility. And none of us are experts enough to really say it is or isn't.
Before we go on, I'm going to read some super chats, and we're going to toss it to Anna, and then we're going to toss it to Fabian, and that's what we're going to do. Okay, from Hillbillich of Predisi,
this is the perfect time to remind you that you can donate to Lucy Has a channel.
Truly frictionless object, 10 euros from Prussian Menace. If you read about Russian military reforms since 2014 and look at what units are actually fighting in Ukraine, you can see that they've been prepping for this war ever since Yanukovych was ousted.
Yanukovych,
yeah.
True.
Apologies for the... Yeah. Apologies for
Fuck his name up, you know?
Yeah. Muda Agarwal says, to the anti-Ukrainian side, what is the one piece of evidence that would convince you Russia's in the wrong? $5 for fondue to say, it doesn't seem like the pro-Russian side understands that your choices are only as your option. And 5 more euros from Prussian Menace to say, non-smoker is a very good-looking man. Smiley face.
Okay, I do want to give them one piece of credit. They aren't pro-Russian, right? I don't.
True. No more drip feeding. True. Exactly.
Pro-Russian. They're anti. I disagree with that fundamentally, but I don't think that makes them pro-Russian.
True.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe myself that way. And I actually have issues with lots of people in my community.
I'm gonna be much more harsh. To me, anyone that is anti-Ukraine is basically, I think it's a distinction without a difference. If you're anti-Ukraine, you are pro-Russian, in my opinion.
Because
I'm sorry.
I don't describe myself that way, but I'm not anti-Ukrainian, and I'm not pro-Russian necessarily. I'm anti-war. I'm anti-war, and I'm an anti-imperialist,
Right.
and I consider this American imperialism.
I'm sorry. In my opinion, you are pro-Russian.
Russian imperialism, yeah? American.
I don't.
Just
No, I
American.
consider this a Russian response to American imperialism.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, then,
Guys,
if we need a point of
very
clarification,
silly, yeah.
this is where I disagree.
Just
I think it's both.
one thing, dudes. Couple of things actually. Non-smoker, I think, right, is the name. You said that addressed me. I suppose that I never said that Putin is the only imperialist in the world or that Russia is unique. I, in fact, qualified several times that this is just an imperialist way of doing things. It is, however, a very unmodern type of imperialism, you know, straight up invasion, annexation of territories, smashing your flags everywhere, genociding the local population, and Russifying them in real time.
True.
This is a little bit of a, of a vibe that Russia has, that America, for example, have not participated in quite some time now. Which not to say that America does not do imperialism in much craftier way. It does, obviously, right? But this type of like straight up invasion, killing 100,000 people in Mariupol, just destroying, I don't know, like maybe 3,000 cities at this point in villages in Ukraine entirely. This is a bit of a different vibe, I must say, and it is way more damage than Iraq was quite for some time. It has not been this long in Ukraine, obviously, but this year and a half, they did just about any war crime you can imagine and killed just about as many as they possibly could. And
Correct.
the only reason they didn't kill more is
because they don't. Because they can't.
so yeah, that's about it. Also, another thing I think also you said, I think, is that what was it? Oh, imperialism. Yeah, like I said, not unique, obviously, but quite a bit more hostile, direct, and I should say 20th century style imperialism is what Russia engages in. Other than that, it is obviously not a war of fucking vengeance. It never was. In fact, before Russia annexed Crimea and invaded Donbass in 2014, most Eastern Ukrainians were pretty sweet on Russia, We forgave all the fucking grievances, Soviet Union collapsed, Russian Empire is a thing of the past, who cares? We tried to live with them peacefully, we tried to coexist. They were very welcome in my city, Kharkiv, for example. You would see a bunch of people from Belgorod here every time. We were very chill, we were very cordial to them. Too cordial, in my personal opinion, but that's another story. Right now, Belgorod is the city that bombs my city almost every night. Tries to, at least. We're now nuking their missiles. quite often. But that's another story. So yeah, this is not a war of vengeance. For us, it's a war of defense and of preserving ourselves as people. For them, it's a little bit of a war of vengeance because we did not do what they want. We did not succumb to their demands. We did not let them pretty much continue be the dominant in our life, and this is the response to it. This is what have been always been their response. Nothing new there. Also about the corruption issue, just very shortly, it is quite a big of a problem. No doubt, obviously. But like quite a bit of that corruption, which you guys never say, by the way, is Russian. You know, we have Russian officials, Russian citizens being in top of top judges, institutions of power, police, whatever the fuck, governance, everything was swarmed by Russians and controlled by them, especially in the East. And it is contributed quite a lot to the fucking corruption because people that were their puppets at the time, such as Yanukovych, for example, and his party, didn't do shit for Ukraine. Didn't do anything to improve the situation, to make the institution work. Nothing was working because most of it was just them receiving money from their fucking bosses in Russia and continue sitting on their asses and doing nothing to improve this country. And that's just
Well, he didn't get you into a war with Russia, that's for sure.
Just
can you say it again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Go ahead, repeat it.
He didn't do you guys into a war with Russia, so there's that.
Yeah, Russia did. Yeah, Russia did. Yeah.
True.
Russia get us in war with Russia. Yeah.
So I think one of the things that I want to point out is that both Non-Smoker and I believe, and maybe Omnislap, I don't remember, in the very beginning talked about this idea, the inability to have this conversation without being painted as a Russian apologist, as pro-Russian.
Yeah.
I did say that.
I am saying that. I am saying that. You are Russian apologists. Yes, I will say that.
Whatever. All right. And I brought.
Yep, I will say that. Absolutely.
Fucking important to actually understand this, right? The commies here might prefer some, historical materialism, but nevertheless, when we talk about shock therapy, when we talk about the IMF and the West coming in and consolidating power with criminals and gangsters to where 7 people own 58% of the Russian economy, and that's the West. When we say, when James Baker says to Gorbachev, quote, "It is important for the Soviet Union and other European countries to have guarantees that if the United States maintains its presence in Germany within the framework of NATO, there will be no extension of NATO's jurisdiction or military presence by a single inch in the eastern direction." When the head of when the Russian ambassador, now head of the CIA, William Burns, says that NATO involvement in Ukraine is Russia's brightest of all red lines, and then we say, but you guys bring that up, what about Russian imperialism? It seems that there is this weird back and forth where we're trying to be painted because we're trying to add the nuance of both forms of imperialism to this.
No, you're not.
It's a shit show with so many things. Like we talk about corruption. It's like, okay, but the corruption is a problem. Well, it's like, well, yeah, it's a big fucking problem. We still haven't talked about the fucking the human rights violation that was done against people in Crimea by Ukraine, blocking up their water. Right? We can talk about the Ukrainian revolution
after invasion.
Yeah,
not before.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll gather up all the leftists in the fucking room in the audience and we'll ask them when Israel cuts off water to the fucking Hamas, how fucking happy they are at Israel. It's okay when Ukraine does it, but I guarantee you their opinion will switch when another fucking country that they don't like does it. And again, over and over and over again, like, we are not saying that Russia are the fucking good guys. What we are saying is that Western involvement, as you explicitly stated, is
you're simply saying that Russia should be allowed to win. It's what you're saying. You are a pro-Russian show.
Designed to gain power and to gain money and to liberalize under its own corporate structures. There's a reason BlackRock is giving funds to Ukraine to build after the war is complete, because they've made a bet that the West will do everything it can to defend democracy. And then, just like fucking we did with Russia, we'll do with Ukraine. We'll bend you over the fucking ass with loans that fuck you and that allow corporations to control you
Russia,
until you can be our puppet instead of the Russian puppet. The real fact is,
we prefer it. If that's our option, I prefer it. Sorry.
the southeastern areas of Ukraine, like we have unconstitutional, we have unconstitutional votes. That of these places.
Dude, you're delusional. You're delusional.
Yeah.
You don't understand what the heck is Russia. You don't understand it.
True.
You're comparing fucking oranges and not apples, fucking cactuses. I don't know what the fuck are you comparing.
True.
I understand that America is not a fucking benevolent, nice guy. It's obvious. It's fucking obvious. We are fucking, you know, post-Soviet people. We don't hold America in some kind of like holy grail.
True.
What the fuck you think we do? Of course, it has its interests. Of course, those interests are what they care about, not fucking Ukraine. You know, it's politics. You know, we understand it. The only thing you don't understand, supposedly, I'm not sure, but maybe, you know, is the fact that our interests are lies. Right now.
Lines,
For
yeah.
us, Russia is fucking worse. Do you understand that? It's very simple. You know, we are weak.
So your argument,
weak.
your argument
we have
is
been
that
made
you'll,
weak.
you'll choose. Your argument is that you'll choose in your opinion, the lesser of two evils, and you'll sacrifice as many lives as it takes to win the lesser of two evils instead of fighting for peace.
What?
Tell me this,
Wait,
my friend Scott.
sorry.
Tell
This
me
is
this.
so stupid.
Will you, America, take away? Will they kill me? Will they take? I'm on the Russian list, by the way. Will they kill me? Will they kill my relatives? Will they forbid me speaking Ukrainian language? Will they forbid me listening to my music, to hymns, to speak with my friends? Will they prohibit me
Ukraine
from
didn't have language
any of
laws?
that?
Well, I don't know. The Ukrainian government, that's
Excuse
a puppet
me?
government, might
Ban
just
opposition
reinstitute language
political
laws.
parties.
Okay, no, she is asking directly, Fabian, Scott. She's asking directly, right? Will America, if the West wins,
kill you?
Will the West engage
Will
in
they
the same
prohibit my
types of
culture?
crimes against Ukraine that the Russians are doing?
Will they put us in mass graves? Will they rape my friends as Russians did? Will they do any of that? Tell me.
Well, I mean, if we go to war, they might. We do a lot of
Will
fucked
they?
up things
Will
when we go to war.
Well,
You're
last
at war
time,
with
one
Russia.
last time they did.
The Joe Biden
Yeah,
invasion
when
of
last
Crimea
fucking-
is soon.
Yeah, Joe Biden invasion. When it's happening? Tell me, please.
You think rape didn't occur in fucking Iraq
Of course
and
it did.
Afghanistan?
Now. 50, not 40, 50 years ago. Now, will they attack my country? Will you, America, Biden himself, will drive here on the fucking tank?
I'm not
Abrams,
driving
whatever
to
the fuck.
fucking kill Ukrainians. I'm anti-war. What are you talking about?
Not you.
You're so
Will
stupid.
do it? You're saying like I should prefer. Of course I fucking prefer America. Of course I fucking prefer European Union. When human rights, I prefer democracy.
True.
I prefer institutions that work.
People are so idiots.
Of course not. They work way better.
You're comparing to you're setting up a false dichotomy where you're comparing being under Russian rule versus being controlled by Western imperialism. And what I would fight for, right, is that many of these areas have their own independence. I'm a fucking anarchist. I want to dissolve all these goddamn states. Right?
I
This
would
false
like to.
dichotomy
Would like
is
to.
you must choose
What-
that Russia owns Ukraine,
Fuck you.
or that America has its
you.
influence in Ukraine.
Wait,
And what I'm
you
saying is
didn't
we should
answer
fight for
anything
fucking
else.
peace.
Okay, go ahead.
Just fuck you. Fuck you, Mr. Anarchist.
You're
Fuck you.
comparing it. You're trying to compare fucking owning American imperialism with Russian. If compare that to that, then of course fucking people prefer the West because
I'm
you
not
seem to
comparing,
think that's
I'm not
worse.
I'm not comparing Russian imperialism owning Ukraine versus American imperialism having its deep ties and corruption within Ukraine. What I was saying is that even if you do win, right, that Western imperialism will certainly have its fucking way with you. I'm
Yes,
not
it
saying
will. Yes.
I'm not saying to compare that to the Russians taking over and owning Ukraine.
What an idiot, I swear.
We give Ukraine to Russia. I'm advocating for
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
for other areas.
You may not think you're advocating for that, but that is what you are advocating
result.
for.
I'm not.
Yep.
I'm advocating something I'm not.
You are.
We know what will happen,
You're not
right? If you throw something up, it will come down, right? And so when you advocate to stop funding the Ukrainian forces, military for the U.S. and NATO in the West, to stop sending material and giving training and aid to the Ukrainian troops, that the result of that will be, as Non-Smoker wisely pointed out, that Russia will win. And in that case, they will not be this independent state. All the things that Anna laid out will happen. But I want Dylan to go, and then we're going to wrap this up.
In occupied
No,
areas.
it's not the moderator called me out, right? Like, that's not a realistic thing in any fashion.
What do you mean?
What occurs is that we just vote in total isolation to stop funding, right? Like that's just not a realistic position that any politician or anybody's putting forward. What they would say is to use the threat of stopping funding and make
blackmail
clear that funding is going to stop.
Blackmail,
and
yeah.
and
blackmail.
Actually, about that.
to the negotiation table.
No, actually, about that, there was I looked this up too. There was a recent, in like February 2022, a resolution that was proposed by, I think it was Republicans in the House, that the Ukraine fatigue resolution, which was proposed to basically stop funding. So yeah, it's being thought about.
There is a non-zero chance. There is a non-zero chance, depending on the 2024 elections, that we just simply cut off funding.
Oh yeah, Trump's one of the few people who would actually just be like, "Fuck you, I don't care."
Yeah, yeah.
Like we saw what happened in Syria.
There is a potential, yeah.
Like that was like just quit this overnight decision, just like with no consultation with anyone.
It's really great that those three have.
I want to give.
It's really great that these three people are aligned with Trump. That is wonderful to see. Real Trump warriors.
Syria again.
Yeah, I want to give
Caesar
a space to Dylan, but then we're going to wrap up the closed portion of this section. I know that it's late over there, and I want to give you a chance. If you need to bounce, you got to bounce. I will be for those of you who are watching, right, and have big thoughts and they want to come on. You're welcome to come on the after show. Any of you here want to stay for the after show and answer questions?
This
are welcome
guy's
to be there. But
brain might be melted butter at this point. I agree.
And we'll close
I don't
out.
think he
If
can
you're watching
advocate
this
for
on
anything.
YouTube, please like and subscribe to my channel.
I refuse to believe this dude has a brain.
On Twitch,
Correct.
use your subs, donos, bits. Thank you for the $20.
Yeah, exactly. I could use your donations.
Channels. So yeah.
Please help.
I can't do this for free. Much like.
Exactly, I cannot do this for free.
Anything, right? But you can fund me. So much like any fund Ukraine.
True. Help.
But I want to give.
I have wick fatigue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then we gotta keep on. And thank you for the gift subs. So Dylan, make your points, and then we're just gonna close it out with closing statements.
Did I just hear Kivon? I have to check. Did I just? Okay, I have to look.
Make your points, and then we're just gonna close it out with closing statements. Cool.
Sure. So I guess we'll just finish on this point. So
Wait, I have to listen again. Who gave the?
So yeah, I can't do this for free. Much like I'm not going to work.
Yeah, I can do this for free.
Anything, right? But you can find.
I can do this for free.
So much like any fund Ukraine, but it'd still be helpful. But I want to give.
I have wick fatigue. I'm sorry.
And then we gotta keep on. And thank you for the gift subs. So Dylan, make your points, and then we're just gonna close it out with closing statements. Cool.
Sure. So I guess we'll just finish on this point. So I don't know if it just comes from being disconnected, not being here, but it seemed that there was like a little shock. There was some laughter at the idea that Ukrainians would choose a relationship with the United States, knowing that the United States is not doing it out of 100% of the best intentions, or as a nation.
This is so deluded. This is so deluded.
From not the 100% most self-righteous, like, oh, I just want to help everybody intentions. And that
nobody cares about that. I'm sorry.
They're just going to get fucked in the ass later. When you talk about the type of fucked in the ass that they're going to be going through, right? Like, oh, they're indebted to the American government, or oh, they took an IMF loan, right? And you compare that, when you sit down and you talk to Ukrainians, it's like, okay, compare that to what? Getting executed, getting raped, getting murdered. The largest mass grave in Europe since the Yugoslav genocide was uncovered in Izium. Over 440 bodies. When Ukrainians see that, and then
Thank you so much for the $25 donation, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Thank you so much.
then compare that to the worst outcomes that can come from joining the Western Bloc, the EU. I mean, even like the hardcore conservatives who are like, oh, I don't really like all this gay marriage stuff, but I mean, if we have to enact some protections for them in order to join the EU, we got to do what we got to do. It's not that surprising to me. I don't know if that just comes from being disconnected. I do think when it comes to Fabian, and I will ask you that, is Fabian, it seems from your perspective, you want them to fight for real liberty. You want them to fight for self-governments on the local level. But you're an ANCAP. ANCAP stands never happening. It doesn't exist anywhere, and it's just not practical, and it's just not reality.
True.
At the
I
end of the
agree
day,
with
nation
Dylan.
states are going to have to negotiate a real settlement to the war, and it's not
True.
going to be that type of local governance. So Ukrainians have to choose out of what is actually possible, which is
True.
trying their best
Correct.
to maybe win the war, and if they don't, trying to negotiate the best settlement or whatever they want. But Ancapistan isn't a real option, so that's why they're not fighting for Ancapistan.
True.
Okay.
Is that a closing, or am I just?
Yeah. What was that? Your
Yeah, you
closing,
can-
or do you want to
Yeah, you can respond to that. It won't be fair.
go for it? Go for it.
Oh, no, I don't. Like, do I give my closing
Yeah,
statement now, or
No,
do? Oh, okay.
respond.
Yeah, so
Yeah, we'll do this back and forth.
respond in
And we'll
the
go to
closing
closing.
statement.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I'll just do my closing and said
Go ahead.
do his closing. I'll just
Sure.
respond quickly. Yeah. So what I think I've seen tonight is pretty much what I expected. Right? Is that there is a narrative, and the narrative must be protected at all costs, so that the war can be protected at all costs. And the way that narrative and propaganda is constantly
Pro-Russian shills.
from the war apologists and propagandists that have been here tonight, is that we must focus on all of the bad that we see on the one side that is our enemy, and we must dismiss any other corruption or any other influences or nuance or explanation to how we got to these places or what things might look like in the future. And then once we do that, we can reframe it within our consequential
So
analysis,
ridiculous.
and we can rub our little crystal ball and say that this is how it's going to play out. And we're going to have stability, and we're going to have democracy. And Ukraine, it might not be perfect under, the Western kind of neoliberalism, forces that it's under, but it'll be better and it'll be good. Except the problem is that this is all bullshit. What this is it's rhetoric. What they do is they take the best possible solution, which is they win. There's not a lot of deaths. We're not going to talk about how many additional deaths.
This is so ridiculous.
How many millions of, thousands or millions or who knows.
Oh yeah, it's better. It is far better for Russia to just take over. Oh yeah, for sure.
Devastation is going to destroy
You
the world
moron.
economy and inflation and all of these other things. We'll just kind of set that off to the side.
I hate these
But
people.
the outcome at the end,
I just
will be
hate these
good,
people.
and that's an assumed victory, right? And so that's why they have to go after non-smoker and say that, well, obviously, we can win this, we can win this, we can win this.
Yeah.
And
Ukraine can win this.
These experts are the people that constantly lie, and they know that they're lying, right? And that's one of the big things about the NATO expansion. Is it really the fact that a defensive pact has moved to one country that threatens the Russian Empire? Or is it the fact that it's proof over and over again that the West are nothing
Russian Empire.
and that they will go in and they will destabilize
So it's not a federation
Once
anymore.
those regions are destabilized and war breaks out, they will come in like the fucking saviors they are to profit off. That's the real fucking.
Nobody gives a
The fact
fuck
of the matter
about
is
this.
that when we talk about corruption in Ukraine, we no one wanted to address, water blockage and human rights violations. No one wanted to address the fact that, Sich or, C-14, S-14, whatever you want to fucking call them, takes over the Rada, and fucking 128 fucking people within their parliament, their version of parliament, are fucking fleeing to fucking Russia. And, but the Supreme Court upheld it, and that's okay because, they totally weren't surrounded by fucking powers and done under arrest too. It is a corrupt fucking country, and Russia is an evil fucking empire. And the best thing that we can do is negotiate for peace. That is what is in the best interest for everyone.
Fuck
is to
you.
Stop the fucking dying.
Fuck
instead
you.
of trying to continue the fucking dying. And when I called it a war of vengeance, I didn't use those words. I said an ideology of vengeance. And the reason I called it an ideology of vengeance is because I demonstrated that it's not enough to simply get the borders back. It must be enough to crush Russia to such a degree that they can't fight back. And that's going to cost millions of lives.
Fight back.
And that kind of destruction and torment is going to have an
Fight back.
That's my closing statement.
Fight back, you. Oh my
Non-smoker,
god.
go ahead.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, twitch.tv/nonsmoker. Look,
Don't.
I remain thoroughly unconvinced, once more that military support to Ukraine is going to
What a shocker. What a shock.
dead Ukrainians and dead Russians. I'm
What a
against
shock.
that. I don't consider that to be a controversial viewpoint. I find it insane.
No, it's just stupid. It's
people
extremely
repeatedly, and
stupid.
I will say, as the more this debate has gone
It's
on,
moronic.
not this one in particular, but in general, this discussion has gone on.
It's just idiotic. It's easy to speak like that when you're safe at home in the US. How about they win the war so they can deal with corruption? True.
Have shifted
How about that?
that, hey, there should be a resolution here soon. I think
Amen.
everybody is tired of war. I think everybody is tired of people dying. I think everybody wants a resolution.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're so tired in your little warm house in the U.S. You're so tired. This is so hard on you. This is so taxing for you. Oh, I'm sorry. All of this must be so hard for you. You're so tired of it all.
Towards that, away from that hole to the
I think Anna's face is saying it all. I don't think there's
Ukrainian viewpoint. I will say, and I have to, grant this to Anna, if I was in her position, I could totally understand that viewpoint. I just don't think it's a wise strategy. I don't think that millions of people dying is worth it. In terms of, wanting to be in the U.S. sphere because, Ukrainians are not being killed and this and that, I would say a big part of the reason why Ukrainians are being killed is because the U.S. is trying to pull Ukraine into its sphere.
No.
I think that at the end of the
No, that's delusional.
between the U.S. and Russia, Ukraine is a proxy, and a big part of the problem is the U.S. used to engage with the old Soviet Union as an equal power, similar to how they engage with China. Right? Yeah, there may be provocations. Yeah, there may be tension or friction between the two, but ultimately we respect them as a power, as an equal power.
This is an idiot's analysis of the situation. Okay?
A nuclear power, one that we don't want to have, this aggressive relationship with. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, we, America, were the first to abandon that, one-to-one relationship where, hey, we look at them as an equal. We looked at Russia as basically like a...
Exactly. Ukraine is just a pawn.
A lapdog. And that's how we look at the entire world. We look at the entire world as countries that are basically like either recalcitrant, weaklings or compliant weaklings compared to America.
That is how you see Ukraine.
We're seeing, Russia essentially rise up in defiance of that, right? And try to, I think the view of many Russians is that if they can't get their respect, dealing with us as an equal, they're going to force us to view them as an equal, and they're going to defy American.
This is deranged American exceptionalism. This is deranged American exceptionalism.
Geopolitical hegemony, and that's what they're doing in Ukraine. It's not really about Ukraine, sadly, and a lot of Ukrainians are dying.
This is deranged.
Russian soldiers are dying.
This is deranged analysis.
A thing that could have been avoided.
Garbage analysis.
Resolution been reached a year ago when it should have been. Boris Johnson should have kept his fucking mouth shut. We should have not poured billions or millions of dollars, however much, into Ukraine trying to establish democracy. I don't think that's how.
Dude, I'm gonna mute quick and just say, I do want to just say that him putting forward the idea that it has nothing to do with Ukraine, it's just NATO expansion, after poo-pooing the idea that we're being reductionist by not talking about NATO expansion, feels really weird. I hate doing the muting and talking about stuff, but it just was so blatant. I felt like I wanted to say something. I didn't know everybody was going to be doing soliloquies to wrap this up. I would have put more effort in my outro.
Like you see.
Thank you, Dylan, for saying that. Thank you, Dylan.
Saying, Russia just decided to invade Ukraine one day because they're bad and they're evil and they want to revive the old Soviet Union, and they without acknowledging at all that I don't know, maybe Russia is actually kind of responding to some shit happening to them.
You're an idiot.
Some kind of security concerns or something.
You're an idiot.
Maybe that whole anti-Russia military alliance called NATO expanding consistently and constantly since the 1990s and towards them and closer to them. No, that can't have anything to fucking do with it. It must be because Russia bad. I don't know. This is what a lack of materialism does to a motherfucker. I don't know, dude.
You're right. It's because NATO bad.
It's weird. Omni_slap1 on Twitch and Twitter.
Beautiful.
Okay, thank you. Anna, please close us out.
Well, that was fun. Thank you.
No, it wasn't.
Typical, commie nonsense. Nothing new here.
No, it wasn't fun.
Anyhow, dudes, anyone who's watching this, please do support Ukraine in any way, shape, or form.
True. And with that said, I'm gonna once again link. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna once again link. What the hell? This is so weird. Once again, I'm gonna. It's so bizarre. Twitter just muted Anna for no reason. Okay. Once again, if you wanna support, then I would highly encourage you, because any support to Anna actually goes to the front line.
You can. This is a serious business. This is not a debate. People said they're tired and fatigued of the war. Nobody is more tired than us. So yeah, I appreciate any and all support. Please support Dylan. He's doing amazing work.
Amazing work.
Actually,
indeed.
amazing work. He gives voices to Ukrainians, which is what we wanted our entire existence. And we very much appreciate our favorite Dylan Bernsenka. Support his channel and give him money, you know.
True.
And if you want, support me as well. My
Support
Twitter
Anna.
is Ukrainian Anna, and you can find my PayPal there. Help me actually provide people who actually fight in fascism.
True.
And not sitting on their asses, you know, debating shit and talking about NCAP that, you know, in things that never gonna happen. No offense, Scott. So yeah, so please do help us. Actual work, real life work of fighting against an incredibly hard enemy that is a century-long enemy to this country and to its.
Oh.
And unfortunately,
Century is an understatement. I'm just gonna say a century is an understatement.
Fortunately, there's no other way. Right now, being against war is very brave. It is very brave. We all are against war, and we do hope it will end. But it depends on how it will end.
True.
Peace that will be achieved by ceding our territory, our people, most of all. Most importantly, people talk about land all the time. It's not land, it's people. It's people's homes. It's people's lives.
True.
So ceding those people, so to speak, if you can cede people to anyone, is not an option. We, Ukrainians, don't want that. We prefer to be fucking nuked with literal nuclear weapons than to give up to what Russians are doing to our people. It is 90% of people. You can laugh all you want, but it's just, you know, I understand you're American.
God, you speak for every Ukrainian that they're willing to be nuked.
Majority of people. I, of course.
Yep, correct. There was a poll among Ukrainian people, and they said even if they were nuked, they would continue fighting. Correct.
Better. You know better what Ukrainians want.
Correct.
Of course, right? But whatever, right, dude? You are just
cackle like
literally dumb. No,
Yes.
I'm not talking with you at all. But anyhow,
Yeah,
just
send us the
point
nukes.
is, you don't know. No, we don't need nukes. We never wanted, never asked for it. Fuck those nukes. But
Well,
apparently
I meant as
having
in
nukes is
being.
the.
Okay, this is closing statements. You gotta let it close out.
Can you please stop? Yeah. Manners, dude. Manners. You just need to have them. You know, they're good. Like, for example, non-smoker is a very mannered person. Yeah, so yeah, by the way, so what I was saying before this all happened, yeah, help us. Please help us if you can, if you're able to. This is very important to the stability and safety of this entire region and to our future as people. If you don't care, then it's your right, obviously, that's your money, that's for you to decide. But if you do care a little bit about important things, then do help us, please. And we appreciate every single person who helped us with literally any dollar, you know? So goodbye, everyone, and thank you very much for listening. Yeah.
Well, thank you for being
and
here.
Week, thank you for asking me, by the way. Yeah, appreciate it.
Of course, you're welcome anytime.
Appreciate it.
Put those links in chat for all of our guests here. Gang, it's been a pleasure. We're gonna let them go if they need to go, but we are opening
Credit when credit is due. That is one thing that I can give credit to Destiny for supporting Anna.
and we'll bring you on.
Hey, real quick.
I can give Destiny credit for that, if for anything.
It seemed like a couple people, I don't know why, because I never brought up libertarianism or ANCAP, wanted to use that. I don't know if it was just because they were losing so bad. But if anybody wants to actually debate me on ANCAP,
we can talk about it. We can talk about it in the after show if you'd like to stay. Hey,
No, I get it. You
promise
just want to like try and get a jab.
You
in
talked about
because
local
lost.
governance.
I
You
get
did.
it,
You
know.
did talk about local. You said, oh, instead of siding with the West or the East, you should do local governance.
Yeah, you
Like,
did. Which is very realistic, truly realistic ideal, yeah.
Is occurred.
Okay.
I didn't bring up
No,
any.
let me finish closing out, and then we'll keep going.
Like I said, my DMs are open. You know.
Okay, fair enough. Gang, we got some great stuff coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow we have an open call-in show, so if you want to call in and we're just chit the chat.
that was very nice of Anna to shout me out like that and tell people to give me money. Thank you for all the tier 2 subs. And thank you for all the subs everybody's gifted me. Everybody's being very generous right now. Thank you, No Chump Change, longtime supporter of the channel. Man, what a debate. I didn't get to push back on the Gorbachev stuff that they were talking about earlier. Well, it was the Gorbachev stuff, but the stuff about NATO expansion and what we negotiate with the Germans, what we didn't get in writing. We didn't get to get into any more of the specific stuff. Man, 2 hours, and if over 2 hours, and it feels like we merely scratched the surface.
I'm probably gonna leave soon.
Don't know why the Omni Slap person's here. I have no clue.
None of them are
I'll see you guys later, alright?
Hey, see you later.
Bye bye.
Is
Okay.
immoral.
Hello. Frank.
Okay.
I'll stay for a little bit. Why not?
Okay. Yeah, a little bit.
I'm just safe for a couple.
I'm just gonna say
can say their
how
piece.
long Anna is staying. Once Anna leaves, we're gonna leave as well. Oh, Anna stays for a long time. I'm not sure if I want to watch the rest of this, to be honest. I'm gonna go to the toilet and then we decide if we want to watch the rest of this. I'm gonna be honest, from my perspective, if you're anti-aid for Ukraine, you are pro-Russia. That is my stance. I don't care. I'll be right back, okay? So
Okay, what do we got? Loader box. Welcome.
Hey.
Prussian.
Devin San Luis has donated $20.
Loner box.
Danabo and
Okay.
Anastasia morally blackmailed me into donating.
Aw.
Loner box is definitely better on Ukraine than any of those people.
For the tier 1 beats for 12 months, a whole year in gutter chat. Appreciate it. And Devin San Luis, thank you for the $20. For everybody who rated from Vosh, by the way, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. I always feel like I don't thank people enough. I really do appreciate it, like a whole lot. definitely since my second YouTube channel just got
Burns
suspended,
is an
where I
immoral,
make the majority of my
morally corrupt,
income
bankrupt
on
man.
off of platform outside of streaming. So this is very helpful. I do appreciate it. Degenerate Liberty, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Let's get back in there. I don't want to thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the money. I just wanted to acknowledge that before we get back in because they are talking.
Like right now, one journalist is taking down the entirety of Lithuanian government through investigative journalism, fighting corruption, and the highest echelons of power due to political
occurred.
Also
occurred.
CapTBT gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Anna did well. I'm glad she was part of this debate. Too
Yeah.
bad her opponents were so rude.
Yeah, I mean, like, Fabian was rude. Fabian was just a cunt. And Omni was just mostly, I think, clueless. Non-smoker was less so. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1s. I really do appreciate it. I just wish that we got to talk more about the language laws and the other stuff they were bringing up. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted right now with all the subs and all the comments in chat. By the way, if you want to go onto my website, go to dylanburns.tv, dylnburns.tv, and your messages can appear on stream, and you can get the based site chat emotes, and all of your donations, all your subs goes to me and my editors and my journalism here in Ukraine, and none of it goes to Jeff Bezos on Twitch. I really appreciate it, you guys. Anyway, let's get back into it. Sorry.
So he's absolutely right. Those types of freedoms to criticize the government only appear in countries that are currently relatively more democratic. But if you look at the detail, I think that the gloves that the Western powers wear are softer. The power that is used in the West is softer, but it's still fairly harsh. And if we're talking about Ukraine, opposition, various journalists from various sides of various oppositions were killed or threatened to be killed in Ukraine. And so it's not exactly the same as in the West. The same conditions apply in Ukraine. And I don't think that Western powers really...
What do you mean about these journalists? Can you be more specific? What journalists have been killed or threatened to be killed?
I don't want to be more specific unless we have an open debate about it, and then I'll give you all the names.
I see.
But I can tell you that if you go to reporting radicalism,
Can you give us just one?
No. We will go. If you want to have a topic on this specifically on the threats.
Just for the sake of the after show, you were saying that in Ukraine, that there are journalists who are being threatened with death. Can you give us a name?
I don't remember the names, but if you set up a debate about this, I will research, and I do remember that occurred. And one of the websites you should look at
is this Peacemaker.
Is reporting radicalism, and on that website, connected with Freedom House, I believe, they have an investigation of various organizations that conduct street fighting operations that
fighting
out into the streets, and it was noted as a problem before the invasion. After the invasion, we stopped talking about this. So it's the other thing is. In the West, we have other ways to pressure journalists. For example, we can keep one in prison, like Julian Assange, keep him in prison on completely farcical allegations.
I'm sorry, but Julian Assange, like you brought that example, he's it's infamous that it's happening to him. In Russia, it's
it's not just how it is.
We know about Navalny is in prison. It's also infamous.
But how many are dead?
Every person who says something against the regime is prosecuted in Russia immediately.
How many
Tatar activists?
How many worse in Russia? And I'm saying that the gloves are softer in the West. But somebody like Julian Assange can sit in prison for years, and
gloves
all
are
we can
softer,
do
but you're
is
still
say
making
what?
this comparison. Why exactly? So you're saying that Ukraine making strides to be more democratic, more institutions working, and be more like Western, is still fucking better than Russia.
No, it
it's quite
absolutely
simple. Yeah.
So
I'm not saying the West is perfect in any way, shape, or form, but comparatively to what the other side suggests, it is fucking perfect comparatively to that disaster.
So I'm back, right? The problem is that if we compare the end goal and we don't look at any of the costs that it takes to get there, then yeah, sure, absolutely, it is better to be under the hegemonic structure of like, Western corporations and banks. Absolutely. Everyone would prefer that outcome versus the outcome of being completely controlled by Russia. The problem is what you're saying when you make that argument is that you're not calculating how many deaths it will take.
Street fighting.
I am.
How much damage will
My
take
people
to
are
get
dying,
there.
not yours.
Yeah, down to the last Ukrainian. Okay, cool. You're ready for all of them to be dead. Right?
So easy.
It's not gonna happen like
And
that
so-
exactly, but
So easy to say that from safety of the US.
Not calculating the fact of whether or not it actually will occur. Like, there's no guarantee that you get that better outcome. Just
yeah, but there is a guarantee what we're going to get if Russia gets us. That's a guarantee.
Vivian,
That's
how
a guarantee
could we
for
have
sure. Yeah.
prevented? How could we have prevented this war post 2014? And like, the Russians were always going to do this. There's no way to like appease them into not doing what they're doing.
True.
Like the whole thing of like you have to have territorial.
But who is this person? Does anybody know who this person is? Who is this person? Can anybody tell me?
Join NATO. That's as a
Who is he? Where is he from?
To say that Georgia and Ukraine won't join by Obama. He really pushed this point. Nobody ever talked about this point prior to that. Like Zelensky outwardly said, we're probably not going to join NATO. There's been all sorts of talks between Macron, various calls, where all they were doing were promising all this shit to Russia, and yet they still invaded. We're acting like we can just like somehow, okay, we'll cede 5 regions of Ukraine now, and then it's going to be peace forever. So those 5 regions stay in the Russian sphere, and that's like the compromise.
Who's acting like that? I'm just curious, who's acting like that?
You're acting like there's some solution to this war where like we can concede enough to Russia where they won't come back for more.
They were
why not just let Scott outline his like peaceful future? What happens? What lines does he give up? What does it look like? I'm guessing they don't join NATO.
Well, so this is the problem is that like I don't, unlike most people that are working this consequentialist framework, pretend to predict the future and then make moral decisions based on what the prediction of the future is, even if those decisions require sacrificing lives. So I don't know that they're the perfect.
But all societies do that. All societies have to do that constantly.
True.
But you're also saying that you think that the West should.
You can make a moral decision by not murdering, by stopping war.
Yeah, so you think we should stop the war, but that if stopping the war necessarily means some kind of peace agreement and some kind of peaceful scenario. I want to know what that peaceful scenario looks like, because I know it doesn't involve Ukraine being in NATO. If you don't want to elaborate, if you don't want to elaborate, I can just say.
I can elaborate.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So about a year ago, Dylan Burns was on the Crucible, and I was a call-in from the audience, and I asked him a question, and I proposed a peaceful solution back then. And I said that my goal was for Donbass, for the people there, to have I named a certain amount of years, let's say 5 years moratorium, nothing happens for 5 years. Luhansk, nothing happens for 5 years. And then those regions, after 5 years, they get to vote on where they want to be, and they're allowed to vote on being independent from both countries and being basically a demilitarized buffer zone between those countries. And
how can nothing happen in those countries? I'm so sorry. There's going to be
I'll
some sort of
explain why.
control.
I'll explain why. The reason why this
controls those
provision is
countries?
required is because everybody is criticizing the vote. I criticized the vote that occurred in Kiev in the Rada while it was occupied by C-14 in the right sector. And you're criticizing the vote rightfully so, and you're rightfully so criticizing the vote in Crimea when it's occupied by the
Oh my god, I remember this guy. Just do a 5-year ceasefire. Oh god.
In order to not have that.
Who is this person?
A certain amount of pause for.
Okay, so Mustatic, do you know who the person in the lower left corner is, and do you know who this is?
And then have a vote.
Where are they from? Do you know?
Military men in the streets.
Okay, so your answer, yeah, that was an answer to my question. So, okay, first of all, I mean, that sounds a bit similar to what happened with the independence of South Ossetia and Abkhazia in the early 90s, and look what happened to them, right? But also, my question to what you just described, okay, yeah, that's why I want to know. It can be different this time. How does any of what you just said guarantee Ukraine's safety against future Russian aggression?
It doesn't.
There is no. Yeah, that's a false.
There's only one guarantee: kill every Russian. That's literally the only guarantee of safety from every place. Which is
bullshit.
Here's another one.
I'll explain what.
Here's another one. Wait. Here's the. If you want the alternative.
You don't need to
okay,
answer
sure.
me. So I can answer.
Sorry, it's 5:30
When
a.m.
people gain independence and they gain control over their lives, which is what I'm advocating for, which is what you should be advocating for, and then they are armed, the cost of invading them becomes exponentially very high. The reason why Russia failed.
Wait, do you not think that Russia is willing to pay that price?
Is because Russian-speaking Ukrainians fought against Russia.
Casimir.
Russian-speaking Ukrainians en masse don't want to join with Russia, though.
Casimir.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear?
Casimir.
I'm listening.
Russian-speaking Ukrainians, right
Okay.
here, dude, in the east.
That's what I said. You're not listening. I said Russian-speaking Ukrainians fought against Russia. Sorry if I misspoke.
No, my contention here is that your proposal, right, that they simply gain independence, gain self-control, and then get themselves armed. That's
Kazimir. Where is this person from?
But Russia has shown time and time again, it is willing to pay the cost, right? It is willing to pay the short-term costs to get what they feel is a long-term imperial gain.
You guys submitted a lot of pieces of evidence up to the Russian invasion. So because you don't have those pieces, you can make that argument. But I don't want to take too much of your time. I know historical review will take a lot of time, but if you want, we can go to 2019, 2020.
Kazimir is mid-left. I wonder where he's from.
Points on escalation. And can you ask me, actually, here's a few questions I have for the rest of the panel. Because
why only that far? Why not go back to 2003, like Dylan was saying, right? Why not go back to 2008 or 2014, right?
You need to answer this question. When did the Russian military start accumulating on the borders of Ukraine, and when did they start threatening this aggression?
When they are starting to accumulate on the borders is way, way beyond when they have started to plan and build up material, build up forces to actually carry out this plan, right? Like, so this build up on the borders is kind of a last step rather than a first step, right? You understand that?
They were also conscripting people in Crimea from like 2014 onwards, but
which is illegal under international law.
2014, but the reason why you don't want to talk about 2019 is you don't want to talk about the steps that Ukraine made, that Zelensky made,
to be safe
from the perspective of Russia, and made that cost more acceptable. Even now, they're learning that they're paying way too high for it. But things like touching their energy corporations that they didn't directly control, but they influenced in Ukraine. And when those started getting touched, when their allies in Ukraine started getting basically robbed of their corporations and of their TV channels, then Russia realized that, hey, we're going to lose all channels of influence. And it's when that person was put in prison and when his corporation got taken over, then the Russian military appeared on the border as an escalation of that escalation.
What do you mean?
So did Zelensky
But it's Ukraine's business what it does. What do you mean?
start doing that before or after Putin had Russian personnel in the east of Ukraine?
You include the east of Ukraine,
After.
you mean Crimea?
After. No, in eastern Ukraine, in the Donbass.
No, so again,
Donbass
Donbass and Luhansk had Russian presence, but also Ukrainians in 2014 were sending units to Donetsk and Luhansk, and what was happening is that there were
They sent units after the separatists were occupying government buildings and shutting down TV stations. You don't know. Like you're back to front.
But this is what the Ukrainians in Kiev were doing to government agencies and government buildings, and there was a government building in Odessa that was burned down with many pro-Russians
What mandate does Russia have?
Wait, wait, stop. That building that got burned down was because there's a clash on both sides and Molotovs were being thrown on both sides. And people on both sides tried to fucking stop the building from burning down.
And
like you're
what I'm
just
saying
okay.
is
Whatever.
that when this happens, what you need to do is you need to take a break and not have a referendum that day, but have a referendum a bit after. Just like I don't believe that with people armed in the street and half of your half of your government out.
Take a break.
Just
take a break.
You can have an actual referendum on who is going to be the president. You can't do that.
The referendums are a scam.
If you look.
Okay, I want to give space.
You also
to...
should look at nobody here on the other side of the panel has answered Scott's question about the water canal. You didn't even recognize that.
No, it's bad. They shouldn't have done that.
No, don't do that. You're the moderator. You have Dylan Burns here, and you have this lady.
Yeah, but you keep talking, and I'm trying to get people in, but you keep talking. So I can't get them in because you say, well, you have all these people, no one's answering. Maybe if you shut the fuck up, I could get people to answer. Maybe that would happen. Maybe if you took a little time and shut the fuck up, and if you don't do it willingly, I'm gonna make you do it, right? But I want people to give and address your concerns and answer your questions, but you got to give them space to do so. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dylan, then Anna, in that order.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't like the cutting off of the water. Whether or not they did, the Ukrainian government, obviously for good reason, didn't want to help the Russians legislate occupied territory. I believe, what, do you think they should have cut off the water? Why were you shaking your head at that?
Because it's not enough to do this condemnation. It's not enough.
Oh, okay, one second. I'll get some water bottles, and I'll go to Crimea, and I'll hand it out.
If you were to do that, you would defeat my argument right now. But you didn't do that. You didn't even think about it. You don't care about the humanitarian crisis in.
Can you just can you tell me what Russia?
Tatars, unless they're
what?
Wait. Okay, so I don't really care because I didn't bring water to the people of Crimea.
And you didn't bring up this point in the debate at all. You're not ready for it.
Because it wasn't my point. I brought it up before. You mean okay, what more can I do besides a condemnation? Do I have to start a charity?
Yeah, what you should do is you should mention it as one of the reasons why Russia could potentially plan an attack, because that's one of the war goals.
Someone else mentioned it.
That's one of the war goals.
And I've mentioned it before. I've talked about it before.
Wait.
Because I didn't talk about it on this specific panel.
Here's a radical question. If this was the only war goal, would you consider the war justified?
If this was the only war goal of the Russians, no, I would not consider the war justified. I don't think they needed to march on Kiev in order to restore water.
True.
They didn't need to march on Kharkiv. They didn't march on any of these places to restore water. Honestly, you know what they could have done? If they wanted to restore water to Crimea, they could have also left.
Just so you know, as well, before Ukraine cut off that water, Russia was already conscripting residents in Crimea. They were already moving military equipment into the region, and they were killing Tatars.
Oh yeah, and Russia could have also provided water.
They blocked traffic in the Black Sea. So
it's Friday.
You should, maybe I don't know how I feel about doing it myself, but like, I don't know if you're also obligated to keep supplying water to a country that's militarizing on your border.
Yes, you do. So you do that. You do it in Hamas and Gaza all the time.
Yeah.
Israel does it in Hamas. They have to supply water because the innocent civilians.
Have Palestinians occupied Gaza? Is Gaza occupied by the Palestinians right now? Is that a military occupation by Gaza?
By the military of Hamas. Hamas didn't have an election.
It's not. Wait, it's not occupied in the same way that Crimea is.
Hamas is a terrorist organization, and yet Israel supplies water because there is innocent civilians in Gaza and there are innocent civilians in Crimea that did not perform any crimes, that are there against their will, and they can't leave their homes and their families. They can't abandon their property. So yes, you supply water to them, especially since you don't need to do anything. You just need to keep the canal unblocked. If you block this natural canal that was built during the Soviet Union, you're performing aggression against peaceful civilians. It doesn't matter that some of them militarized. It's not an excuse.
Which military which military annexed Gaza?
Hamas, when they didn't have an election.
Hamas didn't annex Gaza. That's not annexation.
They were supposed to have an election every 4 to 5 years. And
dictatorship is not an invasion.
From that moment,
a dictation is not. Yeah, it's not an invasion.
That's I want to give military annexation.
Sure.
If Ukraine blocks water,
my problems with loner bugs by.
I want to give space to Anna. Then
this is ridiculous.
No.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Loner Box did it and Dylan did the fabulous job.
Noted. Okay, I see you. What was your name? Baster? Let's give you a chance, Baster. Go ahead, Baster. You haven't spoken.
And thanks for organizing this. So yeah, to me it kind of blows my mind that any type of water supply issues can be a justification. Like, we're talking about the almighty Russian Empire, right? They should be able to build. They built the biggest bridge in the Black Sea. They should be able to build like a water supply. Why are you shaking your head, man? Okay, actually, don't answer that because you're gonna take an age. They could force labor to build a fucking bridge to Crimea, but they couldn't provide water. Like, that's insane to me.
True.
They did provide water. That's the point. Yeah, they were fine.
That to justify an attack on a sovereign country that causes more suffering.
True.
So I just don't understand these weird points where you're saying, oh, you don't want to be part of, you don't want to be part of Russia. Well then, fuck you. You're gonna get bombed, and then you don't want to be. you don't want to provide us with water, well, fuck you, you're going to get bombed. Like, this is absolute insanity in my mind. Like, there is nothing that can justify this activity and action.
So,
Whatever
I'll
NATO encroachment... No, sorry, just let me finish. Sorry about that.
That's a
Whatever
straw man.
NATO encroachment you're talking about, is there a scenario in which NATO attacks Russia? There isn't any such scenario. That's World War III. That's never going to happen. So any kind of security concern bullshit that Putin is putting out there isn't legitimate security.
True.
It's a veiled excuse to say, okay, I can fuck with these Eastern European countries, I'm gonna mess with their internal politics, and you can't do anything to stop me because I have nukes
The
and
Nord
they
Stream
can join
pipeline
NATO.
explosion tells otherwise.
You don't have any proof on that. You don't have anything for that.
So I'll respond. Right? And so what is occurring here is it's again, it's a point I had to reiterate throughout the entire debate. We're seeing it again, which is that any form of attempting to understand the situation, understand the nuances of why this war occurred, right?
Nuances.
Just stating Putin is evil. Putin might get assassinated by the oligarchs if he's not super evil.
Nobody said that. Nobody.
USSR 2.0.
What?
No one here that I've heard.
It's just a slower Rob Nor.
That Russia is justified.
Yeah, I noticed.
I think everyone has completely and fully condemned Russia's actions for invading. And yet what we are saying is that it is not
that it should win.
To state that it is just an evil empire of evil Russians, Russia, that we need to just fight against the evil because it is battling of the war drums of the same tactics that we used throughout the Cold War and the same tactics that we've been using ever since.
Russia should just win.
Is one of our favorite scapegoats so that we do not deal with our internal issues. We do not deal with so many other things.
Again, Ukraine is not considered an agent. Ukraine is considered a pawn. Literally.
And so that we can justify actions that are also wrong, right? And we can justify those things by creating a bigger evil. And yes, Russia is evil. Russia exists. And Russia invading is fucking horrible. And yet, it is important to recognize
that we should not support Ukraine.
The way that shock therapy was done, in not in all the way that it was done in Poland, but was done in a completely corrupt and fucked up way. And by understanding all of those facets that lead into this, then you can begin to have a whole picture of the scenario and the motivations behind it.
Or Fabian, right? We do understand this. We have weighed this. We have measured this. We said no one's perfect here. No one's a good guy in this. But given all the facts that we understand at our disposal, Russia is insanely in the wrong and needs to be opposed.
True.
Stop unless they are stopped. And the most effective and efficient way to do that is by giving the Ukrainians what they need with military might, right? I think we should perhaps go even further, right? I support a little more direct action in Ukraine from the Americans, at least, right? But that's just me, and I understand why some
what does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? Sending our troops?
That means sending, having boots on the fucking ground. I will say it.
He volunteers himself. He wants to go.
I've signed up for the military before. Like, it's not like I haven't done this, right? It's not like I didn't serve my country, right? So again, I know what's at stake.
You wouldn't want to be a war tourist, would you?
Okay.
It ain't tourist when you're going to blow shit up, okay?
This is.
I ain't taking pictures.
Let's start a full-on war with a nuclear power. Let's fucking go.
Right. Yeah. It's really weird because there's this. You can almost taste the propagandized, indoctrinated mind when they respond with things like this.
Hey, we can talk about all the fucking 4 lies that you told throughout the debate if you want, but every time you said the propaganda thing, you were wrong about fucking NATO promising not to expand eastward. You were wrong about what Boris Johnson said in tanking negotiations. You want to talk about the quote? Where did he say? What's he referring to when he says 1 inch eastward? Tell me.
He's talking about a conversation that he had with Gorbachev.
Yeah, and what did Gorbachev say about those talks regarding NATO?
I have the direct quote that
Gorbachev said that those talks had nothing to do with expanding NATO beyond East Germany. It was about those talks, again, because every country east of Germany, when those talks were happening, were still in the Warsaw Pact. There was nowhere for NATO to go. Why would you say we won't expand NATO to countries that are in the Warsaw Pact? That doesn't even make any sense. They were talking about moving military equipment into to East Germany, which they never did. There was nothing. There was no promise anywhere not to expand NATO to Eastern Europe.
If that's the case, then why is it that Germany there were records in the UK that showed that Germany stated that Poland couldn't be a NATO ally because Gorbachev and the Russians were promised that there wouldn't be eastward expansion.
And yet here we are.
Like, yes, some politicians were wrong. Gorbachev himself. I can show you, Fabian. Just while you're shaking, I can give you the quote of Gorbachev saying this had nothing to do with NATO expanding east of Germany. I can show you that if you want.
Or like, are you implying that Gorbachev was negotiating the complete collapse of the Soviet
This
Union?
propaganda cope.
Well,
yeah.
Because this was before anyone knew the Soviet Union was going to collapse. Yeah. Why the fuck would you say we're not going to expand NATO into an empire that we have no control in? What?
We're falling apart. Please don't expand into our now collapsing empire. Is that what Gorbachev was doing?
You know what would really
1990, you're arguing that that they thought that Russia and the Warsaw Pact was going to be this forever thing. Like, no, they already knew that they were fucking losing. They already knew that they were fucking crumbling.
Well, maybe Gorbachev, if he wanted to, should have got a deal that said we won't expand NATO beyond East Germany, but that was never in the deal. The deal was specifically, you look at the context, the entire conversation, it's all to do with moving military into East Germany. That's it.
Also, why didn't they get? Why didn't they?
That's why even fucking even Yeltsin appeals to the spirit of the deal. Like, there's nothing written saying that NATO won't expand into Latvia, Lithuania, Poland.
Was there a deal? Was there a deal where heavy artillery is to be used against Donetsk and Luhansk, where women and children are going to be shelled in 2014? Is there any deal for that? And why do you not?
Actually, yes, I negotiated that deal.
Are you talking about Minsk? It's hard to tell which fucking propaganda line.
I don't get the question out.
No, I'm sorry. I was only doing one of Fabian's disinformation points. We can do the Boris one as well. What did Boris say in that talk about tanking negotiations?
Let's do your support for the shelling of women and children in Donetsk and Luhansk.
So
hey, dude, I'm literally living here.
Anna, go ahead, take it if you want.
It's just the same shit propaganda points, dude. Nobody bombed people in Lugansk and Donetsk until Russians invaded and used separatist groups there, their militia they sponsored and they equipped. By the way, Russian citizens ruled that mob that was there, separatists, so to speak, separatists. Until then, nobody was hurting anyone in Donbass, in fact. Nobody suffered there, So, yeah, they started the war, and as a result of this war, some civilians indeed die. I, for example, hosted refugees from Donbass in my own personal home for a year. They lived in my apartment, and they escaped from there for a reason that Russians literally shelled their fucking home. And, it's the only reason any of that happened is Russian invasion. So, yeah, there was no troops of Ukrainian far-right, whatever the fuck you want to say, that shelled people in Donbass before Russians invaded it. So, yeah, as a result of Russian invasion, civilians died.
And hit civilians. It's fine to use heavy artillery against civilian populations from the Ukrainian side, and it's not fine when Russia does it. I don't understand this. Both of them are
evil.
Because when someone starts a separatist war and you have foreign soldiers in the army, some civilians are going to die. What are you talking about?
Some civilians are going to die.
How many? You're not targeting military units. You're targeting residents in their homes.
No, they didn't target
residents. It's supposed to be condemned. It's evil, and all you have to do.
Who is this person?
Just say,
Me and Bach. Hello, fake Kyle Parker. Welcome.
Let me ask you a simple question. Do you support people having independence if they vote for it, if the vote is conducted properly?
Did they vote?
You support? They have not. I'm asking you in principle. In principle, would you promote?
They will not vote for us.
They have a vote, sure.
Yeah, if they can have a vote without Russians there, yeah, sure.
No, please, let me finish the question and answer it clearly so that everybody can hear. Do you support?
Thank you.
There's no.
Thank you, Butterwagon.
As a principle, that these are regions in Ukraine that should have a vote to have either complete independence or autonomy within a federation.
I'm being very elegant. I'm being an elegant person, because I'm prepared to crap on the pro-Russian shows. Also, since you're here, consider supporting the channel.
Do you support that?
Yeah. But without troops there, without Russians there. Why not? They won't vote for Russia.
Just so you know, like just to get past like another propaganda, but Russia doesn't give a fuck about these places having free elections. That's why they had to.
True.
That's why they had to put troops in there. Like they know that their entire history of Ukraine is even pro-Russian Ukrainians even Russian Ukrainians like who want to lean towards Russia, like in terms of economic deals and stuff like that, even though there's not that many of them anymore. Like they always oppose Russia exerting its will too far over Ukraine. The Tuzla Island crisis in 2003, Russia tried to. It's like a tiny little fucking spit of land underneath the Kerch Bridge that Russia tried to build a dam in, and both West and Eastern Ukrainians rose up against it in 2003 because that's like Russian overreach that they don't like, even if it's just over building a dam on an island without authorization. So,
and those people were betrayed by the government in Kiev, who does not support what this lady is saying and does not support what you are saying, because they're perfectly fine with declining.
Well, if I have them on my channel, then you can
when did Ricky?
Dylan, go ahead. Dylan, I want to get to Dylan.
Yeah.
So the first thing I would say is, I told you I responded to your proposal. This proposal back in the day when you first said it. First of my response was, well, of course we're going to also have to have displaced people vote. If there's going to be a vote in the Donbass, we need to have all the people who have been displaced to America, to Canada, to the rest of Europe, to all these other locations, because their homes they were forced out of their homes in many instances.
And they love Russia, right? Those people.
In my
forced out of their houses. Sorry, Dylan.
So that's the first thing. But second thing, there's also a question of like practicality. When we say the Kiev government will reject a free independent vote in the Donbass, for that to occur, we would need to have no Russian soldiers there, because if there's Russian soldiers there can be voter intimidation. There would have to be a lot of international monitors that are respected, that are not from like wackadoodle like parties that are going to do whatever they're told. They're going to have to be respected international monitors. There's going to probably have to be UN peacekeepers to monitor the process, make sure everything's going on.
Is that so? In theory, after World War II, there was a free vote in Poland, and there were international moderators. And wow, Poland ended up being a Soviet-controlled, quote-unquote, communist country. Spoilers, the voting was not fair. The voting was not correct. So, even with that, that's not a complete guarantee.
All this is going to happen, and those conditions cannot be created on the ground right now. I see no path for those conditions to be created on the ground right now. If those conditions could be created, and we could have this magical scenario where we sit down with every single person, we have this vote, and we...
No fair, yeah.
That'd be great.
No fair election in 1945-ish, past era Poland.
How do we move towards? Let me. Yeah. How do we move towards being able to bring the Russians to the table and seek peace? Right, like obviously, I agree with what the Chinese are doing, right? Because their position, their 12-point plan is much closer to what Russia wants. So how do we, as the West, right, actually bring them to the table and stop the killing? How do we do that? Because I don't think it's
by giving more weapons,
shadow missiles, and training pilots and F-16s.
It is
and promising a fucking never-ending sieve of money.
It is. There we go.
Let's say these referendums.
Me and Anna are in agreement.
And if that happens in Donetsk, that means they're going to have to, like, I'd imagine the Russians that have been moving into Mariupol as part of Russia, like trying to rebrand the entire city, they'd probably have to leave because they can't vote for, like, they're moved in there as a result of occupation.
Right, so
no, the problem is what I just said.
That's my goal. How do we get towards that goal?
What I just said, having referendums in all these territories when the displaced people can return, when the people who came in since the occupation have to either stand down or leave. I'm sorry, Russia never concedes to that.
The answer is
That's
simple.
not what they want.
Fabian, Scott, the answer is simple, right? We punish Russia until they are forced to come to the negotiation table. We make them. We force them. We use coercive force to force them to this table. And we do this through missiles, military might, projection of force, men and...
Well.
But what Russia's currently saying...
But we're not...
You want to just ask them nicely? Please, Russians, please, would you not think of the children?
We're not
please,
signaling...
Please
listen,
leave.
We're not signaling in even the slightest capacity that we're willing to engage in good faith negotiations. Like, you...
I'm liking Wick here. I gotta say, I am liking Wick here. Holy shit, based Wick. I mean... Yeah.
You could do one thing that would change. You could do one thing. I'm not asking. I've already stated Russia's fucking evil. I'm not fucking
No. You said we are not doing good faith. Americans, I presume. Ukrainians are not nothing. Are nobody. Yeah.
Western power. This is
Exactly. Anna is correct. The way Ukraine is treated in this is disgusting.
Western money. This is about
yeah, all this is about America to you. You're American, you know. I know.
True.
What can the West do?
I'm not living in Russia talking about what Russia should do. Now listen, like we very easily could say, hey, look, we're giving you money, we're giving you support, we're giving you training, we're doing everything we can, but like, hey, cut the shit. We know that you drone bombed in Moscow, and we know that when you said, "quote," of course we're pleased to watch and
What the
predict
shit?
an increase
Wow,
in the
shit,
number
yeah.
of attacks. But of course,
Oh,
we have
I see,
nothing
I see.
directly to do with this. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Right? We could
Nah,
put a
I
certain
mean,
condemnation about certain actions, right? That shows that, like, hey, we are really
Yes, of
trying
course.
to be
Scott,
the arbiter in this
to
situation.
talk about Russian drones in Moscow, but not Mariupol, not Gostomel, not Irpin, not entirely ruined. I don't know, like probably
This is the
20% of my
insanity of your
country.
position. This is the insanity of your position. I say we should
of my
condemn one
position.
thing, and you go,
The insanity of defending oneself. The insanity of defending oneself. The insanity of retaliating in a war.
What about us? What about us? Russia's evil. Russia's evil.
You
Fight
are like
Russia.
fucking what about
Yeah.
America and the West non-stop as it is the main culprit, which it isn't.
We don't get to a peace deal by picking a side and saying we will do everything we can to support that side.
What about them keen, actually, you are?
Towards peace.
Okay, Scott, wait, can I
What
tell you why your
peace?
plan isn't
Suggest me
going to
fucking
work?
plan.
Your
What
plan
peace?
is never
What,
going
what
to
can
work.
I negotiate with Russia? Please tell me.
Well,
Russia's
that's the
sitting
problem.
there
The problem is that there is no peace negotiation that Russia would,
Yeah,
that would guarantee any
exactly.
safety for Ukraine.
Exactly.
Also,
True.
just a question to the anti-war coalition, I guess.
But they don't care. They don't care about the safety of Ukraine. That is the whole point. They don't care. They don't give a fuck.
I think Ukrainians are retarded.
Yeah, they do.
I just think you're
I answered
retarded.
it.
Well, no, I'm just okay. So I'm just
When
saying
did you
because
stop
around
hating your wife?
because around the same time that Boris supposedly
I don't
tanked
think
those
I'm retarded.
negotiations
Come on,
and
don't
overrode the
insult
will,
me.
I'm asking you if you think Ukrainians are
No, I
because
don't
Are
think
you
I'm
Ukrainian?
retarded.
That's not what he
So-
said.
Are you Ukrainian?
No, it doesn't
Okay, so
matter.
you're
I don't-
Ukrainian, okay.
You don't know
So I'm
who
just-
I am, but you don't have to insult me. This is a civil panel. I haven't
Wait,
insulted
are you Ukrainian? Are you
It
Ukrainian?
doesn't matter. It
I'm
doesn't
not
matter.
insulting you. I'm asking you if you think Ukrainians are
okay.
That's an insulting question.
Okay.
Obviously,
What?
Wait.
All right, I'll ask the question.
What?
I believe that people as a group can be identified this way. So obviously, I would be against it. What are you, crazy?
Okay, so the point I'm making, I didn't expect the reaction. Okay, so the question I'm asking is,
I don't believe that Kazimir is Ukrainian.
Boris single-handedly tanked negotiations. At the same time that happened, more than 80% of Ukrainians were against any negotiation of like land for peace, and like more than 60% of them wanted to carry on to resist Russian aggression until everything, including Crimea, was back. So that's what they want, and I have a feeling that they're going to do that with or without our help, because they know what happens. They know what happens if they don't resist, and that they get taken over by Russia, and that's the worst case scenario.
So what you're saying is first you reframe my position to Boris single-handedly tank, which is not
You
something.
said he tanked the negotiations, which he didn't do. I mean, you can try, you can show me any. You can where in the transcript did you say that?
I mean, this was where. In
Oh.
Can we drop the Boris
in
part?
these meetings?
Wait.
Yeah,
Can we drop
I've got it from.
the Boris strawman?
It's up on Downing Street's website on 9th of April. Yeah,
Negotiations.
this is the 9th of April. This is the 9th of April talk between Boris and Zelensky.
Talk
No?
about Boris. Boris is a.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my friend Fabian at the Hobbit
Yes,
Hole.
but there's an article where
I'm trying to
Prime
talk to him.
Minister Naftali Bennett-
I'm sorry.
That's
Shah.
the good thing about him,
he's
you know, the
one
Hobbit
that
thing.
confirmed it. So we can talk about Naftali Bennett, and then we have our evidence. We don't
Who is this Kazimir person?
have a direct participant in the negotiation that said both sides were ready, and the West said no, and he said that he believes that the West was right in doing so at the time. That's what Naftali Bennett said, but he said the West did stop the negotiations. When did it happen? I don't know. I can
We didn't
read
want the
article
negotiations.
Right now. It's just a fact of what Naftali Bennett is saying.
So it's just like with the way you guys talk as if as if Ukrainian people don't exist. You can look at the polling numbers.
True.
Don't want to negotiate with Russia.
Respond to it better, but you don't have to go over the.
They don't
policy.
care about what we want.
Listen,
That's pretty
here's
clear, yeah.
how it works in the West.
Exactly.
If all
Exactly. None of them do.
and we have our media channels. If the media channels spin a story for 2 weeks straight, public opinion tends to shift. And if even the media channels are saying we're going to win this war, people support the war. When the media channels are saying we should sign a peace deal, in a few weeks of that type of messaging, then the opinion polling.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Democrats support
Bullshit. I'm sorry. This is bullshit.
whether you like it or
Yeah, very silly people we are for sure. Yeah, don't know what's good for us.
No, it's not.
Well, first, before you ask anything, I want to get some more people in here, right? I want to give some space to some other people, right? So I want to give space to two people who haven't really talked much, Prussian and Baster, and they get to go first. So Prussian and then Baster, go ahead.
So we're going on about negotiating with Russia. What peace looks like. Since 2014, for about 8 years, EU especially, many nations to great extent, the West especially of the Iron Curtain, they've been negotiating and dealing and investing billions into Russia. And the whole idea was if we keep this connection through peaceful, friendly means, then we're going to have stability because Russia is a logically active nation that we can work with in good faith. And if we just work with them and mutually benefit, then there won't be any need for war. And they still...
Wow. It's just like with Germany before World War II.
So
what do you know?
if we're logically thinking reasonable individuals, especially those in charge, right? Let's say they are. How can they now, like, how can they go to Russia with any sort of deal that doesn't come from Russia being in a position of weakness and hope that they will honor that deal? Russia has broke any faith they had. The problem with like making any sort of peace with Russia that doesn't come from military might, which is why through pain and through unpopularity, all these other independent nations chose this path, because nobody that has the full information in front of them believes there's any good faith negotiation.
True.
I would love. My city is dying because we were 60% beholden to trade with Russia. Thankfully, some of it is coming back and we're working with it. But like, I would love for the trade routes to open, to everything to be sorted, for the war to end. But I don't believe the war will end through some sort of like good faith deal we make with Putin because of his actions. I have nothing else to judge Putin on except for his actions. And his actions shown time and time again that he does not have good faith.
Yeah, and his words, let's be clear.
Yes.
Yeah, you can also judge him on his words, and let's be clear, Putin has made no secret of his intentions towards Ukraine or the larger bloc, the blocks in that region. He has been very clear, both in word and in deed, that he wants to reunite, right, and have some sort of strong Russian kind of pan-Russia, I don't know the technical term for it.
Yeah, Russian world, yeah.
Yeah, this Russian world type of thing. He's been very clear.
So to answer this,
briefly, then we gotta go to Baster. Yeah.
Well, it seemed like his entire thing was a question, so I was.
Yeah. I'll answer the question and go to Baster. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So to answer this, I mean, it seems to summarize your argument is that Russia is about as bad faith an actor as can be.
Based wick, yeah.
You don't see any possibility of being able to negotiate with them until they are militarily backed into such a corner that they're forced to negotiate. And, you know, that is.
If I could summarize,
am I incorrect in that?
My point.
I mean, that's my position. Yeah.
My point is that unless Russia is in a position where they have to accept certain demands from us, we can't negotiate with them otherwise. That's what.
Yeah. It seems like you just. Yeah, it seems like we're paraphrasing my paraphrase. Like, yeah. But what I would say in that regard is that might be true. That absolutely might be the reality. Nobody really knows, right? Like that's our best guess given the best available evidence. That because they're kind of they're in there's a belief that he's in a position and that the Russians are in a position, right, where they have to project this strength, and so they might fight to the last, tooth and nail, regardless of whatever negotiations come, unless the deal is so favorable to them that they can make it a Pyrrhic victory. You might be right in that regard, and that's a personal, but that's a descriptive understanding of what the reality might be. That doesn't change what it is that we should be fighting for and what it is that we should signal, right? Just because
what a person.
you believe that the reality is that Russia, it must be forced back into capacity, doesn't mean that we give up on the idea of negotiation. Doesn't mean that we tell lies to people in order to drum up support for the war, that we're fighting for democracy. It doesn't mean that we have to propagandize and gaslight and move in such a way that we don't actually fight.
Also, nobody says we're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for Ukrainian sovereignty.
For peace, that we don't condemn things that are bad that should be condemned.
Can I actually respond to his point? Oh, sorry, Dylan.
I'd love to respond. So there's a few things that have been talked about a while ago, but I want to bring back up. The bombing of the Donbass children. The bombing of the Donbass children. The reason why a lot of Ukrainians react to that and they roll their eyes and they're like, and it's even become in some areas like a meme, like, oh, the next children, is because it's like talking to the German.
Donbass, yeah.
Yeah, it's like to a lot of them, it's like talking to a German who's like, what about Dresden? What about Dresden? It is boiling down what the vast majority of the crimes have been on one side, to point out a few instances that have happened on the Ukrainian side to try to make it seem like it's equal, when it isn't. If you even when we talk about the Donbass, the Russian-backed separatists bomb civilians, and the Ukrainian-backed forces and volunteer battalions, which were not as heavily regulated by the government, and that was a problem. But that was also because the government failed to defend the country. They also engaged in reckless behavior that bombed civilians. But to try to a lot of Ukrainians are going to react to that in a very negative manner because it's boiling down an entire conflict. You can know both sides. It's both sides in an issue, which you can't really.
True.
It's not the majority of the war crime are on one side. No, I'm not saying it's your argument. I'm saying that's why Ukrainians will react that way when they hear about the bombing of the Donbass children, because it seems like a very small, insignificant detail in the grand scheme of things when you look at the vast amount of atrocities. For example, in 2021, I think 7 people died from shelling in the Donbass. 2022, the number, it's not even comparable. We're talking like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70.
You're just distorting the argument.
And so
I said 2014-15 originally, yeah. I know the statistics. I know that first a lot of children died during the heavy artillery shelling, and then citizens naturally moved out of the areas being shelled, and so by 2021, less people were dying, less civilians were dying to shelling. Like, why should they keep dying there for 8 years straight? Well, there was less shelling, you're right, and there were Minsk agreements by which, if ratified by the Ukrainian Rada, which they were supposed to, would give those people an ability to reach autonomy using a more peaceful means and remain within
Minsk. They didn't abide by Minsk.
The Russians didn't abide by Minsk. Good correction, right on time. He was about to say something wrong, and he fixed it right on time. Both sides didn't abide by Minsk. You're right. Both sides didn't do it.
That wasn't. I didn't say anything wrong. I added an addendum.
Let me respond to what you said earlier, though.
What?
So listen, I know it's very nuanced. I come from a Jewish family, and I have people that disappeared. We don't know where they ended up, but disappeared in Austria and disappeared in Western and Eastern Germany, out of my family. So let me explain to you how, as a Jew, I would respond to your comparison to World War II and the bombing of Dresden. I think that the bombing of Dresden, as a Jew, that has no reason to like those Germans, specifically the Nazis that were bombed, was an atrocity. It was a horrible atrocity. So was the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were atrocities committed by the Allies against German civilians as a campaign of terror to convince German civilians to fight against their government and to stop.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki was not against Germany, but okay.
Or it was a completely stupid policy, just as stupid as and criminal and terroristic as the Russian attacks on Kiev. When Russia bombs civilians in Kiev, that is an equal type of terrorism, right? The firebombing of Dresden was a huge atrocity, and the people responsible for it after the war, they should be given an award for defeating the Nazis and then put to prison for the rest of their lives for killing women and children while doing so unnecessarily. It's possible to weigh two things at once and realize that both of them are evil and not support evil done in also the planes that went to bomb Dresden could have bombed one of the concentration camps so less Jews died, but there were various excuses why that didn't happen. So we can dig into World War II history. Don't bring it up, okay? If you don't know about it enough.
Wait, okay. Wait.
Do you?
Wait, I'm sorry. No, first off, I'll just say Kashmir. Like feigning a type of respectability politics before saying you don't know anything about Dresden. When I didn't go into the details of Dresden. You don't know if I know anything about Dresden. Just kind of like this, you don't know anything about Dresden. My only point by bringing up Dresden is that everyone knows that the Germans commit the vast majority of the atrocities. And so for a Ukrainian, if they hear about the Donbass children getting bombed, when the Russians invaded, not to protect those people, they have been killing those people en masse through their bombing campaign. When we talk about 2021, it was a very small amount of people. So when they hear about, in comparison, relative to the amount of people that are dying now, and even at the time, a lot of the people that are being killed, and when you look at a lot of these statistics, it's on both sides of the divide. It isn't just like, oh, the Ukrainian militias went down and just kill everybody. So when people talk about the bombing of Donbass by Ukrainians, why is it not said in the same breath the bombing of the Russian speakers of the Donbass and the bombing of the Ukrainians by the separatists in the Donbass? People don't say that because they're trying to micro zoom in on specifically that to try to make it of both sides. That's why Ukrainians react so negatively to that. I have other points I want
also because. Sorry, very quick. No, Dylan is correct, but also because for literally 9 years at this point, this have been the major point of Russian propaganda, which we joke about here, like, bomb Donbass, we say don't put Donbass, because this have been by Russians used as an excuse to say, those like far-right Ukrainian evil cunts, I'm sorry for the word, they bombed people in Donbass, their own people in Donbass, or Russian speakers, by the way. Those battalions who fought against the Russians in Donbass were Russian speakers, most of them, from Kharkiv, from Donbass, from Dnipro. You don't know, but that's okay.
No, it's true. I'm saying it's true.
Okay, of course. So this is just, for us Ukrainians, it just sounds very silly because not only it was used to demonize, Ukrainian efforts, it also, I think, obfuscates is the word, or hides the fact that basically that war and the civilians, 3,000 and something civilians in Donbass who died, were killed because of Russian invasion and of militia that Russia sponsored and equipped and used to cause unrest and to cause war in my country. They were not bombed because they were Russian speakers. They were not bombed because the Ukrainians just like killing their own people. They were bombed because Russia invaded. This is the result and direct fault exclusively of Russia, not Ukraine. So
that's a bad position.
Just stop.
Everyone. It's a bad position to excuse the killing of children because Russia invaded.
No one's
the fact that Russia, the fact that Russia lies, the fact that Russia is evil and it agrees.
But no one is saying, yay, dead kids. No one is saying that. Goodbye, I didn't kick him in if he wants to leave because I want to get a fucking word on my fucking panel. He can leave like the coward he is. A fucking scumbag. No, but no one is saying, no one, not a single soul is saying that bombing children is good or okay.
A coward for popping
It absolutely makes him a coward. If you can't stand up for your beliefs and you have to filibuster the whole time, you are a fucking coward. And if he wants me to say that to his face, he can come fucking back on. I'll go on his show. I'll do what needs to be done, and I will take him down if I need.
Obviously,
to,
he can't stand up for himself if he's muted.
Nice. Stand up after, but he can wait his fucking turn on my fucking show.
No, maybe this
But
panel
on
needs
that
some
note-
defunding.
Oh well.
On that note,
And they're like, all right, fuck it, I'll dip out. And then you're like,
Yeah, they're
coward.
fucking
It's like, well,
cowards.
I had no idea Wick was so based, for the lack of a better word, when it comes to Ukraine. I had no clue.
That's it.
say
That's
anything.
it.
I didn't know.
What a chat. Weak.
Okay.
There
we
was
gotta go,
a-
though. We gotta end this
Okay.
because I have things
It's a
to do.
silly
But,
position.
Gang, if you've liked this content, remember you can give me money. Or
True. You can give me money as well.
Right? Thank you for coming. This is a great show. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Are any of you still streaming right now on Twitch that I can write into?
I'm ending after this.
Oh, you're ending after this. Well, it
Yeah.
doesn't help.
I'm ending after this as well.
Okay. I read.
I'm ending after covering this.
Let's go to sleep.
Yes, I gotta go to sleep.
guys
We have
later.
second bomb, so I should probably go downstairs.
Yeah, yeah.
I should go to sleep at 6 a.m.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my god, I didn't get to talk about democracy. That was I have like a few more notes here about Russia not accepting a referendum on the Donbass because Russia never actually wanted a quote-unquote referendum in the Donbass. They just wanted something to rubber stamp the process. And I didn't get to talk about whether or not America's self-interested. I do think there is legitimate pro-democracy motives also involved. It's hard to imagine that every single U.S. congressman who voted for aid simply did it to enrich the military-industrial complex, or everybody who is supporting aid amongst the American population, which is sending signals to American politicians to vote in favor of aid, that they're all doing it for similar reasons. I think people downplay how much pro-Ukraine sentiment around democracy and around how unjust this invasion is.
It's irrelevant.
Voters across Europe
It's irrelevant.
continue to support aid for
I'm
Ukraine.
sorry, I think it's
pressuring the
irrelevant.
government to continue with aid to Ukraine.
I just think it's irrelevant.
God, but you know, it's a debate. It's a panel. You don't get to
Wait, we wait for it to end.
say anything, but you don't get to say everything you want to. It's part of being on a panel. What do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that debate?
You did great. Thank you all for coming to the stream. If you've enjoyed this, press like, bell, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm going to want to reach out to Anna and maybe talk about this. We've been talking about having a follow-up discussion actually during the first discussion, and maybe we will finally talk about the Nazis in Ukraine, and we might as well also talk about this disaster of a panel a bit. So yeah, I'm probably gonna reach out to Anna when it comes to this, and thank you all for coming. I'm gonna prepare something good for next time. It also is possible that in the future I will be appearing in those panels hosted by Wick. What else can I say? That's it. That's all I can say. And also, as always, consider supporting this channel as it's my main source of income right now. Okay. Good night. Love and solidarity. I'm gonna rate you love and solidarity as always. Boom. Love and solidarity. Boom. I'm gonna press and stream.